एक सेकंड गाइस, मेन स्क्रीन लगाने दो मुझे, मेन स्क्रीन लगाने दो। मस्त 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 चल रहा है कुछ।
Down we got Chris, Trav, and Glitter. I'm going to start off with you, Chris. How are things going, and what can we expect from your stage?
Well, Dota, to be honest, has kind of been business as usual, been going through the motions, getting through the group stage. Today is when we have actually started the survival stage. Relevant of that, though, we did have 4 teams top their group, and Falcons, one of those squads, managing to get through, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another notion, though, today, we've got the first 2 teams coming up in this survival stage. Team Liquid, currently down in their series, not looking too great for them. And Virtus Pro, they're 1-1 in their series. So both those 2 teams could go out today. Considering where they're at in club championship status, that is a massive, massive result if they go home today.
Absolutely. And then from you, Trav?
Yeah, so we had Fatal Fury last week, City of the Wolves, which was a big, big thing for Na'Vi in general. So it was Dark Angel who managed to take the 1,000 points home, which is huge for them as well, because they're one of the competing teams in the club championship. Second place as well, Virtus Pro have got a large array of teams across it as well. So them getting those 750 points was huge for them. And then Reject as well, coming in 4th, getting 300. So they had a week for those organizations. We're on to Mobile Legends Bang Bang this week, the Women's Invitational, and that has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. Falcons back again with a couple of rosters, no surprise there. They're investing heavily in Stage 4 this year. And Team Vitality off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're the title defenders, I know that for sure. They only managed to get 250 points over in Valorant, so we'll see how that's going to play out for them. But Apex is a very interesting one, Glitter.
Yeah, very different from what you guys have kind of been seeing on your stages. When it comes to Apex, it's obviously done, and the winner was Unlimit. Now, that's important because Unlimit is not participating in the club championship, so those points gone out the window. But the teams we are paying attention to are Team Vision and Sentinels in 2nd and 3rd, who did manage to get some points on the board for their club. However, now we're going into week 2, and looking forward to that, we have Free Fire, right? Now, this is kind of where my stage ties into your stages a little bit more, because this year 24, however, they did not last year around. And Vitality even outplaced Falcons last year in Free Fire. So now those are the teams we're going to be looking at. And Falcons actually are a team that are expected to do very well this week. So we'll have to see what that means in the end for our club championship, but it's going to be exciting.
It sounds like the teams that we are keeping our eyes on this week is going to be Sentinels. They're also competing on the League of Legends stage for us. We also got to keep our eyes out for Vitality because, of course, they are in the running. Virtus Pro with a lot of teams across a lot of different titles. And for us on the league stage, AGAL. This is their debut here at EWC. They have a lot of teams competing. We're going to see how this week pans out. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be back to you guys.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Bonjour, it's Yusul and welcome to EWC 26. Right next to me is our player Razia from EVOS Divine, and of course here's our beautiful translator as well. So, to our first questions, being the champions of EWC 25 and getting back here again, are you willing to rewrite the history or making something new at this moment?
Jadi sebagai champion tahun lalu, adakah tahun ini kamu sudah bersedia untuk melangkah lagi sekali sejarahnya?
Yeah, I'm really confident right now because we're gonna ready to back-to-back champion again.
Very confident, and I love that. They would love to get the championship once again. But here's another question. We have Team Secret right here. As you guys all know, Team Secret SWAG got their championship at the Free Fire World Series 2026 Spring here in Vietnam, and they're also here to compete with EVOS Divine. So, how do you think about them?
Jadi kan ada tim secret kan, jadi bagaimana perasaannya dengan mereka itu?
एक मिनट देना चैट मैं स्टोरी लगा रहा हूँ इंस्टाग्राम पे ठीक है
I'm feeling like I want to prove to them like EWC is our place. EWC it's mean Esports World Champion, not Esports World Cup.
Oh my God! Wow. I feel the intensity is really much here, but overall, that is all we can hear from Russia, and I would love to see more from Evo's Divine and of course other teams right here in EWC 26 Free Fire. See you guys later, and thank you for listening.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2020 WG. I'm going to be your studio host, and I'm joined by some amazing talent. None other than Conchita and Neptune. Neptune, I'm going to start with you. How are you enjoying Paris so far?
Oh, it's quite different. This is the first time in Paris, and I'm really loving it right now, especially the energy that we have right now.
I mean, yeah, we're next to some other stages, and boy, we can definitely feel the crowd energy. How about you, Conchita? How are you enjoying Paris?
It's also my first time in Paris, and it's been amazing. I just can't wait to see how the competition goes this year, and yeah, having a great time so far.
I mean, you know what? Let's just dive right into the competition because we have Evos returning, and they could be back-to-back champions here at EWC, Neptune.
Oh, have to see though, because on the regionals, it seems like they're happy known. Their strategy will not be known up to this level, but hopefully it's for the best of them. Because again, who doesn't want to see them to be back-to-back?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we're talking about Esports Divine, let's not forget we have Russia, the young. Having a bit of a time, they struggled, but yeah, I think things are EWC, because I just said before the regional wasn't so great for them. They were having a bit of a time, they struggled, but yeah, I think things are looking up, so I'm pretty hopeful. As an Indonesian, I can help but feel hopeful.
Well, let's find out how hopeful you guys are before we move on to another team. Are they going to make it directly to the finals, or are they going to be going to survival?
Ooh.
Conchita, if you want to go first, or Neptune?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna sound a little biased because again, Indonesian, I can't help it, but I really want them to go straight and not go to the survival. Not because I have that much confidence, but also I'm a little worried actually. I'm a little worried for them to go into the survival stage. So it might as well be, you know, do it quick, do it better, do it perfect, and then go straight to the next stage.
I don't know, though, because even I think they're confident enough, despite have even in Southeast Asia, and that's one reason as well. When it comes to the numbers, that looks like they're struggling. But now that I'm thinking about it, how well they are recovering after those instances. Sure. So I guess they might be able to do it again, even in EWC.
I mean, sometimes some teams actually benefit. I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes teams benefit if they end up getting that little extra oomph in survival. But the thing is, as you said, it is scary in survival because only the top 4 will be moving on to the grand final. So I don't know if they want to put themselves in that position.
True, but especially as the reigning champion.
Yes, that's very true. You don't want, I don't know if they want to feel that extra pressure there in survival. One team that's looking to not go to survival and qualify directly to finals is Baar United.
Yes, I'm very proud of Buriram United. I think winning the global finals in 2025 really gave them the confidence they much needed. And EWC is something they've been looking forward to finally have in their store, you know, because it's something that they don't have yet. And Wasana, I think Wasana has been showing a bit more maturity in the way that he's playing, the role that he's taking. I hope that he can be one of the best players that we can see at the EWC 2026.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Misana being consistent, being the best rusher out of the team, and also the chemistry out of the team right here has been built for so many years. Even if they haven't grabbed any title or has failed in EWC, we've seen how well they recovered on the global finals. And it's not as if they made a lot of change. The strategy is pretty much the same. Slow in the beginning, mid-game towards the end game. That's there where they get all those elimination. And pretty much that's also the same in Champion Rush because you don't have to rush that much in
they finally
जो करते हैं हर इन्वेस्टमेंट को डबल चेक, उनकी टैक्स फाइलिंग को क्लियर टैक्स करता है डबल चेक। यानी नंबर्स में नो ऊंच नीच, डिडक्शंस में नो आगे पीछे, टैक्स फाइलिंग इतना एक्यूरेट जैसे एक ही बार में सब डबल चेक। चेक चेक डबल चेक।
finally won the World Series and in a global
WC Free Fire. They only have WC Free Fire. They only have just one player from when they won, though, and that was On Fire.
Okay, I think Neptune's gonna take this one because speaking of Falcons, I can hear your voice in my head already.
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, Team Falcons, at some point after not like losing a few of their players, they lost their identity. We are not seeing that consistency anymore. There is some fire similar to what we've seen from Buriram United, but it's not that aggressive. It's not that much we're in. It's a sure win for them. So it's really difficult to tell if they're just playing with us, just pulling our leg right now, that they're not that strong, and then later that's when they bring in those booyahs in the champion rush. Because again, it's one of the things that I noticed from some of the teams, they choose some stages or some tournament where they really want to pop off because they don't want to give out that much of strategy on their regionals.
So I think it's a bit of an unpredictable situation when you talk about Falcons. So yeah, we might have just wait and see.
Okay, talking about unpredictable, I mean, we got India coming finally to EWC. That could be an unpredictable and a big question mark to a lot of people, as in Group A, we're going to have tag Apex Gaming. I know a lot of fans are going to be tag on top. We'll see if they're actually going to end up there. The thing is, these groups are going to be playing 12 matches.
Yes.
Can tag maybe end up surprising us in these first 6 matches that they'll be playing today?
Yeah, I do think that's quite possible because then again, it's a long game that they're playing. It's a game of endurance basically because 12 maps is quite a lot. I mean, from the 6 that we have last year, it's a bit of a jump. But yeah, consistency is something that the teams need to show. And I think they've had it down because this isn't their first time coming. They know exactly what they're facing. So yeah, it's just quite interesting to see how they maintain the stamina that they have, the endurance that they're going to have to show.
Yeah, I do agree because like even in on LAN event, their qualifiers is coming from a LAN event, so they have that experience already. But I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in because this is some of the teams, the aggressive teams coming from India, and it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're going to expect because they have been preparing for this after a lot of rest out of esports scene from India. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and once again, it's the EWC. Of course, it's going to be different. The spirit is also very different. So yeah, looking forward to see how they are performing this year.
Yeah, Southeast Asians used to dominating EWC. I know a lot of the other regions, once again, Brazil wants to see if they can finally get that championship, Fluxo especially. And then we have other regions as well, right? We got Pakistan, we got some of the other ones. Yeah. And I'm looking at the teams from Group A, and I'm going to go with you, Neptune, on this one. Which team do you think can surprise us? We just heard Conchita talk about consistency, right? We want to look at consistency from some of these squads. Is there any squad that you're like, okay, hey, that one might end up surprising us with consistency?
Well, there's a lot of things, teams really that hasn't shown that much from the previous competition. I think AJL is one of the teams that has that confidence right now, especially having that to this point.
Yeah, I have to agree with Neptune on this one because AGAL, they have been showing amazing performance, and I think Do is in the right place, right space, and yeah, it's always beautiful how he and Saifa would do a teamwork and play so well alongside each other. So I'm just really looking forward to see what AGAL will bring to the game this year.
Oh man, all right, yeah, you agree with it too? Okay, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot because I just want to be able to say this word, and it's none other than Booyah! Who's gonna be taking the first Booyah of the day?
Oh my God! You really have to ask.
It's just one of those like close your eyes and
we literally just started the show. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Buriram United Esports.
Ooh, yeah. I like it. I like it. Neptune, come on.
I don't know. I mean, some of the teams, the best teams, I would say, doesn't show up that much. So I'm I'm going for Aurora Gaming at this point from Group A. Coming from Malaysia, also a first contender in here. I think they will be on fire right now.
I thought you were gonna go with Evos. I'm not gonna lie. She's staying with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with Evos. But let us know in the comments below for everybody watching, who do you think is gonna be taking the first booyah? Because this is day one of Free Fire at Esports World Cup. You know what? Let's get started.
Let's go by opening ceremony. Ayo. W. ओहो भाई पेरिस में उन्होंने अच्छा सेटअप कराया है मतलब भाई 2-2.5 या 1.5 महीने में बहुत तगड़ा सेटअप कर दिया ओ भाई क्या सीन है मतलब ये देख के भाई कोई कह ही नहीं सकता है टूर्नामेंट को तो ये तीसरा साल है कि टूर्नामेंट पिछले साल भी भाई मैं खुद लाइव गया था रियाद भाई Esports World Cup देखने वहाँ और भाई क्या ओपनिंग सेरेमनी क्या ओपनिंग सेरेमनी ओह माय गॉड लुक एट दिस स्टेज भाई लुक एट द ओपनिंग सेरेमनी बस अरीना दे दो भाई ये लोग अपना Esports World उसके अंदर करा लेंगे और बहुत तगड़े लेवल करा देते हैं इन्होंने ये चीज़ पेरिस में करके दिखाई है लास्ट टाइम 2 साल सऊदी में हो रहा था तो वहाँ तो वेन्यू बने हुए थे बहुत अच्छे उन्होंने वही सेम चीज़ यहाँ पेरिस में करके दिखा दिया भाई दिन वही 1.5 से 2 महीने में बस
Four of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
150 million players for this 2026. 33 million players play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best player coming from all around the world.
That's right, from all corners of the world, ready to go toe-to-toe until they are the last team standing. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the incredible Luti. And without any further delay, it's time to introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, of course. Like, there is so many young players and they are coming from all around the world. And you know what? Like, I think for a lot of them, it's the first time in Europe, the first time in Paris. So they are far away from home. Hopefully they're gonna make it right for this first day here at EWC Paris. However, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our first 12 teams, starting with Demon's Pride!
Reporting edit, re-rating day 1. Arey, thank you Kaduto bhai, thank you. Thank you so much yaar. Love you.
Titan Esports Club.
Titan Esports, oh my god. The Pakistani team.
Loud Sneakers.
Pakistani team. I don't know teams कहाँ से हैं, maybe मैं गलत हूँ.
Buriram United Esports.
Chinese team, AGL.
Aurora Gaming.
बड़े भैया फ्री फायर खिला दो ना. खिला देंगे भाई, खिला देंगे, खिला दो यार.
Paradox Gaming.
इंडियन टीम्स आने वाली हैं गाइस, इंडियन टीम्स आने वाली हैं.
Gun Dynasty.
Aurora Gaming. जानते हो भाई, बताओ ना Aurora Gaming कहाँ की टीम है?
DNS Gaming.
तो भाई कहाँ की टीम है Aurora Gaming?
Your reigning club champions,
Falcons,
Team
bhai.
Falcons.
लास्ट टाइम ये लोग Falcons के अंडर नहीं थे, मुझे इतना पता है. They were under some other team, but Falcons ने इनको
Team Apex
Gaming guys, time finally. भाई अरीना का रोर देखो भाई, अभी से रोर हो रहा है भाई. भाई इंडियन टीम, भाई इंडियन टीम.
And now, your reigning Esports World Cup champions, EWC Esports.
बहुत देखने में बहुत मजा आता है. वो सॉरी, ये है फ्री फायर के लास्ट ईयर के चैंपियंस, वो क्लब चैंपियंस थे फैल्कन अपने. ये फ्री फायर के लास्ट ईयर के चैंपियंस हैं भाई. इनके बाद होगी S8UL और टोटल गेमिंग की एंट्री, इनके बाद होगी भाई.
We've got $1 million on the line, a legacy to forge and a champion to crown. So today is your only chance to make a first impression. Make it count. The first day of Free Fire in EWC Paris.
अभी S8UL और टोटल गेमिंग का ग्रुप नहीं है. मंगोलियन टीम है, वो मंगोलियन टीम है. वो
How hard is it to claim the throne?
भाई इस अरीना में जहाँ तक उन्होंने गिफ्ट दिखाया है, यहाँ मैं हो क्या आया हूँ भाई.
To rise above and be the best.
ये अरीना, ये अरीना.
To end it, Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
Wonder Kid भाई, Wonder Kid.
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
Secret WAG rips away the booyah at Bermuda.
It requires strength, resilience, the ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
4 booyahs in a row.
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. Familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one king, one champion, and one booyah. And no king rules forever.
No king rules forever, भाई. Do you stream?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
सोचा था यार,
survivors
कल ही मैंने
of
सोचा
all
PUBG
ages,
मुझे बताओ करनी है तो कर लेंगे,
welcome
कोई
to
दिक्कत
the
नहीं है.
most awaited
आप साथ
event
खेलोगे
for
तो
at least the
साथ
first
भी खेल
half
लेंगे.
of the year. This is Free Fire at the Esports
तो भाई
World
मुझे एक
Cup
बात बता दो,
2026. We are
मेरी
in
माइक की आवाज़
Paris,
ज़्यादा तो नहीं आ
and
रही.
I expected a
स्क्रीन की
heat
आवाज़ से.
wave. It was
स्क्रीन से
quite
उसको
cold
बचा,
here,
तो नहीं आ रही
but
मेरी
now
माइक
with
की
the
आवाज़.
game starting, Tash, I
सबसे
think we're
बड़ी
gonna just bump the heat up a tad bit higher.
It's going to be intense. It's going to be mad hot. We saw the reigning champions walk in and question marks on whether or not they can defend that crown.
Oh yeah, and you know, for the first part of the competition, it's all about survival. We're in the group stage, and for the first time ever, we have got 24 teams from around the world hopping on into a global battle. Never before. This is the first time we've got so many of them, which means there are going to be a tad bit more heartbreaks out there. The first day, you got early qualifiers, but you definitely want to avoid the bottom of the leaderboard.
Farrell, well for Real. Now, as you go into that as well, eliminations are coming through. And as we go through this, we after eliminations, only top 4 will be going straight to the finals. And the rest into survival stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But today is just day 1. Both groups, A and B, will only play the first 6 matches, right? So it's a little bit of a prelude, it's a little bit of a preview, and thank God we have that preview, because some of the teams here are absolutely clueless about the regions who have not really shown up on a stage where you're able to go in and really check out what their drop spots are like, exactly what their rotations are like, so they're left in the dark. And these underdogs could just be exactly what surprises even the big dogs, right? Because we know for a fact, when you go on to the Free Fire Global Finals, the gameplay there is just very different. The Titans will rule as always. But here at the Esports World Cup, we actually have the capability of underdogs having a dream, right? So far, the winners that have been able to run away with it are winners who haven't been able to achieve much on the global finals.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you think about that, because it's such a different moment, right? It's a different font. It's a different capability. And again, there are also whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of play, whether or not you can adapt to that day 1, trying to figure out, like you mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights, or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions these teams are going to be asking themselves. Are you brave enough to take that gamble, or are you going to be playing safe all the way till the end?
Absolutely. We just saw a little peek of AGAL. They have already shown their prowess in Clash Squad thus far. Global Finals champions, and recently at the Southeast Asian Clash Masters as well. But that's Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, they have been doing absolutely fine for themselves as well, right? Just very quickly climbing up the ladder, but they have not achieved a championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26, second at even the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, where we threw in a bunch of super teams from Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also found dominance.
Yeah, and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think, okay, how exactly am I going to be matching up with these other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say, sometimes people say, right, the younger players have a little bit more drive. They're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded. They want to go for these early fights. But in this situation, when you go high risk, the high reward moment, if you lose it, you lose it all. And in this situation, you want to avoid being at the very bottom of that ladder. What can we do to make sure that we don't go super high risk and not overheat?
Well, if you do end up at the bottom today, the risk is there, but fairly low. Tomorrow, you definitely have to avoid it at all costs. But obviously, not every single team can do that. At the end of the day, you're going to have some winners. You're going to have some teams down at the bottom who are going to be at risk of relegation. But I'm looking at the rise of the underdogs here, mainly at the Esports World Cup, right? Because this is where dreams are made. And again, this guy, he dreamt for many, many years. I'm not so sure exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of a hand sign that he wants to flash on the screen the moment he gets a booyah. And AJL's just the kind of squad who's capable of walking with a booyah. And speaking of which, this is Group A. Many have termed this group the Group of Death because of the number of Titans that are in this group.
Right. And I think that when you think about Group of Death, there are so many situations that, you know, for me personally, I think last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the Brazilians this year. And we were knocked out of the park, and we were surprised. And it wasn't at all our expectations. Now, this year, the capability of that happening again, and the favorites getting knocked out, is going to be happening. I would say is, because there are so many teams that we haven't dealt with, haven't seen quite yet on the bigger stages. Maybe regionally, we haven't seen their prowess, because maybe regionally-wise, maybe they're not the best there. But some teams excel on the global stage. That really surprises so many people, including us.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's just such a interesting factor that the teams that perform well on the global final stage, the Titans of our competition, just don't find a good run here at the Esports World Cup. You look at Buriram, you look at even AGAL. I mean, this is their 3rd year here, and both of the Esports World Cups in 2024 and 2025, they placed 5th. It's weird that they are not able to take a step forward, but the underdogs, on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion. I wonder what's the difference going to be like this time around, right? Because you look at the teams, yes, the teams have grown, yes, the mechanical skills of these players have definitely been sharpened up, but we also have to take a look at the meta. This is the season for the snipers to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, the snipers have been buffed, excuse me. And I think that what's really good about this as well, I think there were whispers about the Indonesian squads running that double sniper. Seeing that is going to be fun. But again, as we go into this first game, I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening. Is it going to be double snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of meta? What do you think, AJ?
Well, I think everybody's going to be aiming for peak this time around because of the high tier loot zone, or it could also be a potential avoidance of these high tier loot zones for the underdogs of the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from these lobbies. But one thing's for sure, we're going to spot quite a number of hot drops because of the fact where we haven't built dominance on these compounds just yet. Day one is going to be a very messy day, and I think we already see a couple of hot drops out there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a very interesting moment here, where we are looking at Mars, Electra, and Pochino just completely full of players. Circle coming up toward the middle central side there. So the rotations coming in from southern side is going to be fun to see, especially AGL from Sentosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gun Dynasty up against Aurora. And this is going to be a little tough for Gun Dynasty if they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad, who has been performing extremely well in the recent past. And you've also got the team of Apex Gaming from India. Now, speaking of Aurora and
heavy gameplay,
the players of GD, let's see if or not they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. S8UL Mac 10 in hand for medkits. No glue walls. Getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the time turner on him, keeping the active skill alive. Let's see if or not they'll be able to engage well.
GD or Aurora.
On the other hand, already has the M82B in hand. Two players from the side of GD actually holding back. And David 444 moving on in, bringing the full squad for the attack. Jun's about to be in trouble here. David has the P90 as well, quickly avoids the engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little mistake here from S8UL as he hops on into the battle. David won't fight him. Zuez for the backup. And the back 7 shines for the side of Aurora, but they've already lost 2-3 players down on the ground.
It's a chaotic moment here right now as Jun also gets knocked down quickly. Somehow away. Aurora Gaming eliminated too soon. Let's go down the last few moments. As we walk over on this side, TAG crossing over, GD will be waiting on the other side here, but they haven't been spotted out quite yet. If the rotation is good, I think that they may be able to come on to the screen right now as DRS is just completely annihilating PDX right now.
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS, 3 eliminations in hand. They started off really hot.
Paradox
but it looks like Paradox will have to back away from this equation here. Snipe with the VSS is going to be standing by to distract the players of the Rail Soldiers. Was his buddy makes it away from the compound, looking for the revival of the rest of the Paradox squad. Alu and Fatigue making sure they don't make a mistake here. The Valiant takes down Snipe's defenses. They pick up their 4th point, a great start for DRS.
Yeah, DRS just walk up and just took the area like it's nobody's business. Snipe back into the game as Madara does get knocked down here. EVOS, he does try to make a move onto the enemy team on the other side here, but they weren't able to find an opening toward them since DP does have the upper hand, drops down, but Abax knocked out of the game already, and the rest of the team completely collapsed as EVOS run away into the other compound here. They're trying to just crush them from different areas. Ray cannot hold on here. Rasha does get a pick up of his own, but DP doing a great job of just annihilating EVOS.
It was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning defending champions in EVOS Divine, trying to take them out of the equation, but it's not going to be that easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising to the occasion, instant pickups from their side, and they turn the tables on Demon's Pride, showing them who the true demons of this competition are.
It's honestly insane because the start off was just so in favor of TAG. Gets picked off by Falcons. Limit, a big pickup here already. Right timing to just catch him off guard before EVOS was even able to reposition.
Yeah, great positioning from Russia as far as the battle up against Demon's Pride was, but they did not expect Falcons to drop by. And here comes Gun Dynasty yet again in another battle. But their prime play, but David 444 down on the ground. But Team Apex Gaming needs a very early and up against the LATAM Giants.
Man, we already have 2 teams already out of the game and EVOS in trouble.
as Falcons just clean up house, eliminated so quickly. Demon's Pride as well out of the game fairly soon. And these are the big hitting numbers. We talked about this in the pre-show, about what we were sort of expecting to see from the big names.
Yeah, I mean, very messy game one on day one as expected here. Most of the teams just do not know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have to stay on their tippy toes and sneak around these compounds as best possible. And if that fails, well, just go all out with your gunfights, just like what EWOS did earlier. But I'll have to say, Demon's Pride was not as a big a threat as Falcons. Peter with the car 98 takes down Aim God. Good shot out of nowhere. TEC joining the party as well. Two teams beating down the players on the side of EWOS Divine. The reigning defending champions might get taken out of Bradford too early here.
It's honestly insane. EWOS come back into the game, immediately gets completely annihilated. And now over this side, Falcons on a rampage. Limits doing the damage onto the player of TEC. The pressure is on, and TEC can't do anything about it.
Titans Esports Club, what do you have in you? Have your wings been clipped? The Red Hawks of the past have not been able to fly very far, but this time around, picking up some crucial early points. They do have the vending machine beside the final surviving player, but it looks like it's going to be a rough one as TEC bows out as well.
There's just so many things happening around the map right now as we're looking here. Loud and EWOS in one compound in the corner. GD trying to rotate into the zone as well, as it's just slowly and slowly dwindling. But the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here for GD. They take on the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024 in Falcons. But GD themselves, they're very sound in terms of mechanically able squad in the world of Free Fire. This battle is going to be a rough one for them. Now they're trying to sneak outside the compound of the blue zone here. They get scanned out by the binoculars as well. Falcons does have a tad bit of information, but David 444, again, the most lethal player on the side of Gun Dynasty.
Oh, man.
Rushing on Racha versus David 444 is going to be a rough one for Racha, but they do have the electrotherapy. Dash breaks down their defenses. Racha with the M590, but David again, lethal with the Mag 7. Passes in. Vega takes out On Fire. And let him show you exactly what they can do on the world stage.
This is crazy. That circle rotation meant that a lot of fights are going to be happening as this rotation comes through. Middle circle full in control of Loud here as we look at the Falcons trying to find their way into the zone. And they're not stopping. That sniper is just doing so much damage in the hands of these players. Pina found by GD already. And quickly annihilation. Amazing work coming from the Limit alone as Vegeta comes through. Limit tries to find a pick off here.
Which provides light aim assist.
I mean, yeah, David got taken down once again, but he's the rusher. He's very aggressive. But the backup from Shiru, the backup from Blaine, it is absolutely perfect. Now, we used to see David 444 play for Zeus Esports on the Free Fire World Series USA, and the guy was lighting up the battlefield. Recently acquired by Gun Dynasty for a good reason to stomp down these squads out here at the Esports World Cup. Let's see how far they can go. Falcons and not out of it just yet, completing their full revival spree here. Back to a full squad, but can they loot up and be battle ready before the next circle?
Speaking of that as well, I mean, EVOS had so many close calls throughout this entire game. I think there was 2 times that they nearly got knocked out and somehow survived middle of the circle already. As On Fire
EGL is Falcon
going in for that chase. Gonna try and stay alive, but he's crunched here as eventually gets taken down.
ये समझ आया, ये समझ आया, ठीक है? इतना भी वो नहीं हूँ मैं. ये मैं खेला बैटल रॉयल खेला, ये समझ आया. एक आगे से आया, एक पीछे से आया.
And spotting a little prey and showing that they can be a predator. But of course, that was a 2v1. Little bit of an unfair fight. Now a team that has been keeping very quiet is Buriram. They've managed to build a lot of respect for these other squads, especially here on the Esports World Cup stage. Can this be their year? The third time here at EWC, and maybe the third time's the charm for the Thai squad.
अबे मॉन्स्टर ट्रक कहाँ चढ़ा रखी है भाई?
Hello. DRS and PDX still very much upset.
कैसे दिख रहा है? मैं देखूँ कैसे दिख रही है?
But DRS is slowly moving toward Pina. It's making me a little bit nervous for them.
Loud. They definitely are a loud squad out there. Very constant organization on our global stage.
मैं पहचान गया आप उधर भैया हो. मैं पहले नहीं पहचाना था honestly.
but they've been missing the past couple of years. Now back with a brand new roster. And on fire, man. Falcons just can't catch a break, can they? Gun Dynasty showing them exactly who's going to be ruling these lobbies from the get-go. On fire again. Just outnumbered the players on the side of Falcons. Yes, they did manage to run around getting those revives, but the team just spread out too thin on the battlefield.
Yeah, they weren't able to play together in these situations. You know, you're seeing a lot of respect.
Oh, that's it!
As immediately Takuri finds Limit, and Falcons, that's it for them. Not able to come back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was just too broke. Even if he got to a vending machine, which is quite fine in that situation. Wouldn't have been able to bring anyone back. He was looking for those coins, and Takuri found some coins out of him instead.
Yeah. Now, the southern side here is very interesting, AJ. Look at the amount of teams here. You have EVOS hanging out, PDX as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a big fight were to happen around here, and it's going to be fire, because GD right now is so comfortable northern side and alone.
Absolutely. 5 teams out of the equation already. Paradox still alive and kicking alongside the Rail Soldiers. Speaking of the Rail Soldiers, they drop into some hot soup and they're about to get cooked here if they don't walk away with some good elimination. Vega taken out as well. And Loud interfering in this battle.
उसकी वॉल तोड़ दी, उसकी वॉल तोड़ दी। अबे उसको भी आके मार दिया क्या? अरे उसको आके मार दिया। अरे वो एक खा गया उनका। जीडी का लास्ट बचा है। DRS है बगल में।
Hard to really do anything in this situation. Buriram also coming into the zone as well. But in this situation here, DRS with the upper hand. Just because they have a bit more of a second.
Can he do it?
Area.
Nice. Tried to run away. Had the vehicle. Got sniped, quickly hopped on out of it to play the recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from the blue. But he's looking for the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the full squad back. All he needs to do is just run out of bullseye. But the problem is, he's right in the middle of the bullseye of the crosshairs of the opposite teams who are looking for an extra point and an extra team to eliminate.
DRS. Let's go DRS.
And how PDX is moving here. They're just trying to find a way into the game here. PDX should probably come through into the peripherals of Loud as well. Now Russia, big kill there onto a player. And even Sneaky somehow off the grid. Gets knocked out as well.
Let's see if or not AGAL can sneak on in.
Zone close, zone close.
They're in a great position here, but just a tad bit too close to the edge of the current zone, which is moving aggressively. The problem is going to be DRS for AGL as they try to rotate in. They do have a little bit of compound cover. But Gun Dynasty, full revive, clutch play. The squad is back, but the circle is small. Getting fished out of the skies is a big possibility here. Let's see how the luck is for the side of Gun Dynasty.
Interestingly enough as well, the rotations coming in. DRS very comfortable in the middle side area as well. As we see Snipe getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent to the lobby. But Takuri is the one that takes away that point.
Let's see exactly what the reigning defending champions EVOS can do. It has been a rough start for them. But recovery has been solid for EVOS. Just 6 eliminations, not too high. But it's not about the number of eliminations for EVOS. They just want to get to that final circle, safe and sound. Just like what Buriram is doing. I feel like that is going to be the sound strategy if you want to get into the grand finals as well as walk away with the championship at the end of the day. The game has turned around. It's no longer about pure domination on eliminations. It's all about...
Buriram United has always liked that approach, right? And they find that last possible moment, just really come in, steal away the Booyah and those extra few points in the last few battles. We can see a few players taking a bit more damage in the rotations. GD comes through here, will cross paths with DRS. BN is already at the bottom side. Even Vijay as well.
Oh, David! Launch हो क्या है क्या? Launch हो क्या है लगता है? अरे यार मेरा net.
Oh, David! Unfortunate for him. They have to pick him up. They have to defend David at all costs here. It's going to be tough. Nameless sprayed down. Moshi with a snipe from across. AWM solid. Baar's taken out of the equation as well. AGL's currying around. Barely any points on their side. And as expected, the pressure is on as they try to look for the next circle. And they're going to make a wild rotation round. To see if they can snap the players on the side of DRS as well as Gun Dynasty.
Dynasty.
वो वॉल बना ली.
But they're going to be pressured with all of the glue wall melted. This is Gun
क्या
Dynasty
चल रहा है
from
कि
the
क्या
outside.
फेंक रहे हैं,
DRS
क्या
from
फेंक रहे हैं,
behind,
green,
advantage up
अरे,
against them as well.
अरे.
On the opposite side, Loud doing a number
Green,
on
red.
the rest of the players out there. Buriram
दिख रहा
fighting
उसको,
the
दिख रहा,
players on
knock है वो,
AGL
knock
as
है.
well as EVOS. Things are
मारा
getting
मारा
messy.
पकड़ा गया, ओपन में गया भाई, गया. बाहर होगी, बाहर होगी,
quickly,
बाहर
and
होगी.
AGL is now out. DRS trying to find a way
DRS बची है.
into
अभी
the circle
क्या
and
चल रहा है,
stay
क्या चल रहा है?
alive.
Red, red.
EVOS barely holding on, taking so much damage and pressure from other teams and the zone as well.
Benel has kept the squad together so far for the side of Gun Dynasty, but can he continue to pull in more numbers for the team?
वॉल उधर बना के मार
They are in a
रहे
great spot, but they also need to move on into the circle.
I am from,
and they've got a great position to attack. DRS,
Delhi NCR
EVOS Divine on the other hand, lightning zone right above their heads. And this is a classic play out of Gun Dynasty, if we've ever seen one. And through the lightning zone, there is a big advantage here.
दिख रहा है उसको, दिख रहा है, मार रहे हैं अभी स्नाइपर से. वो जोन नहीं आने दे रहे, जोन के बाहर है शायद. हाँ वो जोन के बाहर है, वो जोन के बाहर है. अरे दो वॉल बना दिया. अबे कितनी वॉल होती है, अनलिमिटेड बना सकते हो क्या? 1 2 3 4 5 टीम बची हुई, 18 प्लेयर, 14 प्लेयर, गई टीम गई. अरे क्या, अरे
Yeah, EVOS is now out and down for the count as DRS rushes through into the safer zone here, trying to find a way to stay alive and stay healthy. They do. As Loud trying to find a way to just.
Bhai, ruko, let me focus. Let me focus. Okay.
Utilities coming out.
Let me focus now.
Zone them away, but no one's making a move quite yet.
Not yet. Buriram, cool, calm, collected. Just taking advantage of any extra points they can find out there, not getting too aggressive just yet. But now up against Gun Dynasty. Can we see Buriram shine, or will Gun Dynasty continue to stomp every single squad they come across? David 444 still alive and kicking. But Nell, their super savior, still alive and kicking. Gun Dynasty looking absolutely solid to build their dynasty here, right here on game 1. Loud on the other hand, backing away. BZP tagged up from the back. Guaka, Vegas taken out. It's DRS striking up against Gun Dynasty, and they've got 13 eliminations in the Nepali squad.
जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम में नए लाइक कर दो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो, 10 लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं. अबे लाउड को पकड़ लिया अभी ओपन में. लाउड को जोन आना है, लाउड को जोन आना है.
A lot of space held, a lot of cover as well built, but it doesn't stop the damage. Trying their way, their best to stay alive right now as BRU tries to put in the pressure onto their team. They can't do more than that. They do still win. The players of GD, one player knocked out already, and BRU already rampage up to 5. Loud, 6 eliminations, putting the pressure on the United. Not happening, staying alive. Despite the chunk of damage coming through for the util.
Yeah, Trapped is playing true to his name, man.
अरे उसका अभी उसको कैमरा टाइप उड़ रहा था हवा में. अबे AR नहीं चलता है इस गेम में. AR नहीं चलता है.
Quite a number of seconds lost
Sniper
already, but
only.
Buriram quickly recovering.
4 टीम बची है, एक टीम का सोलो प्लेयर है.
Played the timing well, but Buriram had
भाई
the extra layer
DRS
of
ले जाएगी
defense
भाई,
with those
DRS ले जाएगी
fences. And
लगता
now
है.
here comes Takuri. God nades. Guaka finds Moshi. The sniper of Buriram's out of the equation, and Takuri can do a number on them. Can he nade out the full squad of Buriram? It goes wide a tad big. Now Takuri needs to become the doctor for the squad. David 444, the final player on the side of Gun Dynasty that's alive and kicking, but they've done well enough in this game. 17 eliminations strong. Final 4 teams, 4 regions in the final circle, and Gun Dynasty is the first one to tap out.
Yeah, it's insane now. With Brum United waiting in the wings. Strux trying to find a way to chunk down the damage on Brum United, but they have built a fortress.
आगे बंदा आ गया. अरे कहाँ गया? अबे कास्टर भी वो बोल रहा है, उसको भी समझ नहीं आया क्या हुआ. कास्टर ने वो किया.
And Loud knows that well. They move on in. They've already taken advantage with the initial knock. Takuri has got the quad in hand. Rate of fire up close and personal is going to be deadly. But if Loud continues to close down the distance, those M5 guys are going to be popping some heads for sure. Trap once again.
अरे हर चीज से लाइट निकल रही है.
You cannot use your active skills to take them on. But that knock buys them a little bit of extra time. What can Strux do? It's a 1v3. It's got a sniper in hand. M590's loaded up on the side of Loud. It's a 3v1 easy play here. That's
मार दिया बे, लाउड ने मार दिया. Loud says absolutely
not. They take away the first win.
Loud ka booyah, guys.
Showing
Loud
that
ka
they
booyah.
are going to be making a lot of noise here on the
Let's
stage.
go.
They're
Loud ka
loud,
booyah.
they're dominant, and they know exactly what they're doing.
Kya
Knowing
baat hai,
exactly
kya baat
when to attack and when to go for those tactical retreats.
Oh,
They
yeah.
built a massive
DRS
wall for
दो
safety
बंदे बचे
and
थे,
kept the
उनको पूरा
distance from
cornered
them
कर
and the
दिया
other
था।
teams. Amazing work.
Cornered हो गए थे वो
Loud
पूरे।
6th at the Esports World Cup 2024, but technically as
NT
team
DRS,
solid.
NT.
A majority
DRS
of the team
NT,
solid
guys.
players on Loud right now, and they are here to run circles around these teams. Again, Tash, I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing your way towards that final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was
EWC
executed
26
perfectly by this
t-shirts
Brazilian
पे।
squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting
Loud
to see
ka
them
हुआ
as
है
well. They
अभी।
weren't too
Yeah.
flashy super early.
Yeah.
But we saw toward that mid-game, they made so much noise.
Oh, yeah.
They started to get really active. They started to really move around that map. And they're tactical on which fights they wanted to take
Yes.
and which fights they decided to just leave alone.
And I have to say, it's Trap that was the mastermind of that battle, constantly pulling the timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have had a easier rotation in that final circle to avoid the battle. But the thrill of battle, and again, even in the
Winning
final
moment,
battle up against these players from the side of DRS, it was the thrill of battle that made the biggest of difference. And this guy is not just the support player who activates the thrill of battle from the back and then allows the rest of his team members to get the job done. He hops on into the fight as well with the M590. Phenomenal mechanical skills, phenomenal timing. Everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby, because again, that's exactly what we expect here. Day one, game one, you barely know where your opponents are going to be dropping. I mean, you can go in and do a little bit of research, but it's really a toss of a coin at the end of the day. And I think Loud handled these situations out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting as well for me personally, I thought that today we're going to be seeing the rise of the underdogs, right? The more quieter teams that never really made that big splash quite yet, because that's usually how day one goes, because everyone's a little bit more cautious. Regardless, after this, we'll be seeing more of the Free Fire at EWC, so do not go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
आपको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पैसों की बर्बादी लगती है ना? कल जब आपको हॉस्पिटल का लाखों का बिल भरना पड़ेगा ना, तब होगी पैसों की असली बर्बादी।
ऐड आ गई YouTube पे उनके। YouTube प्रीमियम नहीं है मेरे पे, सॉरी। ब्रेव पे चला लूं क्या? मैं तो सोचा था फर्स्ट मैच वार्म अप। हाँ सही बात है फर्स्ट मैच वार्म अप भाई, फर्स्ट मैच वार्म अप
ทีมบุรีรัมย์นะครับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน EWC 2026 ณ กรุงปารีสนะฮะอยากสอบถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้กลับมาเล่นในรายการนี้แล้วก็พร้อมขนาดไหนฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในรายการที่พวกผมอยากคว้าแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับแล้วก็การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่เลย 100% ครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage, and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so. Can't wait to be back on the stage.
Ooh, okay. So speaking of preparation, we all know that the other teams are also going for the title, obviously. This is the one title that Buriram United really wanted to have. What do you think is the biggest obstacle that you're going to have to face on the stage this year?
ก็เมื่อกี้เราพูดถึงว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีเลยใช่ไหมฮะอยากสอบถามว่าทุกทีมเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมมากที่จะได้ขึ้นเป็นแชมป์ในรายการ EWC 2026 เนี่ยฮะอยากสอบถามว่าเรามีอุปสรรคอะไรไหมในช่วงการเตรียมตัวการแข่งขันครั้งนี้
ก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสำหรับผมก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสุขภาพครับเรื่องแบบปัญหาของตัวเรามากกว่าก็คือตอนนี้ก็พร้อม 100% แล้วครับ
Yeah, for me I think like it's gonna be like
Speaking of contenders, who do you think is the biggest rival that you have on a World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about Esports Divine, yes, they are the reigning champions, but it hasn't really been a great year for them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนฮะที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นอุปสรรคหรือว่าเป็นตัวที่แบบว่าเป็นทีมที่ทำให้เราเข้าถึงจุดที่เรียกว่าเราได้แชมป์ได้ยากที่สุดครับ
สำหรับผมก็ไม่มีนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนตัวก็คือน่าจะคิดว่าเป็นที่ตัวเองมากกว่าถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคนก็น่าจะไม่มีปัญหาอะไรครับ
I think that there's none of the team that gonna play against that's gonna be like the obstacle for us to claim the champion titles, but the biggest obstacle gonna be like ourselves and our players in the team. Like if we can play on the level that we practice, everything gonna be fine for us.
Ooh, that is a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่จะเล่นกับเราในวันนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ก็วันนี้ผมขอจองท็อป1ไว้ก่อนนะครับ
Well, top 1 is mine.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition already. Thank you so much, Wasana. Thank you for having this interview. And thank you for watching us. Welcome back, everyone. We start off our first match today hot and loud as Booyah is the one to get that first Booyah of the day.
It's nice to see the top 4 teams within the first game in itself be from 4 different regions out here. Everybody's hungry. But what has been shocking the world is how Gun Dynasty is running the game out there. Eliminations-wise, they absolutely knocked the ball out of the park, right? You have to respect the absolute tenacity. They bumped into many squads and barely anyone was able to keep up with them. I mean, even Falcons multiple times, they just got hunted down. And that's exactly what you expect out of the LATAM squad. Again, mechanically very sound, and it looks like they have definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams we have to look out for, looking like a solid team to make it into our grand finals, maybe even one of DRS. That was the standout team for me because nobody would have expected that sort of a performance out of the Nepali squad.
Yeah, coming into DRS as well, I think that they're really good not only at rotations, but also moving with their fights. They have a lot of zone control when they find an area. They are not quick to give it away either, and they're not quick to just really go and overhit and go for these fights. I'm seeing a lot of respect they're giving to other teams to make sure that in terms of survivability, they can survive all the way to the later stages of the map.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, in this game, what sounds easy is absolutely difficult to execute out there on the battlefield. We talk about how important the mechanical skills are. We talk about how important the decision-making and the timing is going to be for a lot of the squads out here. But DRS pulled off these things absolutely perfect in this first game. Handling some of those gunfights like pros, their timing were absolutely perfect. They have great numbers behind them. And it's a bit of a shocker for me because we definitely saw their performance at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. And they didn't really give us a lot to talk about, right? They had some good games, but fairly inconsistent with their run. But a game this explosive up against a lineup of squads that's, you know, global level, superstars, multiple-time world champions, it's insane. And you got to respect that out of Nepal. Now, the big question is, of course, going to be whether or not we're going to see the consistent plays out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's really, important to think about not only is just consistency. I'm a big believer that you gotta fail in order to do well. And I think that now that you mentioned the DRS didn't really have a good run, maybe they learned a lot from it. Maybe they picked up the weaknesses and made it way better for here. But again, this is, after all, the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for many of these teams. They're trying to figure out where the drops are, how each team plays, how the rotations are gonna go.
Yeah, and also if you look at it from a standpoint of how much of pressure these squads are under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be because everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers, DRS, the expectations are fairly low. They have got nothing to lose, right? It's the first time they're here on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they don't allow their nerves to catch up with them. It's going to be rough if they do. But if they continue on with this momentum, I think it's going to be a solid run for DRS. They might just be the underdogs that we have been looking out for all of these years. But again, consistency on a stage like this is very difficult to hold on to. We have even seen teams like Fluxo kind of flunk out.
So what more DRS, right? But if they do manage to pull it off, it will definitely be a legendary run.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. You know, coming in, we've seen so many legendary teams just really, you know, find their way almost to the finishing line and then just completely lose their cool. And the thing is, when you have nothing to lose, when you are on a big stage where you're just saying, hey, let's just come in here, have a great time without having to really bow down to the pressure from the bigger teams, you can make your name in history. And at Esports World Cup, everything is earned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team Apex Gaming earlier, the team from India, got knocked out with no placement points whatsoever. Only 2 eliminations to the name. And I feel like this is one of those teams that we can expect to see perform a little. Solara, as we hop on in, these slide rails are going to be attracting many teams to your compound. I think the third-party situation in Solara has always been extremely exciting to watch.
Let's go.
It looks like Gun Dynasty is looking for a big Gun Dynasty is looking for a big fight again with the early clash up against the Malaysians.
Yeah, and it's always going to be super exciting when you go for these early fights. The rest of the map, though, fairly safe other than Delta Isle. Delta Isle right now also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this. As we're rushing forward already, barely alive, as Astro already had turned on that time turner.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 early hot drop. Aurora does have a chance in here if they can manage to flank around and play their strategy well. Trogon in the hands of Jun. Axel, AUG in hand. The sniper of the squad does not have his preferred gun. Jun for the backup. Axel nails him down with a headshot off of the AUG. And it's a great start here for the Malaysian squad. Maybe this is that perfect comeback, that perfect revenge early on. As GD snuffed them out, kicking them out of the lobby. A tad bit too earlier. Benel, again, the super savior of the squad, will hit that double revive, making sure even if Gun Dynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go for that reposition. It's a bit quiet right now. They don't want to do anything. They can see Aurora leaving away from the area. GD, you got to deal with the White Tigers right now.
Backs. Can go back to in hand. Rate of fire is there. The damage questionable for sure. Spots one out. It's the card. And it looks like he's going to be tagging himself in. Beautiful valiant dash. Aim God hopping on in with that backup. And they definitely had the advantage on their side with the numbers. And on the other side, AGAL up against TEC. It looks like AGL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so unlucky to meet them. I just want to say I'm living this proactivity coming in from EVOS. They heard sounds coming through. They go in and just force that third-party fight. But in this situation, I was surprised it didn't go 3 ways. Aurora, this time around, they got knocked a bit too early just now. They want to make up for just now.
Benel versus Aim God. It's a 1v1. Fair fight. Aim God spots him. First shot finds no connection. Benel looking for the quick reposition. But the rest of the EVOS squad, they've entered the compound already, but Nell's in a tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Wolven backing away. Team Apex Gaming, can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions and walk away with the victory here? There is a vending machine in play, and you can see the Apex player already camping away at it in case they need to pull in a quick revival. Raja on the hunt. Sahiljad has been spotted out already. Wolven sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire, flanking around from the right-hand side. Max 7, his own blue wall keeps him in away, and Wolven with a timely time to keep himself in the
TSG versus Falcon.
Oh man, and here comes the firepower from the Falcons, knocking a majority of the DAG players down here. 2 eliminations already done and out here, and now they go for more. DAG is stuck in a corner. 3 players crunching him all alone. The wave from On Fire is here. A 2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, Katie God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side of Falcons. Managed to get a double knock, but the recovery from your 2024 EWC champions, absolutely swift. But Katie God in trouble now. Team Apex Gaming, they've already hit the revive.
Falcon ka.
And they're holding
on.
KD, Riptide rhythm from Katie God just to put a little bit of extra pressure on them. The nade is in his hands. Pina on the chase.
will stay safe still. And now he has an advantage as he hops off of the slide, takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see if he can take him out of the equation. Vending machine right beside, it's a 1v1. Katie God has the better gun in this situation, but Pina absolutely sneaky, just hopping on from the back of the glue wall, taking the shots quickly, hiding away. And from having a disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way till here. Movement was insane coming from this guy.
Oh yeah. Gotta respect Falcons this time, hungry for those points. They obviously wanted a better run in the earlier game, did not find it for themselves. Got kicked out of the lobby with just 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game one for Falcons. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. You just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara. But so far, so good. You see the coins on their side, absolutely stacked up. And TEC, one of the favorites from Bangladesh, alive and kicking with a ton of elimination points already on their side in the Solara game.
Oh man, Barros putting a damage on the GG. Takes a lot of damage, almost getting knocked down here, but moves around the area, cannot survive, and knocked out as well.
Yeah, Barros, great play on the 1v1. Thrill of battle popped in a timely manner, locking him down. And a swift elimination right after. AGL on the prowl, looking for some extra points. But Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswap and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros looking for the backup and the bait and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy taken out of the equation. Barros, you monster.
Oh, it's the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life, and Cypher is the one to turn things around there. Aswap down and out. Gonna try to see where exactly he can go in this situation. Coming in terms of rotations here, a lot of players already inside of the zone, mid-side area. I'm really curious. I'm seeing AGL and Loud there.
AGL, again, this is their 3rd EWC. Just like Buriram, perhaps 3rd time's the charm. David 444 taken out early here. This is one of the prime players out of Gun Dynasty. And Buriram hunting them down one after the other. You messed around with us in the previous game. We could not get to the Booyah. And this time, we will take you out of the lobby early. Buriram says, but can we see a recovery again? But now the super savior of Gun Dynasty keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup right as the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now, the zone has shifted a little bit more here. And in this situation, most players already coming back into the game.
Man, but now, what in the world? This guy...
He has most revivals.
Yeah, he's definitely got the most revivals so far. And it is absolutely brilliant to see him pull off these amazing saves in such an insane lobby on a stage like this. I wonder how is he managing to get things done, and how is he having so many coins on his side? We got to check that out later. He was divine though. 3 eliminations. Aggressive start this time around, but they want more. DRS up against Falcons. They had a phenomenal run in game 1. And Falcons are trying to deny them of that in this game 2. Pina down already. Strowex, fantastic shot. He eliminates Pina from the equation. But no glue wall, but the time turner on his side allows him a quick recovery. K98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble, but Falcons not going to make that mistake just yet.
Doing a due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. And I think DRS is doing, fairly wise to just really back away from this fight.
Yeah.
Now for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's more firepower once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AGL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if they took the slide rail, trying to just cut the distance down with the vehicles. On the other side, Demon Spry, top 16, tagged up already. That Moko giving away his position, and it's too easy for you to go in for the follow-up. Super Sniper turned Russia in the situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many clash squads.
And in this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rails. We saw so many of that happening way too soon. Well, it is fun for us viewers to see it, but for them, it's probably a very, I would say, high-stakes, heart-attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle, which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown beautifully on the Battle Royale scene. And that's just going to be making these snipers so much more deadlier. Long range, short range. They're now becoming all-rounders. But this next circle, though, looking deadly. Falcon scanning out the area of Team Apex. Sahil Jad gets caught in the binocular scan. Pina Racha not waiting. They sustain some shots, but they're going straight in for the elimination. And a 4-man scan here, potentially by the White Tigers. EVOS Divide and a double scan. Probably Aurora as well as Loud. EVOS in trouble. As two teams have got the information on them. Team Apex Gaming on the other hand. Already scanned out by the Falcon squad earlier on, but Falcons are the ones who are in a tad bit more trouble. Sajad looking for the revival, pulls Shoto back into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same run.
I mean, what can you do? Just really survive longer here.
That's it. KD in trouble, out of the pen, into the fire, running straight. Oh, EVOS Divine does not spot him out.
They don't know.
This could just be that survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be a tad bit difficult. Oh, now Thriller battle, GG, bro. I don't know if or not that was super intentional, but KD got now clipped on by the Thriller battle, has got no way to use his active skill. But EVOS Divine not making the mistake of looking for one extra point and potentially sacrificing two of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble, and the veteran experience of EVOS Divine keeping them alive and kicking, but the Rail Soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough three-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well because KD got knocked down as well. As CEC, their compound is being taken away. DRS gonna try to really hunker down here in this situation. Maybe wait out those fights or hoping for an opening to either go in for the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
Yeah, playing on the meta, the AWM, the VSKs, they've got the long-range weapons perfect for Solara. And I will not doubt those M590s are on standby.
One shot, sniper, one shot.
Great rotation by EVOS Divine.
Starting with the DRS.
And just taking the position right below the players of Titan Esports Club. This means Bangladesh is going to have a rough time to get out of their spot, but thankfully the circle still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the conglomeration of the three squads here. EVOS Divine, TEC as well as DRS.
DRS, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's the potential of getting knocked out by TEC from that top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where you just have to wait out things.
Nice play. And now it's just all out annihilation. Messi is multiple teams are so close to each other. Gun Dynasty does not manage the ambush, but Demon's Pride are swapped too low. And the final bullet by Vega takes him out of the equation. David's picked right back up, and again Gun Dynasty is going to be a bit of a troublemaker in the final circle.
Now the wait happens here as we already see that for Aurora surviving a little bit longer this time, and they want to go for this fight against GD. In front of them, they already got it at one pickoff here. Aurora doing very well, fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out Gun Dynasty, you gotta take Benel out of the equation because that man is a miracle worker for these revives. Somehow, he always brings the rest of the team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well, and it looks like Gun Dynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and Loud, this is gonna be a rough rotation for them as everybody else has hopped on in as anticipated earlier on. The next circle finds EVOS, TEC as well as DRS, but now they've got one extra contender. AGAL have found safe haven here in the next circle already. Teams like Falcons, Loud, Buriram, Aurora, they're gonna have to battle it out before stepping into the next zone.
And it is annoying and a very rough area because Tiger does fight one, and here comes the nades as well. The reposition is good. Trap doing huge damage on the members of Buriram United.
One more, baby. And that's just gonna keep them at bay. Get high Excel, looking for the pickup onto Asana, but now outside the zone. He has the electrotherapy though, and that keeps his buddy alive and kicking.
No way.
AGAL on the other hand, annihilate DRS Gaming. Finally, DRS had stayed in there for long enough. They were keeping an eye on EVOS
And AGL with the backstab took advantage of that situation. Wasana's going to get snuffed out as well. And it looks like Buriram again not going to have a fantastic run at the start of our Esports World Cup. Third run, Team Falcons out. The Thai squad dropping like flies one after the other. But AGL looking to represent the nation absolutely strong as they look for a big battle up against Loud potentially right after this.
Yeah, Team Wipeout already as well for Aurora. They've already been eliminated here. As for the White Tigers, trying to find a way to move away from this area. TEC is being so annoying, pressuring them from that top side, not able to move. And they have made a nice mountain to climb over and take this fight face to face.
Yes, that way to heaven. But who goes to heaven? Is it going to be you guys or TEC right above? And smart play by EVOS here. They don't quickly rush on up. They understand that AGL is holding a great prime position right behind them. And they do have the advantage with the move of the circle. AGL will have to keep an eye on Loud. And TEC, they don't need to do much with that high ground. They just need to play fishing here. They do have a prime spot and a big advantage in terms of how that circle is now going to move.
AGL looking really good just now. They move away in the area. Raja's big opening to do is going to put a spanner in the works for AGL. EVOS forced out here, takes the fight too loud.
Shooting the feed. Russia, sneaky play, has got the stealth bites on
the
board as well.
This
is going to be a rough one for Russia if he cannot quickly catch up with the rest of his team members, and great placements of glue walls.
Strategic wall
are the first ones to make that move. TEC is going to be holding back. Up against EVOS as well as TEC, but they've got the double vehicles on their side for the quick reposition. Now this is where Russia can be troublesome as he quickly shoots at those vehicles right now.
Repositioning going to be taken away from them, and now Loud is stuck in a corner. What a shot coming in from Russia, traded out though by Guaxa. But Ray, nice damage on the side as well, taking two fights at the same time.
Oh, AGL and Ray with the God nades hitting a triple, deceiving AGL for the time being. TEC were doing a number on them, but EVOS Divine just ruining the party of EVOS
ने रेड से फोड़ दिए. But loud. अभी पिछला मैच मिलती थी loud.
They take the fight straight up. They understand that they are going to be a problem. Aim gone to the M590. Valiant Dash already used up, and he finds VZP from around the glue wall, looking for another. Annihilates VZP first, and he was Divine looking strong for the booyah.
He's looking so good right now. 15 eliminations already. Already knocked out of the game.
Drone था अभी. अभी drone.
Still alive. What are you going to do
here? Let me focus, guys. Let me focus. अभी क्या था? अबे बाहर होगी TEC, बाहर होगी AGL. EVOS Loud का एक बचा है, AGL का एक बचा है. EVOS के चार, EVOS लेगी भाई. EVOS का बूया.
Amazing run from Titan Esports Club.
AGL पे पुश कर रहे हैं. भाई जंप करके मार दिया भाई.
And they all gang up upon him, playing the game of numbers, looking for the final Loud player out there. No back-to-back booyah for Brazil. EVOS
अबे Loud वाला चढ़ के बैठा है, मार दिया. बूया EVOS का बूया भाई, EVOS का बूया.
Russia putting in the damage and pressure to every single one of these teams. EVOS have been so proactive with these early fights, maintaining the aggression all the way till that last final fight.
Defending champs, not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone, not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the competitions that they hopped on into. But this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion, and they want to prove that the White Tigers are not here to play. They are here to annihilate. Look at these nades, man. I mean, they were a flurry that instantly snuffed out the chances of Titan Esports Club.
You know what's really interesting? In so many interviews, they said, what is our secret weapon? It was Russia. And he did. We saw that pressure coming in from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EVOS Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost out in many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of Gun Dynasty. We saw Rasia being that backup player, that sniper that continuously revived the rest of his team members. But this time, they are not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of their super sniper. They are all playing their role. I think the rotations are so much more tighter. The teamwork is looking solid. And I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad. It's just that strategically, they were trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them and it required multiple clutches from Rasia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Rasia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. EVOS with 41 points, matching up with Loud Sneakers so quickly as well. We've only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely.
अरे क्या हो रहा है यार? अटक गई stream 1 second.
Absolutely. I mean, great. They will not let it go that easy. They're keeping up with the pressure that the competition brings, and they are delivering on every bit of expectation from the Nepalese fans. But here on the second page, you see there's a small little problem. India definitely has got one of the biggest crowds in terms of fan base, but they're not doing too well just yet. Now we've got Carol with the players here. Let's see exactly what the interview has for us. Tash and I will be right back with you.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here. Pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for Loud. Okay, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da Loud já começou o dia com buia. E especialmente com a Buriram no top 4, como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar num segundo lugar nessa última partida. Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa está lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vêm durante alguns meses. Estamos evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem, um top 1 e um top 2. É isso, estamos amassando, manter mais 4 quedinhas aí para cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started EWC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security is way above. And right now, to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path and to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da Loud, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro. Você acha que vocês estão no caminho certo para voltar a colocar a Loud no topo, para de fato vocês voltarem a ser os reis do Free Fire no Brasil?
A gente veio para isso, a gente voltou para fazer a Loud ser campeã mundial, que é o objetivo da Loud e o nosso. E a gente voltou para colocar a Loud no topo, assim como nós também queremos ficar no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing that well in Brazil brings us such great confidence, and we are here for that. We are here to bring the old Loud that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we are going to put Loud for sure on the top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at EWC 2026. For us to finish our interview, I would like to ask, vocês terminaram o Mundial de Free Fire no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês jogarem internacionalmente? Obviamente que vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de um top 5 trouxe mais confiança para
desempenhar bem? E eu acho que foi o que aconteceu no último Mundial. Quando ele acabou, em vez de mim ficar triste e de cabeça baixa, eu falei, a partir de agora, o nosso time aprendeu como jogar o Mundial.
Wow, that's very special. Okay, so reach the Free Fire World Series finals last year in the top 5 gave us such a great and important understanding in what we should do in Free Fire right now. And I told my coach, okay, so right now we are learning even more to play Free Fire. We are in the right path, and I think we are more than prepared to take the world right now, and that's exactly what we came to do here at EWC. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next match. Make the L. And I'm back to you guys at the studio.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the
are so exposed. Falcons can ruin it.
Unbelievable.
Falcons!
What we are seeing in front of us here right now. And the team to end it, Russia, with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know. I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP, and yeah, very lucky.
What made them strong in 2025 was the wonder kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many years he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper. And I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
Esports, this is the time to shine! Everyone, Sergeant, Abuya!
No, I think I feel so confident. We're training so hard in Indonesia, so we're very confident to lift the trophy again.
21 elimination from the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll. And Evo's being taken down.
Ya, setelah di EWC kemarin kita sudah tidak mendapatkan piala-piala lagi, kita tidak bisa ngejuarain turnamen-turnamen berikutnya mungkin karena kita udah lupa siapa kita sebenarnya. Tetapi di hari ini kita sudah ingat siapa diri kita sebenarnya.
If you look at the data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how determined they are to be back-to-back champions, there's a slight possibility. But it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, we've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same dream. Because that dream is alive for the rest, the chances of EVOS Divine doing it back-to-back may be a little lower.
Kalau untuk tim-tim lain sih, kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal tentang tim-tim lain karena itu saya sudah percaya kepada coach saya. Jadi saya tinggal fokus aja main. Nah, itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim lain, ya hati-hatilah karena ini EWC bukan turnamen yang lain. Kalian bisa lihat sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC kemarin. Nah, itu dia, kalian hati-hati aja yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
For anybody that was wondering how EVO's Divine was gonna start Free Fire at EWC 26, boy did we get an answer because they came in hot. By the way, yes, you saw one more person added to this amazing panel that we have, and it's none other than Lace. But Lace, I'm actually not gonna start with you just yet.
I just want to talk to me.
Sorry, because I want to talk about EVOS. And you were wondering how they were gonna be doing. All of us were wondering how they were gonna be doing. They're doing pretty damn good.
They're doing pretty well. I'm kind of relieved actually because EVOS had so many close calls throughout the whole entire first game and it got me worrying. Not something that I want to see obviously, but at least they slowly climbing the elimination points ladder and they fixed what could be perfected on the first game because hey, come the second game, they know exactly what they need to do. And we see Russia obviously as a pivot sniper. He's gonna need more room for him to do dynamic movements and that's exactly what the support gave them. So yeah, it works well for them. EVOS is finally finding the rhythm that they kind of lost the first time. Again, maybe opening game, of course, the nerve is something that maybe we cannot explain. It's something that's always difficult, always hard for anyone at the EWC.
Yeah, they've got that pressure on their shoulders, you know what I mean? They're like, oh no, we've won, we've got to do it again. So like that's got to add on top of this as well. And I guess we saw that in their games too.
Yeah, but now leading the standing with 41 total points and 23 elimination points. I mean, that is crazy. Even you have to admit that.
I mean, it's amazing. Not gonna lie. Seeing the players just chilling back there after getting that booyah and then looking at the keys, they're probably wondering which keys are we gonna be crushing now. But talking about teams that might be possibly crushing some keys, we gotta talk about Loud because my goodness, Loud was another team that started off hot. You could say the first win was a bit given, but boy, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming from the position we're in, they're not really found in the map. I'm really looking forward to how they're going to adapt right right now. They were trying to do the similar approach on that game number 2, but it's just unfortunate that EWC is the one who cut them off on the rotation. Just hanging in the middle of that final circle is one thing that Loud has been doing for the first 2 games, but it's just unfortunate that rotation was not favoring them, and even Launchpad was not on them in that final moment. So it was tough for them to make that rotation.
It definitely was. One thing, I mean, we've been seeing some of these squads now being able to perform well, right? Evo's, Loud. Out of Brazil earlier, you were talking. Out of Brazil earlier, you were talking about.
You know, in different games coming through. So, of course, you know, they're sitting in that kind of middle of the pack at the moment. They are trying to find those eliminations early on. There was actually a moment in the second match where we saw Team Falcons hunting down Team Tag. They were able to take 2 limbs from the team, and they're like, no revivals for you guys. And we just saw them sort of launch over to where Tag was trying to recover the rest of the team and try and get those early eliminations. So, you know, I think they're sitting about, 6th place, 27. It's nothing, you know, at the top with those 41 sorts of points there. But look, they have shown the same kind of consistency that they had, you know, in these previous global series that they had. Sometimes they do incredibly well. Sometimes they choke and aren't flying like a Falcon should. But look, don't take your eyes off Team Falcons, guys, because they are capitalizing on those early eliminations, which are putting those points on the boards. And, you know, they're just looking for that booyah.
Yeah,
they're looking for that later on.
Let's see if they're going to end up getting it, because I'm looking at number 4 here. Gundy Nasty. I mean, 32 points. That's not bad either.
Yes, Gun Dynasty. That first game was definitely something. I did not expect them to do so well. I mean, they have been consistently showing amazing strength and courage and the skill to back it up. So I am just at awe at how amazing Gun Dynasty is performing at the very first game, and sitting at 4th with 22 elimination points surely isn't bad. But I also kind of want to talk about Buriram, AGAL. It's like they're not fully being themselves. I don't know what is happening actually, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in AGAL and Buriram, they're trying their best to study their opponents just yet. Again, it's some of the teams are in here quite fresh.
Yeah.
They haven't met them in Southeast Asia or some of the global tournaments that they have. So they need a little bit of time to study their opponents. And that's what they're doing for most part of the game. First half was just silent, and then towards the end, that's where they tried to put in a little pressure. But at some point, there's still a lot of teams surviving towards that final circle. So third party is Buriram United's one's weakness.
Yeah, I agree, because when I see Buriram United, it's like they're trying so hard to match the Brazil's gameplay, but somehow it bite them back in the process. So it's definitely something that we want to see from Buriram, either from AGAL.
Yeah, and I was talking to Lucifer, actually, one of the casters, that you'll be able to see it later on today. And I was asking him about Tag. You guys were mentioning Tag, how they're just currently not performing too. This squad, he was telling me that this squad tends to start slow, but they picked it up on the second day. Now, earlier, let's rewind it back. You were talking about consistency, right? That's not the consistency that we want to see out of these teams. So now that we got 2 matches done today, we got 4 matches left for this Group A. What are your expectations for Tag?
Actually, my expectation is that they could somehow learn from the mistakes, obviously, because the first 2 games, boy, oh boy, they were a little all over the place, if I can say that. I'm really sorry again.
It's okay. It's our job.
It's our job to say that, because I really want them to do well. I mean, obviously they have quite a name, that a reputation they need to upkeep. So this is just something that I feel very sad about seeing from them. I just hope that they can bounce back and do better.
Well, we'll have to see, though, because judging from that story, if you really need plenty of time, and we're only talking about, 4 days overall, then you'll be lost already at first. And you don't want to be in the bottom 2 of that leaderboard, because true enough, after 2 days, you'll be out.
You'll definitely be out. And you know what? I want you, Lace, to put in your coach mentality. If you're looking at BP from Pakistan, I mean, this squad, a lot of people expected them to do well, especially all the crowd from Pakistan. Right now, they're in last place. If you're the coach, what are you going to go over there and tell them?
I'm telling you to get a boo freaking yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I can tell.
What I'm saying.
I can tell that there's something Lace really want to tell them, but she can't say it on camera.
I gotta be broadcast friendly here, okay? Let me let like the Australian out, please, guys. Let me let it loose. But look, those teams, and this is what we talk. Guys, let me let it loose. But look, those teams, and this is what we talk about when you say, you know, the mental capabilities of these teams. When you sit at that lower of the leaderboard, it is hard to sort of pick it back up and get to those sorts of spots with our AGLs and even like our GDs and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but obviously 4 matches. Purgatory's next. Yeah. I heard Neptune say it. This is heaven or hell. So can they maybe get the heaven then Purgatory?
Okay, Purgatory coming up. What are we expecting, Neptune?
I know. I'm hoping for a skewed flight path and a rough circle. Sorry for the teams out there. I know you want to get it easy right now, but
just like Aurora.
Yeah, I should be asking for the other one, for the reverse, because what I did to Aurora right there was just definitely jinxed them.
I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, okay? We got 2 more matches coming up before you probably end up seeing us. Overall, 4 more matches here for Group A. Would you like to change your pick from Aurora?
Oh my God.
I gotta give him a chance.
I'm scared for you, really.
Yeah.
Would you like to curse any other team, sir?
Actually, I don't want to curse any teams anymore, because it's very getting very dangerous right now. This is a big stage, and if I'm being blamed of them not getting into the next stage, so I don't know, but I'm still cheering on for Aurora. Hopefully this time it's just a first game jinx, and then the rest will be quite well, because even in game 2, we've seen them perform well. So first day jitters or first game jitters, that's what they might have felt, but yeah, let's see if they can get that booyah.
That's exactly
I see you smiling on it. She's like,
yeah, I mean, talking about the first day is always unpredictable, right? Because of the jitters, the nervousness, the pressure that they have. But yeah, going into the 3rd and the 4th game, I think a lot of things needed to change. And Purgatory is actually a map that is a little forgiving on that. It's a great place for a reset. So I'm just so excited to see what the teams are going to bring.
And we have seen some of the other squads, right? Especially going back to the first game, AG. AG did great. I mean, this is one squad that you guys were picking as a surprise to be able to do good here. Boy, did they surprise us in the first game.
Yeah, one thing that the personality of AG is trying to keep away from all those engagement. Yeah. If they can bathe onto outside of circle on the 3rd, 4th phase of that map, then they will do so. And even with a team booster that we have, the out of zone buff that is available, say they will be able to soak up in there, just get their position, because do really need that time to get information as a sniper of the squad, and also the launch pad. That's the angle that needs to take right there was just difficult, especially if you have 7 or 6 or 7 teams remaining on 4th to 5th phase of the circle.
So what you're saying, we're seeing AGL probably follow their same format coming out of match 1, because they did land uncontested in our first map, and then they, GD that we saw, who is just an absolute heavy hitter, they were kind of sneaking on down to AGL, and AGL's like, no, we need a little bit of space. So that's what you're saying. Match number 3, they're going to need their space, and then that's where they fly.
Okay, you know what? You got lucky, because I was going to have you pick a team, and I was going to see if you would end up cursing a team, but I'm being told Game 3 is ready, so why not? Let's send it to AJ and Tash, and maybe they'll be willing to curse a team or encourage them.
Yeah, thanks, Devin. You know what? I don't think we're going to be cursing any squads. In fact, we are going to be blessing them with a little bit of extra luck out there. You know, in the first 2 games, we did see consistency from the reigning defending champions, EVOS Divine, as well as the Brazilian squad, Loud. But there are a couple of teams down at the bottom. I'm hoping to see more from this time round. I think that the panel called them out earlier. Tag, Team Apex Gaming. The Indian squad hasn't really been having a smooth run out there. But Purgatory is a huge map. Tons of compounds out there. You can play avoidance of majority of these initial engagements. And this could just be the kind of break the Tag needs. But that is going to be purely dependent on if or not they're going to be able to avoid the early hot drops.
Yeah, I really want to also say that some teams take a while to really heat up, right? Yeah. Especially since today and tomorrow, they have a little bit of a leeway, just really find their footing. I think, like what Conchita said, they're nervous, they're a little bit more I would say,
TSG
pressured. But now as you go to third map,
है
now things should just ease up.
Absolutely. And again, Team Apex Gaming in a little bit of a pickle. They've got two monsters right beside them. One from LATAM. Gun Dynasty has been cooking the squads that they come across in the early parts of the game so far. They've got the binoculars used up already. Scanning out multiple players. Falcons scanning the area as well. On fire and Racha just at the perimeter looking to play third party. And perhaps this is that one big blessing that Team Apex Gaming is going to get from this equation. Maybe having Falcons a little bit closer to Gun Dynasty will give them an advantage to survive this initial battle.
Yeah, Dio already brought back into the game quickly. Shoto barely
Tech's out.
Live, yeah. Oh man.
How in the world did we lose Titan Esports Club before even hopping on into the game here? Unbelievable. 19 points, and they do not have anything from this game. But Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, they're going to go in here for the annihilation. But now, punishing KD God and the super survivor, super reviver of the Gun Dynasty squad, looking for more. Will miss Shoto. With the valiant dash,
let's go.
But now out with the match.
He was
the guy that's responsible to bring the team back into the game, and now he has been brought in here. Now Tag has an idea where exactly everyone is. Reboss has joined in on the fight as well. Still waiting in the wings for the right, I think, opening. Just really joined in, but now on fire, finding Wolvin already, and this off angle by Rasha could be nasty for the Falcons players.
Team Apex Gaming, all the blessings in the world. See, I told you, panel, we were going to bless them, not curse them. With all the blessings in the world, they get to avoid the initial encounter. We thought Falcons was going to be a little bit of a problem to deal with, but the White Tigers have dropped on in to say hello. You turning the table on them. Aim got taken out of the equation already. Apex, the electrotherapy is on connection. But unfortunately for the rest of the Falcons players, they will not be able to get out of this pinch. Shoto now tossing in the grenade. Can he find more? And it's just going to be the ice grenade that gives him a little bit of an advantage here. What a knock on to Ray. Shoto, Team Apex Gaming not running away, staying and taking a fight right through that.
Let's go.
And it started off with Tag with the Shoto putting the damage. He was
Yeah, Chuck the India, baby.
Let's go, India, baby.
India. From across. Can they get more? Gun Dynasty trying to take a little bit of revenge here onto Team Apex Gaming. Two players out of the equation already, but on the other side of things, TC was the battle up against Paradox earlier, and Windy did a number on them. Connected to the electrotherapy. Was down, almost taken out, but he got the triple on them to knock them out of the lobby early.
That is almost surgical when you think about it, how they're moving around together as a team. Meanwhile, Tag already on 6 eliminations here. Wolven's now back into the game.
6 eliminations,
TG. As Falcons as well is in trouble. There we go. Pina now out.
TG GD का बंदा आ गया.
They caught us up with what happened to GEC in the earlier parts of the game, and it's great to see Africa stepping up their gameplay out there. But Team Apex Gaming, talk a little bit about some step up out there, baby. 7 eliminations already, and they're looking for more. Buriram fighting the players on the side of DP. Madara straight down to the ground, taken out of the equation already. Get high and Moshi looking for more. Top 16 though has got the vending machine right behind him, but does he have the coins to bring back his buddies?
Now in this situation here,
TG
Jonas
के 4
was
बंदे हो गए.
barely
8
trying to
eliminations.
stay
ओए
here,
8
but even
eliminations
then,
हो गए
look at his
TG के.
rotations. I dig that for
Let's
DP,
go, bhai.
the easiest way to
TG
move
on
around
top,
this is just
guys.
really stay alive and move away from the area.
Okay, to answer my own question, he did not have enough coins. Madara's not going to be brought right back in.
Coins लगते हैं क्या recall करने के लिए? Coins लगते हैं शायद से recall करने के लिए. अभी पता चला क्या? Thank you Kasper भाई, thank you.
To find a little bit of a reset. You will find Paradox
sniping
down, sniping
Let's go. Yes, Esports.
One not intended. Windy gonna get the win knocked out of him. One definitely intended. And AGAL getting a number down on them. Paradox, can he continue to survive? And Patel is again, continuously reviving the rest of his team members. He's pulling a razzia on the rest of the world here for the LATAM squad.
You know, I really am curious, like toward the end of this tournament, how many Benel would have revived, and would it be a world record to see how many he would be able to do so. Now the rest of GD also back into the game as well. Look at this middle side of the map here. That's like what, 4 teams hanging around there. Buram United, PDX, Aurora, even DRS somewhere close by. DP, AGAL. It's a monster of fights.
Man, Ezreal, wrong move there.
But one shot mara kya?
For sure, up against 2 players,
भाई ऊपर देखो टीम के नाम आ रहे हैं ऊपर.
Snaps him right out of it.
आओ कभी हवेली पे अरे आएंगे लेक्सस भाई की क्या हाल है लेक्सस भाई कहीं और चले गए क्या सीन
Electrotherapy connected to the rest of his buddies, but if Alu gets taken out early here, DRS is going to be in a little bit of a pinch without their support player. But Prateek is in a great position with the Car 98, should be able to have a tad bit of an advantage here, but the angle's just not working out for them. DRS wants to reposition, and thankfully Buriram is actually not going in for the hunt. They're looking to reposition and find a safer haven for themselves instead.
Yeah. Buram United always like to try to surviving super early as well. AGL Cypher does get one over on the other end. Got me a bit nervous, but Buram United, I saw some shots coming toward them. I think Loud was really hot at their heels right then. But Buram United, if they do move forward, they will be running up against DP. Loud on the other end, just putting in damage to the PDX and AGL players.
Again, shout out to the team in the back. The observers have been on fire. Thank you very much for making sure you guys catch all of the action out there.
यही पता चला है स्नाइपर वाला गेम में कुछ चल ही नहीं रहा होता
the lobby today. And like you said, we've got too many squads in this next circle, and that's exactly what Purgatory has been able to give us for quite a bit. Stroex and Rasya leading the eliminations, and Benel actually keeping up with them. With the damage out there, I mean, Benel, what a superstar. Super survivor, super rescuer, reviving the squad multiple times. Also one of the rushers of the squad, bringing in the numbers through eliminations for the squad. This is the best that we have seen out of them, and I feel like they're giving us the consistency that we usually look for. But Team Apex Gaming, great start. Can they continue against the champions of 2024? Falcons right in front of them, but Falcons are spread out. This is a big advantage for Team Apex Gaming.
कितनी बार रिकॉल हो सकते हैं ये बताओ माइकी भाई रिकॉल कितनी बार हो सकते हैं इसमें रिकॉल कितनी बार हो सकते हैं वो बंदे मरते जाते मरते बार-बार रिकॉल हो जाते हैं देखा मैंने कोई लिमिट नहीं होती क्या भाई फैल्कन वर्सेस टीएजी
They gotta be careful. Team Apex Gaming needs to slow down the pacing here. Get that info and then play the positions well. Because the flank on the side of Falcons might just be exactly what gives them the victory over Team Apex Gaming. And as requested, Team Apex Gaming says hasta la vista, putting a little bit of a distance between themselves and Falcons. Pina a sliver of health on it, but no finish it just yet. Double tagging them up, and India do give away their position. Perfect Thompson play, knocking down on fire. Raja with the M590.
अरे कौन किसको मार रहा है भाई कोई बता दो यार
was played perfectly by India.
कौन चाहिए पर पर्सन 600 एक रिकॉल के लिए 600 कौन चाहिए
Here Raja is alone in the corner. On fire's back in the game already.
Shoto
Raja in the corner and taken
let's go भाई
eliminated already here.
अबे पैन कर रहा है भाई
boy Shoto's on fire. Team Apex Gaming right back in it.
Hasta la vista baby let's go hasta la vista
Corona right out there. Pina with the support play.
अरे यार बुलविन को पकड़ लिया भाई
Team Apex Gaming they've got
केडी
the
गॉड को भी
machine
पकड़
out here
लिया
outside the circle.
अबे फैल्कन की रिवाइव हो गए
right here right
साहिल
now.
भाई
The eliminations are looking good, but Falcons are not going to get taken down that easy. Shoto with the flank.
Shoto ने मारा
Shoto's on fire, and Team Apex Gaming will survive.
I love Shoto, how aggressive, how confident he was in taking up that
eliminations हो गए भाई TAG के let's go भाई 12 eliminations में 12 पॉइंट ना
The revives are on board as well. Team Apex Gaming on Purgatory. We talked about them having a little bit of extra room to breathe, and with that extra bit of oxygen in their system, they are on fire. And Falcons now on the revival.
Falcons के दो बंदे अभी रिकॉल कर रहा है हाँ रिकॉल कर लिया
Falcons though on a little bit of a reset. Buriram close to their compound.
भी रिकॉल हो गए
I don't think
The World Champs will be looking to take the fight up against them. Falcons standing out their area with the binoculars. They counter binocular used here, potentially by either EWC or put it up. As the players on the side of DP slowly makes their way in, AGAL looking for that backstab. Not intentionally, they can find one. But they're not gonna second guess their movements at all. They want to take DP out of the equation here before they take away their defensive spot as well.
Zone जा सकते
I am curious to see how exactly the rotation is going to come in for TAG. They're so far away from everyone else, but this late rotation could potentially benefit them. Letting everyone take this fight early. Let's go. Here as well. One knockdown. Top 16 also almost following suit here. And AGL knowing this, quick reposition forward, and DRS Takuri now knocked down.
Oh, Gun Dynasty coming across DRS. Wrong timing here for the Rail Soldiers. But Pratik and Stroex turning things around. And 590 takes down our swap. And this is AGL interfering. Perfect timing. And DRS in a little bit of a pickle. Stroex, can you get away? Even if you do, can you get enough coins to play recovery? All alone now for the side of the Rail Soldiers. And Gun Dynasty under the crosshairs of Team Loud. The recovery is going to be close to impossible here for Gun Dynasty. If they pull it off somehow without Benel, it is going to be a miraculous run for Schwab.
Just really waiting things out right now. Kiroro is here with Falcons. They have like a nice, I think, off angle to play with, but not even close to get into that circle. You have to take this fight against EVOS, which is going to be so annoying. Even Stroex, look how far back he has to move away from the area just to survive.
Okay. A little bit of a slower pace. And scanning out 4 players on the side of EVOS as well. Good binocular once again from the side of Falcons, but what can you do with that extra bit of information? You can't flank around too far off to the left and tank a lot of the damage, putting yourself out in the open. So Falcons are going to actually go in for a direct approach here. And clearly Abex, the M249X in hand, will not worry at all about losing his bullets. He can spray, barely needing to pray. But Team Apex
versus BRU.
I hope you've said your prayers already. You're coming close to one of the biggest dominators in the competition, who are not really on fire just yet. So maybe that's going to be the blessing here.
अगर ये fight निकाल ली ना भाई टीम मजा आ जाएगा भाई मजा आ जाएगा अबे BRU पूरी वो है पता है बंद हो रखी है एक जगह पे वो बाहर कैंप कर रहे हैं टीजी वाले क्या बात है
But Buriram not going anywhere. They want to take this fight and they're waiting for Team Apex Gaming to break down those blue walls so they can have an advantage.
And meanwhile over on this side here, EVOS
बार मार दिया टीजी ने
the Falcons out of that circle. Pina finds his angle, puts the damage onto aim, got repositioned, but hard to do anything as EVOS collapses onto the members of the Falcons on fire, barely alive. One member knocked down as well. Moving together, the double swings are too much to deal with.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. Falcons can get all the information they want off of the binoculars, but they were just in a rough spot positionally. Could not flank around to the left. EVOS would have sniped them out of the waters instantaneously. Had to take a straightforward fight because of the damage of the circle, and EVOS just had the better position. The Rail Soldiers on the other hand, there's nowhere else to go. Gun Dynasty still alive and kicking with the 2 players. No revives possible for them, but they're now trying to play the placement point. Aimgod looking for the reposition. Rastia tagged up already. Stroex single-handedly trying to take down as many players as possible from the side of EVOS. But the jig is up. The moment Gun Dynasty closes in on him, DRS might just be that extra point.
EVOS Indonesian team है जो पिछली बार
comes Ray as well. Stroex taking a lot of damage already hanging in this corner. He's stuck here. Either you go down to the zone or you go out in the open and you crunch between 2 different teams. But he's not going to stop trying though. He spots Rasha, goes a bit too wide, and the rest of EVOS, they're just going to wait for him to come out in the open.
Yeah, he's got the mini launcher on his side. He can quickly reposition, but potential to be sniped out of the air is high here. Now the zone's going to catch up with him as well. He's probably not running the team boosters. And he's going to sustain a ton of damage off of that. Still playing it safe. One with Mother Nature. Finding some cover right behind the tree.
अब ठीक है स्ट्रीम का अभी ठीक है स्ट्रीम का या और कम करूं या थोड़ा ज्यादा करूं स्ट्रीम का बताऊं जो स्ट्रीम का वॉइस बताओ और मेरा वॉइस तो आ ही रहा है
keeping the players of AGAL and Buriram far away from each other. And the engagement between these 2 titans will not break out just yet.
स्ट्रीम का बढ़ाऊं तो नहीं ना, स्ट्रीम का परफेक्ट है, स्ट्रीम का बढ़ाने की जरूरत तो नहीं है ना।
EVOS just kind of just moving around the zone right now, trying to see whether I can get some pickoffs. Excuse me, they maybe can just stay away from these fights. Speaking of fights here, BRU up against AGAL. The only thing separating them is just this wall.
Done seen. Mikey.
Eventually, Dew will fall. It's going to be Apex with a great
BRU versus AGAL.
Okay, a couple of grenades over the wall could be a big one, but Buriram calls for the bolt.
Buriram naam
now. It's going to be that pressure for both AGAL as well as EVOS Divine. Loud going to be hopping on into the battle as well, but Waka eliminated from the equation before he can even make a play. And a counter lightning zone called upon Buriram as well. Two teams with the bolt maker out there. EVOS Divine with a big brain play off of those monster trucks. Extra layer of defense here for them. You can blow it up, but you cannot touch them just yet.
Yeah, Nameless get knocked out here. Nasha goes for
Oi, need. Abhi need kya na? ओ भाई भाई EVOS यहाँ से मार रही है, बुरेराम वहाँ से मार रही है। AGL तो भाई खत्म हो गई, लास्ट बंदा बचे AGL का। भाई बुरेराम से EVOS का 4v4 है भाई। कितनी वॉल लगा रखी हैं, कितनी ग्लू वॉल लगा रखी हैं। ये एक डाउन हुआ शायद EVOS का, रिवाइव हो गया, हील हो रहा है वो।
Or will Buriram ruin the party here for EVOS? Either way, EVOS will still stay at the top of the leaderboard. Looking at their consistency so far. Valiant Dash breaking down their own defense.
अभी कैसे एक दूसरे को लेके जंप कर रहे हैं भाई। EVOS का डाउन एक, बुरेराम ले जाएगी क्या? अबे EVOS का दूसरा नॉक, EVOS का लास्ट बचा शायद, EVOS का लास्ट बचा है। हाँ EVOS का लास्ट बचा है, मार देगा ये। ओ भाई बुरेराम का आ गया भाई, बूया आ गया बुरेराम का भाई। बट EVOS भाई वो ले गई भाई, पॉइंट्स ले गई वो अच्छे खासे। वो पिछला मैच बूया निकाले और वो पॉइंट्स ले गई।
The champion here at the Esports World Cup. Could this be the year for Buriram United Esports?
Buriram United
we
Esports.
Talked about how
Oh my
Russia
God.
was that super sniper on the side of EVOS. We saw
Oi,
the
oi, oi.
amazing plays
क्या
from
बात
him.
है?
But
W.
we cannot forget the one and only Moshi, baby. I fell in love with the snipers because of this guy, and he is back. This is his meta. This is his time to shine once again, and he cleaned up the battlefield in the final sequence.
Honestly, every single one of these members for the teams, I think really stood out to me as well. But that final few picks coming from Moshi just completely cleaned up house and turned the tides for this team. Personally, for me, I saw the pressure coming in toward EVOS Divine, and I thought they have high capabilities of turning around the
EVOS
tide.
थोड़ी कॉर्नर्ड हो गई, पता है वो दो बंदे एक साथ पिक ऑफ हो गए। फिर लास्ट वाली नेक्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट टाइम क्या है एक्टिव भाई? शायद से एक मिनट।
Jonah, who I think is the most decorated player
5-10 पे हो जाएगा,
as far as his career
5-10 पे हो जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट। तब तक का ब्रेक रहता है हर मैच में, 5-10 मिनट का ब्रेक रहता है, मैक्सिमम 10 मिनट्स का ब्रेक होता है, उससे ज़्यादा का ब्रेक नहीं होता दो मैच के बीच में। 5-10 पे स्टार्ट होगा अगला मैच। यस देखो ये EVOS के एक को यहाँ मारा, फिर एक को वहाँ मार दिया, वो डबल पिक ऑफ हो गई भाई।
been very kind to the squad so far.
No, I completely agree with you. There are just so many times that I think the Southeast Asian talent that we always say Buriram United is going to be the one at the very top. They always start off very hot, I believe.
Yeah.
But then after a while, you start to see them waver a little bit. I'm wondering how this year would change for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end, it was more of a hunting game. The players just looking for those shots. And Moshi, as the sniper of the squad, just not holding back at all, right? Just taking the fight straight up to them. The M82B got a little bit of a bump recently on the OB update, and these guys are not doubting it at all in terms of usage. Now, we've got a few commercials to play. Tash and I will be right back with you after the panel catches up with you guys.
अरे क्या हो गया? वही स्ट्रीम है ना ये?
Popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you Becgao and Cyrus.
एक मिनट चैट, एक मिनट। कोई बीटी ना हो जाए इसलिए मैं वापस चला रहा हूँ, एक सेकंड दो। यही स्ट्रीम है, यस यही स्ट्रीम है.
Áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa?
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui lên hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây.
Indonesian शायद से. I'm
Cũng
just
trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in
अगले
Paris
मैच
to
में थोड़ा
attend EWC 26
कास्टिंग हो
Free
जाए. डन
Fire.
सीन भाई ट्राई
Okay,
करते हैं.
so I
डन
can
सीन
see in
कर
the
देंगे.
comment
कोई सीन
section
नहीं है.
thì không biết là
Đan
từ
xin
nãy
này.
đến giờ mọi
कर
người
देंगे,
thì ở
casting
hai
try
trận
करते हैं,
đấu
चलो.
rồi. Thì không biết là cả bác gấu và cả Sarah cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hưng phấn và có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của Team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series EWC đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của EWC, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của Ghana Free Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, cho xin trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ. Yes, sir.
Cảm ơn bác gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong hai trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus sẽ đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau hai trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more.
India, guys,
and
India.
I'm very excited
Let's
to
go.
see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after two matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the group. And I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team. And I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support your team.
Continue to support your team, guys. Continue to support your team.
We had to make sure we got away from some of our other analysts because I know that we're hyped. The Border Ram has finally showed up. They got the booyah, and this is what we were expecting out of the three-time world champs.
Exactly. I mean, it's champions against champions right now. One taking the global finals, one taking the EWC. So you would expect really fire gameplay out of that final game, out of the final match, final circle. AJL though, I mean, I think like we just looked away, and then the moment that we look back, they were out. So the final two teams, 4v4, it was just phenomenal. But I'm also looking forward to how Lao is going to recover right now, because I think they were pushed down a little bit too hard this time. And Rim United, after getting that booyah, they just catapulted themselves up.
Do you think they're going to be, especially for Loud, right? Do you think this is the next game? It's time for them to bounce back because we're seeing consistency once again out of EVOs.
Yeah, I mean, EVOs being a top 3 in 2 games or 3 games already is enough. Like, if you want to be in there, just an easier ticket to stage 3, then that's what they need right now. Compared to their Southeast Asia, right? And they always go for the longer route, the longer days, like even not skipping a day because they're there at the bottom going into elimination before the grand finals, before point rush. So I'm loving this version of EVO's Divine right now. Probably it's because of the crowd giving them more energy.
True, and this is the halfway point as well for Group A on day 1 of Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26. Now, out of all the squads, right, we're hyping up the squads that are doing good. Let's talk about some of the other squads that needed to improve on that third game. And one of them that ended up improving, at least for my liking, had to be tagged. Boy, this squad was finally able to start putting up some eliminations on the board, and this is what we're expecting them. I know is expecting even more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about
3
that
मैच बचे ना
earlier
शायद इस
before the
ग्रुप
game
के
started,
पता नहीं यार
and then
मुझे
we saw them
शेड्यूल
perform.
वगैरह देखा
So
नहीं
it's a good thing
मैंने
as well
जितने भी
that
मैच
it
बचे हैं
only
भाई
took them a couple of games
TAG निकाल ले भाई.
for
I
their
hope TAG
warm-up
निकाल ले.
before they will bring it on, because being at the bottom two or almost the bottom two, that's not a place that you want to be, even if you still have another day to play. So you don't want to risk it. At least bring yourself halfway to what is intended, and then that's when you play. If you don't like, that's when you gauge. If you really don't want to show that much performance, just go in there in the skirts of what is needed to get the next stage.
Yeah, and the good thing too, like going in regards to
EWC,
in regards to Baar United, now that are starting to get all these points, right? One thing that is going good for this squad, yeah, they're performing well, they're being consistent, but they're just sponging up all those points at the top. And don't forget, once we finish tomorrow from Group A, the top 4 will be going to Champion Rush Finals. And the last
Champion
2
Rush
will be going home, and in between they'll be going to survival. But that sponge of points there from the top is kind of just making everything even tighter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's difficult for them to really catch up. Like, because of the huge lead that you have right there, it's making it like hard for the teams to really catch up, and it's also demeaning at some point. Like, you will see your team at the bottom trying and struggling that much to bring in the numbers, and then you see the top wherein you, even if you still have one day, but everyone is competitive at this point. You want to get closer and closer to where you're intended to be, to skip one day and just watch everyone play.
Yeah, and from this map that we just saw, Purgatory, remember, this is one that you were looking to see some crazy stuff. I gotta ask you, were you happy with what we saw there out of Purgatory, or do you want to see more madness?
Well, definitely more madness, more chaos with a K. Because Purgatory, like, I'm not giving that most of the opportunity for a skewed flight path, the like ruining for final circle, but at least the teams
guys,
are
जितने भी लोग
treating
स्ट्रीम में
it
नए
as
लाइक कर दो,
it's a
सब्सक्राइब कर
skewed
दो.
flight path. The early engagement
मैच स्टार्ट
is
होने वाला
happening,
बस
a lot of
अभी
teams trying
4th
in
मैच
and
स्टार्ट
to
होने
go
वाला है,
in
ठीक
and
है.
out for battle.
अभी
And that's
लास्ट
what
मैच में
makes it
टीएजी ने भाई
exciting,
क्या
because
खेला भाई.
it's-
12
they're just
एलिमिनेशंस
playing it
ब्रो,
with
12
the
एलिमिनेशंस.
spirit
लेट्स
of
गो.
the map itself.
इंडियन टीम
Yeah,
नॉमिनेशन
and now, going to the
आएगा
last
आएगा
3
धीरे
games
धीरे
here,
आएगा
Group
भाई.
A,
पहली बार
right?
गई है कोई फ्री फायर की
Earlier
टीम
we were
बाहर.
talking about
Proud.
we wanted to see
पहली
them
बार
being
कोई
able to
फ्री फायर
step
टीम
up. I
3
know we
टीम्स
have a
बाहर
team
गई
from
एक साथ.
Pakistan as well that, I mean, we want them to see step it up because they just have such a passionate fan base back at home. I want you to tell me a team that you're going to be looking at, especially this next 3 matches, to either continue to be consistent the way they have been, or that you might see some fluctuation on their performances.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Paradox Gaming. Currently, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but at some point, we've seen the aggression as well from their regional. So it's something that they can bring to the table a little bit early this time instead of waiting for the second day. And also, some of the consistency that we've seen from DRS Gaming, because the Real Soldiers Gaming is one of those
नया
that we
स्ट्रीम पे
didn't
लाइक
expect
कर दो,
would show
सब्सक्राइब
up.
कर दो.
First time in EWC, first time in Global.
और मुझे सजेशन दो यार, कौन सी गेम मुझे खेलनी चाहिए स्ट्रीम पे. क्या देखना पसंद करोगे सारे.
And they're really doing well. I don't know if this is the full extent of their performance, or they're just still biding and waiting for the opportunity to bring the fire on.
I mean, they just got to put themselves in that position where they can actually just claw at that booyah like Baar United Esports was able to do on that last one. Wasana was one of the players that I know Conchita really wanted to see them being able to step up in their performance and actually perform for their squad. Is there any player or any 2 players that in the next 3 matches you're going to be keeping a close eye on because you want them to impact the game in a positive way
I can
for
try.
their team?
Yeah, one thing I'm really looking at, especially if Wasana's involved, you have Get High in there.
यार बीजे में खेलता था यार. गायरोस्कोप कितनी गंदी आदत है. मैं FF कैसे खेलूंगा.
And also Moshi in there. I can try भाई. Backlines. Depending on the map though, if we go into a map where
honestly बता रहा हूँ, खेल लूँगा, खेलने में वाला प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. दिक्कत है खेली नहीं जाएगी और इतनी भी नहीं खेली जाएगी कोई बैठ के मेरी स्ट्रीम देखे. कोई देखेगा ही नहीं. मैं भी खेल रहा हूँ, मैं फ्री फायर खेलता हूँ. अरे यार समझो यार, मैंने 3 साल स्पोर्ट्स को दिया है, 6 साल गेम को दिया है. आज भी बीजे में खेलता हूँ तो अच्छा खासा मार ही लेता हूँ. 3 महीने बाद अभी स्ट्रीम कर रहा था बीजे में. स्ट्रीम कर रहा था मैं बीजे में. 3 महीने बाद खेला बट फिर भी मार लिया. माइनक्राफ्ट यार बस 2-3 लौंडे, 1-2 लौंडे या 2-3 लौंडे हो जाए ना माइनक्राफ्ट खेलने के लिए. मैं माइनक्राफ्ट अब भी खरीद के खेल लूँ. मतलब अभी तो नहीं खेलूंगा, अभी तो स्ट्रीम चल रही है. मैं माइनक्राफ्ट खरीद लूंगा और खेलनी शुरू कर दूंगा। मेरे को 1-2 लौंडे चाहिए यार साथ खेलने के लिए, वही प्रॉब्लम है। 1-2 लौंडे चाहिए साथ खेलने के लिए। मैं अच्छा खासा कंटेंट निकाल लूंगा माइनक्राफ्ट से, मुझे पता है।
Three more games, okay? Your group is gonna be coming up. Hopefully you guys brought the drums, you brought that Brazilian
यो रेक्टिक बॉय, क्या सीन? बढ़िया प्रबल, बढ़िया, क्या हाल है? मैं और मेरे लोग आ जाएंगे। रंजी ने बनाते हैं फिर प्लान। कौन सी वाली है? टी लॉन्चर वाली है या खरीदी हुई पेड वाली है माइनक्राफ्ट आपके पास?
Storyline coming from them, because from what we've said, from what we've seen as well, there's a lot of disappointing.
प्रबल माइनक्राफ्ट खेलेगा? टी लॉन्चर ठीक है, टी लॉन्चर वाली खेल लेंगे। मुझे बताओ एसएमपी वगैरह क्या सीन होता है? एसएमपी वगैरह कैसे खेल सकते हैं? टी लॉन्चर से खेल सकते हैं एसएमपी? या उसके लिए पेड ही चाहिए होती है? हाँ सिखा दियो, अरे सिखा देंगे, तो बस डाउनलोड मार लियो लैपटॉप पे। हाँ खेल सकते। तो कोई भी एसएमपी मेरे दोस्त का है, एक यूट्यूबर है, उसका एसएमपी है, वो खेल लेंगे। सर्वर मिल जाएगा फ्री में, डन सीन है। अभी ये स्ट्रीम कब तक चलेगी? 8 बजे तक या 7, 7:30 तक चलेगी ये शायद। उसके बाद देखता हूँ मैं 8 बजे शायद माइनक्राफ्ट के साथ लाइव आ जाऊंगा, माइनक्राफ्ट वगैरह सेटअप करके, या फिर कल लाइव आ जाऊंगा माइनक्राफ्ट के साथ रात को 8 से 11।
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very sure
लॉन्चर है मेरे पास।
the fans
अच्छा,
out there are excited to see their teams perform out here on the battles, but it is definitely a big question mark for some of the
आज ये
squads.
प्रबल
You look at Paradox Gaming,
पुलक
you
के
look
साथ
at
तो
how
खेलना
they're
ही होगा
doing
तूने
out there
कभी
so
प्रबल।
far. I feel like the gunfights in Purgatory were so much better,
ओ भाई
but
पांडा।
they're still having their first day jitters full on.
ओके कल
I wanna
करते
see a
हैं,
little bit of
क्योंकि
an
आज
improvement as we head on into this game number 4.
आज एफएफ का प्लानिंग हो रहा था। डन सीन है भाई, कि भाई डन सीन है, कल करते हैं, ठीक है? कल करते हैं, कल।
As we go into the day, yes, 2 days, but already for Group A, we're halfway through. 3 more maps to go before they go on a break for the rest of the day, and then come back tomorrow.
सुबह मैं बीजीएमआई या जीटी ऑनलाइन कर लूंगा, दोपहर को ये कर लूंगा, रात को माइनक्राफ्ट कर लेंगे। फुल डे स्ट्रीम भाई, डन सीन है।
So this could just be exactly what turns their fate around here on day 1. You don't really want to be depending on day 2 to find that recovery back into the competition. And you sure as hell don't want to be at the bottom 2 spots, because that is straight up relegation tomorrow if that is where you're going to end the day on. But as we head on into game number 4, it's time for some next terror.
Game number 4, let's
so
go।
many different bits and bobs parts of this maps. Oh, how he's gonna go, and on top of that,
Start
as well,
हो गया,
we are
अभी
still
map
seeing,
भी आ
I think,
गया।
somewhat of a hot drop here. Looking here, we have PDX. I think toward the Deca square with another team. I'm not too sure. I can't really see who exactly is that. I believe it's DRS.
Russia leading the leaderboard right
Russia.
now with elimination.
Russia.
16 points.
Russia
personally
भाई, last
delivered
year
by
champion
the
भाई।
super sniper, the Wonder Kid, still the Wonder Kid. And I think nobody else is going to be taking away the title from him. No one
Group
else
A
has
का
shown
match
the
है
kind of
अभी।
determination, the kind of hunger, as well as the performance that Russia has shown us ever since he stepped onto a stage like this. But Loud, once again, looking to do exactly that as they play a little bit of Clash Squad up against Falcons.
There's a lot of things going on over there as well. You see On Fire reposition himself a little bit more further forward, keeping his head down here, because there's a lot of pressure that they're putting on him as well. His teammates are super close as well. So if anything, he's just buying
19 point है
time, but his
TNG के।
teammates, I think, shouldn't be a
8th
problem
पर
to
है
get
अभी।
him back into the game if he does
Top
go
4
down
teams
fairly
qualify
early. But if
होंगी।
anything, the best case scenario for Falcons, well, you still only
52
want
है
one kill before
4th
you
team
get
के
knocked down here, but
points,
BCP is
52।
tracking him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And
एक मैच जरूरी है, पता है अभी यहाँ से एक मैच जरूरी है।
battle because Falcons, most of them out of this rush down area. The rotations are coming on through, and it looks like Loud wants that big flank to find the extra point off of the Falcon player. We'll catch up with them later on as Buriram spots out Demon's Pride, top 16, about to be tagged up. Jonah has got the M24 in hand, just no angles to work off of it just yet.
अभी उतर रहा है।
Dynasty on the other hand with a very
फिर वो
early reset.
उड़ के आया ये।
Pulling back one player back in here, and with a phenomenal flank On Fire, finally taken out of position there. HEAL, one player down on the ground. The battle
चलो कास्टिंग करते हैं, भी कास्टिंग करने का प्लान
does
था।
not end well here for Gun Dynasty.
और यहाँ AGL TC के ऊपर अपना दाव बनाते हुए क्या AGL TC को डाउन कर पाएगी?
proactive with these early fights as well.
Oh my God, so many. Oh my God, पीछे ही पड़ गए TEC के प्लेयर के, डाउन कर दिया है, फिनिश कर दिया है. रिकॉल हुआ, रिकॉल हुआ. अच्छा, और यहाँ डीपी के टॉप को पकड़ लिया है. TEC के प्लेयर्स ने, साहिल ने डीपी के टॉप को पकड़ लिया है और यहाँ डाउन कर दिया है. वोल्विन ने डाउन कर दिया डीपी के टॉप को. क्या बात है. यहाँ डीपी के और प्लेयर्स भी आ चुके हैं. छोटो के सामने, छोटो क्या कर रहे हैं. छोटो ने मारा, क्या बात है. छोटो को नॉक कर दिया गया. अरे यार, टीजी के वुल्विन चढ़ रहे हैं. डीपी के 2 प्लेयर्स उसने रिवाइव दे दिया है. टीजी, अरे रिप्ले दिखा रहे हो. वॉल्स के बीच में से मारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं डीपी के प्लेयर टीएजी को. सॉरी, यहाँ हग रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा. और यहाँ डीपी के प्लेयर्स होल्ड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि टीएजी के प्लेयर्स उन पे एंगल बना के बैठे हैं. टीएजी के सारे प्लेयर्स रिकॉल हो चुके हैं. डीपी के प्लेयर्स रश कर रहे हैं. टीएजी वोल्विन रश कर रहा है, अंदर घुसा. क्या बात है, जैजी को डाउन कर दिया वोल्विन ने. वोल्विन के 4 भाई, टीएजी के 4 एलिमिनेशंस हो गए हैं.
Almost got a little bit messy there.
बुरुराम आ गई, बुरुराम Esports आ गई.
Important, and that's exactly what Team Apex Gaming finds for themselves. Buriram, they saw players step into the
ट्राई किया भाई कास्टिंग
of the Indian squad just moments ago.
लाउड, ओ माय गॉड, स्नाइपर टैप से एक शॉट कनेक्ट कर चुके हैं. लाउड का दूसरा बंदा वहां फ्लाईओवर पे है. क्या वो एंगल बना पाएगा? क्या वो जीडी के प्लेयर्स पे एंगल बना पाएगा? और यहाँ लाउड अलग टीसी से भी फाइट ले रही है. बुरुराम के प्लेयर्स रिकॉल होते हुए. कास्टिंग कम और रीडिंग ज्यादा लग रहा है यार. पहली बार है यार, समझो थोड़ा. Oh my God, भाई कैसे कनेक्ट करते हैं ये स्नाइपर के शॉट्स बिना गायरोस को? मुझे तो पल्ले नहीं पड़ता यार. ओए ओए, नॉक कर दिया. लाउड का प्लेयर लॉन्च करके आया वहाँ पे. टीजी के 2 नॉक. ओह माय गॉड यार, ये यार एंटी यार. रिकॉल हो जाने चाहिए. अबे रिकॉल हो गए, रिकॉल हो गए. टीजी के प्लेयर्स रिकॉल हो गए. लेट्स गो. रिवाइव हो गए, रिवाइव हो गए. बुरीराम के 4 एलिमिनेशंस. पैराडॉक्स के 8 एलिमिनेशंस. टीजी के 5 एलिमिनेशंस हो गए गाइस. और यहाँ बुरीराम अपनी लूट कंप्लीट करते हुए. टीजी के केडी गॉड ब्रिज के इस पार. डीआरएस के प्लेयर्स पानी से आते हुए. टीजी के केडी गॉड आगे बढ़ते हुए, रोटेट करते हुए. सामने बुरीराम के प्लेयर्स हैं, उनको अंदाजा नहीं है. और यहाँ बुरीराम के प्लेयर्स ने ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ लिया है टीजी केडी गॉड को. फैल्कन्स अलग ही मूव बनाते हुए जीडी के प्लेयर्स पे. जीडी के प्लेयर्स को 2 प्लेयर्स को ओपन में पकड़ लिया यहाँ फैल्कन्स ने. क्या फैल्कन्स टेक डाउन कर पाएगी जीडी के प्लेयर्स को? और ये जंप करके, ओह माय गॉड, वॉलीबॉल. और ये डाउन कर दिया. दूसरे को भी डाउन कर दिया. जीडी के 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन. फैल्कन ओपा ओपा. और यहाँ जीडी के प्लेयर्स रिकॉल भी हो चुके हैं. वो साथ साथ मरते हैं, साथ साथ रिकॉल हो चुके हैं. सस्ता राउंड है गाइस, सस्ता राउंड है ये. टीएजी के 4 अलाइव हैं. लेट्स गो. 5 एलिमिनेशन, 4 अलाइव. यहाँ जीडी के शायरों ने कुछ तो लूट लिया है, मुझे नहीं पता. पहली बार देख रहा हूँ फ्री फायर.
And right now, if we were to look at the leaderboard here, EVOS has
TAG 8th position पे अभी.
The huge lead compared to the rest of the teams, and in terms of, I would say, positioning right now, they're looking, I think, fairly alive. If anything, throughout the entirety of the game,
TAG के players paradox की तरफ बढ़ते हुए.
In terms of looking for pickoffs, in terms
TAG के शॉटो रिकॉल के पास हैं.
And I don't think this is going to change.
और यहाँ केडी गॉड पे भी शॉट्स लिए जा रहे हैं. पैराडॉक्स के द्वारा केडी गॉड पे शॉट्स लिए जा रहे हैं. फैल्कन्स, बुरुराम भी रोटेट करते हुए. उनके सामने डीआरएस के प्लेयर्स, एजीएल के प्लेयर्स. क्या डीआरएस के प्लेयर्स को पता है कि यहाँ एजीएल के प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी हैं? एंड डीआरएस के प्लेयर ने तीनों को रिकॉल कर दिया है.
The real soldiers pulling in a double revive. Yet again, extra coins. Takuri making sure.
और यहाँ पे ठाकुरी को पकड़ लिया ऑफ गार्ड एजीएल के प्लेयर्स ने. डीआरएस के प्लेयर्स को नहीं पता था यहाँ पे एजीएल के प्लेयर्स हैं. बट अच्छी बात यह है 3 प्लेयर्स रिकॉल कर दिए तो अपना गेम आगे बढ़ाएंगे.
AGL is really
केडी गॉड ने एक किसी को फिनिश किया है, स्नाइप को फिनिश किया, पैराडॉक्स। ओह माय गॉड, पैराडॉक्स के प्लेयर्स को उठाते हुए टीएजी के प्लेयर्स, गुरुराम, टीएजी और पैराडॉक्स। क्या यहाँ लव ट्रायंगल बनेगा? भाई ये क्या गाड़ी है? हेलो, स्क्रैमजेट, जीटीए की स्क्रैमजेट। भाई प्यास लग गई भाई इतना बोलकर।
Rough run for Demon's Pride. The Pride definitely taking a hit here on day one. Still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard with just 10 points.
भाई 7 eliminations हो गए टीएजी के। Let's go.
Instant pick up there and the recovery is solid for Gun Dynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS and they've got the numbers advantage in this battle as well.
Really trying to find this bounty as well as really settle it down as well as Alu.
जीडी के प्लेयर्स मूव करते हुए डीआरएस के सोलो प्लेयर यहाँ पे हैं, बाकी डीआरएस के प्लेयर्स उनसे अलग हैं। उन्हीं के बगल में ऑरोरस के प्लेयर्स दूर से देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लाउड वर्सेस फैल्कन्स, फैल्कन्स यहाँ लाउड के ऊपर रश कर रही है, अपना प्ले बना रही है। ग्लू वॉल्स का यूज करके होल्ड करा जा रहा है, इन्फो लिया जा रहा है। अभी तक कोई भी शॉट्स देने को तैयार नहीं है, सिर्फ वॉल्स दिखा के पोजीशन दी जा रही है और वेट किया। और यहाँ लाउड के प्लेयर, अरे मार नहीं पा रहा। ओए ये क्या? देखो ये मुझे ही नहीं पता क्या हुआ, तो मैं कास्टिंग कर रहा हूँ। ओहो ओहो ओहो।
And Falcons surviving this one. Guaca too far away to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really doubled down on this, and then Dedrick as well, just stuck in the corner, trying his best to survive. But Buram United, they're saying no. So as much as you want to survive, it's not going to happen. We will dig you out of that hole if we have to. Gets one more point to their name, and now they're going to go and find a different way into the area. This mid-side area in terms of rotations here, southern side, EVOS has control of this area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora. But middle side here, you have, I think, GD and AGL forward, and TAG just busting forward, looking for this fight eagerly.
Just with that game 3, Buriram.
ओए टीएजी के प्लेयर्स पकड़ लिया।
Now you see the Moko tagging up.
बच रहे हैं, बच रहे हैं, बच गए।
AGL focus fire. Baar Team Apex Gaming very smartly repositioning.
भाई बची हुई है, टीएजी बची हुई है। WWW।
As well as Gun Dynasty. A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
But they're not really showing their hand either. They're just really hoping to weather
down EGL के प्लेयर्स शॉट ले रहे हैं टीएजी के प्लेयर्स पे। अरे बगल वाले घर में जीडी के प्लेयर्स हैं, आपस में फाइट नहीं ले रहे हैं। आलू भाई रिवाइव हो गए। आलू भाई रिवाइव हो गए लगता है। आलू भाई को पकड़ लिया गया।
As Loud is slowly trying to recalibrate themselves.
Recalibrate indeed. The double revive coming on through. Full squad once again for the Brazilian squad. Loud have been loud from the start. Very consistent to keep themselves.
Loud has been loud from the start. क्या बात है?
But they have to make
जो स्ट्रीम पे नया है लाइक कर दो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो। अभी फ्री फायर देख रहे हैं अपन, फ्री फायर चल रहा है, फ्री फायर टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप। इसके बाद 20 जुलाई से EAFC, देन चेस, देन पबजी मोबाइल भी है। सब वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, सब मजा दिलाऊंगा, आ जाओ। Bro, it sounded so wrong भाई, सब मजा दिलाऊंगा। What do I mean by सब मजा दिलाऊंगा? ओए हवा में, ओए मारा। वो नॉक कर दिया भाई, नॉक कर दिया भाई, हाँ भाई नॉक कर दिया भाई। क्या सीन है, क्या सीन है, क्या सीन है भाई। स्नाइपर से हवा में नॉक कर देते हैं ब्रो।
I'm showing that yes, we were ramping it up slow, but nothing impossible for us to catch up with. Rasha though,
Right below the bridge like a troll, up against Falcons, but gonna get caught all alone here. On fire, making the rotation. Russia, can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us?
भाई Falcons versus EVOS हो रहा है. नहीं, Falcons versus Paradox. अरे क्या हो गया? क्या हो गया? Paradox ने मारा.
And Falcons off of that rotation put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players in that sequence.
In this situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora, but cannot able to come close to them at all. And EVOS is very, very patient here, trying to find an opening, an angle, anything, but also aware that Loud is close by. One moment your head is out there in the open, it's going to be instantly popped, and that's how it is for both
Bolt
of these
maker
teams
डाल
here.
दिया किसी
And
ने.
it's
मतलब
sort of
क्या
a
मतलब?
momentary stalemate between these three
Bolt
teams.
maker
You have to
डाल
worry
दिया
about
किसी ने.
PDX as well.
अच्छा.
You also
वो
see
तो
that
क्या
they're
होता है?
trying to
Bolt maker
rush
क्या होता है?
away from the area as On
वे
Fire
पैराडॉक्स वाले
tries
हवा
to
में
defend
कहाँ
the
पे हैं?
damage.
ओए
See if not on fire can get this
Falcon.
here, quickly repositioning right under the robo.
वे कैसे उड़ के आ रहे हैं बे?
It gives them a little bit of cover for the time being. The launch pad, I think they were looking for a little bit of a higher angle as DRS Gaming gets taken out of the equation, locked down by the thrill of battle, and Falcons needs to quickly reposition. They do not want to get stuck in a fight without their active skills. Riptide Rhythm from afar, EVOS will play some shots, but it's Aurora that takes the advantage with that shot. The Malaysian squad
Falcons eliminate होगी भाई.
slowly
Falcons यहाँ से
sneaking
गेम
their
से
way
बाहर
back
जाते
here.
हुए.
Locked down once again by the thrill of battle.
TAG के 2 प्लेयर्स बचे.
Out of the
13
Brazilian
elimination
squad this
stage.
time
वो
round
रेड
for
वाला
them.
लाइटिंग
What a tight
जैसे
angle played
होता है.
perfectly there. But Loud up against EVOS, that's going to be the
वो रेड
appointment
वाला
that they have to go
लाइटिंग
through first
वो
before catching
नीचे
up
जो
to the
ओपन में
Malaysians.
होता है उसको
This is
डैमेज पड़ेगा.
insane
अच्छा
high
तो कोई
stakes
प्लेयर
fight
डालता है
as
क्या?
well.
अच्छा
Fighting
कुछ
for
तो
this
कोई प्लेयर
real
डालता
estate
है.
property. Saifa
समझा.
gets knocked down somewhere in the corner here as EVOS still saves their lives by just hunkering down in a corner and waiting out the initial onslaught. You can see Trap barely alive, already taking out so much damage. Gets a top up here, trying to break into the building, and somewhere in the corner, Team Apex Gaming does already get
भाई
eliminated
Apex Gaming
here. Loud
Apex
waiting
Gaming
patiently
बाहर
on
हो
the
गई
outer
यार.
side here.
13
Lights are on
eliminations
EVOS,
this time.
and Aurora are gonna have
13
to
eliminations
vacate the
निकाले.
premises. Now the glue wall's been, I think, destroyed. They're coming into the area. EVOS forced to move back as well.
A smart reposition here by Loud. They put a great distance between themselves and the chaos that they almost encountered between EVOS and Aurora. Now leaving the battle between the Malaysian and the Indonesian squad. And the shots from afar, AGL
Low.
putting the pressure on to both Aurora and EVOS. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. Azrael sneaky. But he saw the Riptide Rhythm and quickly stepped away from the window. Ray on the other
हाँ
hand,
शॉप
not
से
doing
बाय
that.
करके डालता है.
AGL getting a couple
अच्छा
of
शॉप
tags
से
in
बाय
his
होता है.
The Molko tagging him up
ये वो अबे
already.
ये वो स्किल ओपन से आ रहे हैं. जोन में आ रहे हैं शायद वो. अबे पकड़ लिया ये वो उसने AGL ने ये वो उसको पकड़ लिया. और उसको भी पकड़ लिया. और भी वहीं पे है. अरे किसने किसको मारा भाई? Aurora's बाहर हो गई. एम गॉड अलाइव है वो उसका. पैराडॉक्स भी बाहर. अबे लाउड वाले क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई? लाउड वाले भाई जीडी के 13 एलिमिनेशन है. इवोस के 15 एलिमिनेशन. भाई क्या मारती है भाई इवोस. ऐसा भाई ये बैक टू बैक चैंपियंस बन सकती है पता है. ये बैक टू बैक चैंपियंस बन सकती है बे.
Yeah, that's it for EVOS. AGL spotted them out and they were just tracking them all the way through. And now Gun Dynasty trying to take on the Brazilians, but the interference from the Thai squad. AGL long range away and almost no cover at all except their glue walls. This is going to be trouble if a Skylar is in the hands of either Gun Dynasty or Loud. And they'll quickly take some cover behind the boulder as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AGL being very patient here, stuck behind a rock, but definitely not a hard place yet. But now as GD wants to take away this real estate from Loud, cannot do so. Only 6 damage is done. Nice damage onto Trap, but no more than that.
Beautifully played here by Latam. Understanding the angles perfectly. Trying to make use of the utilities instead of taking a straightforward fight up against Loud, who do have the positional advantage in that sequence. Shiru though, caught in hand, looking for the flank, trying to play a little bit of pressure on AGAL to take
AJL out of the equation.
AJL open से आ रही है भाई zone में.
And AJL understands.
अबे ड्रोन क्या करता है? ड्रोन भाई क्या लगा रखा है ये? जब भी देखो ड्रोन आ जाता है हवा में, दूसरी टीम मार रही होती है ड्रोन को.
Shiro is just trying to really just come into the area, can go for this backstab. AJL does try to collapse forward, but the amount of pressure that Loud is putting on them is incredible. The glue walls are just immediately destroyed. GD cannot come close and come into the compound at all. Dew falls. David, good one onto him as well. And Shiro, his position finally seen, forced to move back here. David putting in that damage to AJL. A quick reposition forward, and they are going to collapse. AJL cannot move forward.
What a beautiful rotation, man. That's perfection out of Thailand.
भाई क्या rotation थी भाई.
But now, how
तगड़ा
do you
यार.
deal with this chaos? Gun Dynasty have been pushed outside.
Gun Dynasty, Loud और AGL 4v4v4.
Starts closing on in. It's going to be
Oh
trouble.
भाई साहब.
Where will the zone move?
Zone कहाँ है? अच्छा zone वो हो गया है.
And trap. What a nade. David taken out.
भाई नेट डाला.
Is active on their side. They didn't
पकड़ लिया GD को पकड़ लिया ओपन में. अरे क्या हो रहा है? इतनी सारी एबिलिटी. अरे कौन किसको मार रहा है? अरे कौन किसको मार रहा है? अरे कूद गए लाउड वाले कूद गए. AGL लाउड ले गई लाउड का बूया. क्या बात है भाई, लाउड का दूसरा बूया आ गया भाई. अबे फिर से चिकन डिनर बोलने वाला था मैं. लाउड का दूसरा बूया आ गया भाई. टॉप पे अभी लाउड. तीन टाइप का ड्रोन होता है. उसमें पोजीशन देखने के लिए, हेल्थ का, ग्लू वॉल, एचपी इंक्रीज करने का. ओ अच्छा समझा.
Gonna be in the race for the top 3 here after a back-to-back performance. We saw them pick up a massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have gotten in towards that final circle here at Nextera with the exact same performance. Great play, I have to say, from both teams.
You know what's really impressive about AGL? The fact that in the beginning of the game, they're all around the map. We come to them finally after seeing those initial fights. Something like, what? They already have 6 eliminations? Silent but deadly, but definitely loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound, I would say, advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, and this was where it all came crumbling down.
W guys, W. 4 मैच हो चुके हैं.
The house as their defensive compound. What they were not expecting was the play out of Gun Dynasty. And the play out of Gun Dynasty wouldn't have been forced if it wasn't for Loud. Loud started tossing those grenades at them. Gun Dynasty had to make a decision, and the only decision they could make was take the fight up against AGAL, and they played that perfectly, rushing straight at them. And again,
ओए क्या communication है भाई.
is one of the most lethal rushes out there.
क्या बात है.
Took the fight straight up against them with the Mag 7, demanding a lot of points in that house, and he got it for their side. But towards the end, it just wasn't enough. AJL stood their ground really well with the defense, but they had to lose 2 players in that sequence as well, and Loud with the advantage just walked away with it towards the end. It's not always about the most aggressive. Sometimes it's about who understands the final circle better.
Yeah, you have the eliminations. You have to find that I would say balance, right?
Yeah.
Between getting to that last few points with those placements, plus also getting those eliminations as well. And AGL has, I would say AGL, Loud, Buram United have really good, I would say, grasp on being able to do all of this coming into the game. I think what's really fun to see as well is just the fact that for AGL, they know how to do the bait and switch. They know how to go for zone control. But I have to say that for Loud just now, they were just doubling down on that real estate. They know that they had the height advantage. They know that they can just really kind of keep out GD from their area and force GD and AGL to go for that fight, and all they have to do is just clean up house.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see this Brazilian squad so far, because yes, it wasn't a very aggressive Purgatory game, but if you look at their positioning placement in all 4 games so far has been phenomenal. We're going to take a quick short break now. When we come back, the final 2 games of the day.
अरे क्या हुआ ओए कुछ तो हो गया था.
Break out the drums because Brazil is showing up. 2 booyahs today for Loud, and my gosh, Neptune, this squad is consistent as heck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine 2 booyahs and 3 times on the top 3 out of 4 games. And this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1 out of this kind of competition. Most of the time in this level of competition, there's a lot of stealing of those booyahs. There's a lot of stealing of those numbers as well in terms of elimination. So Loud is just doing quite well in positioning themselves and making sure that they are not out there being gunned down.
Yeah, and of course, Loud is so much better tactically when we compare to the other teams. They have the patience, they have the drive. Again, it's something so refreshing to see. But then again, it's a Brazil team. Are we even that surprised?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Brazil has been one of that contender that has been a bane when it comes to like a battle of Southeast Asia and Brazil and also other regions being introduced. And with the more regions in here being put in the mix, like they have that elements of surprise because the focus would be on the newcomers and they will be most of the target. And we were seeing that at the bottom leaderboard.
Yeah, we definitely were. I mean, I was going to be looking at the match standings right here. GD being able to put up some points as well. Out of all their squads, AG, how about that with those 27 points?
27 points, 18 elimination points, and I got to hand it down to Do and Saifa. They're doing so well. This is exactly the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from EFOS Divine because as an Indonesian, of course, I do hope that they can learn from the best. And honestly, I think that game, it really showcased the ability of Do and the capability that he has to lead the team towards victory.
Honestly, I thought AGAL was going to take the booyah in that last match. Their positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh, surely they have this. Surely they've got this. But no, of course, you know, Loud's just sitting on top in the way that they were they're able to accelerate and take more of positioning in the zone. It was exceptional. And I know, Neptune, you got something to say about that, don't you? Like, yeah, let's get loud.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of what they can do in terms of the number. Again, getting a booyah will add up for your total points, but elimination is at some point at this stage of the competition is even more important because you have to bring that much
लेकिन 2 मैच और हैं, दोनों मैच टीम करेंगे. 2 ही मैच और हैं, मुझे पता नहीं है, मुझे देखने दो एक बारी. Let me check, man.
And I think looking at the overall standing, something that I'm really aware is that it is so scary for EFOS Divine in the very beginning of the competition. I mean, we started off really shaky, but looking at it now, we have 84 points and then 50 kills. That is not bad at all, even though we only have 1 booyah secured right now. I think what I said at the beginning of the show might come true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for EFOS Divine to maintain this position and actually be, I don't know, the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top, and it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just making it even bigger gap to some of the other squads. Now,
एक मिनट guys check कर रहा हूँ कब तक है मैचेस, क्या टाइमिंग है मैचेस की. मेरे पास पूरा शेड्यूल है पड़ा क्योंकि
I was talking about earlier in regards to tag, that's a squad that needed to be able to step it up. They have since then, since we've mentioned it. I know you were looking at PDX, Lace.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at Paradox, and look, they're not sitting pretty on the top of the leaderboard, okay? You know, we're talking about the Louds and the AGLs. I feel like there's two games going on at the moment. We've got like the AGLs, the Louds, EVOS, you know, kind of having their own scuffles in the top of the leaderboard. And when you move further down, the tags, we got Paradox down there. I know Paradox had an accelerating run against Tag, but unfortunately fell like a little bit short in that match there. And it just seems like they're just not making the best decisions for their team. They managed to sort of get split. But where we were looking more into that final zone, Paradox, it was probably the first time I actually saw them group up and were able to put more eliminations on the board, and that's what we need to see from them. So I don't really know what's happening like in and amongst the early fights and stuff for them, but that was probably the best performance we have seen from them. But they are, you know, not being able to get those eliminations and those placement points on the board.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the first few games, they're not that aggressive. And the signature of Paradox Gaming is that, the signature of Paradox Gaming coming from their regionals is that aggressive team. Like from Africa, they managed to clutch it towards the end and getting that that qualifier on the EWC, and it's more of the elimination. So this is one thing that we were expecting at get-go. There's a lot of teams who want to show up strong, especially if they are new to this contention. But for Paradox Gaming, they need that time to recover. But what I'm worried about is if that time is running out, because again, that's already 4 games and you only have 2 more for this group.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to come off as strong, courageous, again, I feel we...
Thanks, girl.
Then we gotta add gorgeous then, girl, because you are drop dead
अरे
gorgeous.
schedule में ही नहीं था यार, पता नहीं कहाँ गया.
Speaking of courage, of course, we have to also talk about Gun Dynasty again, because finishing at top 3, it's just so amazing. It's making me feel like I need to know more about this LATAM team. I mean, that is just crazy. They are now at the 5th position of the overall standing. 69 points, 23 plays, and then I'm seeing 46 kills. That is amazingly huge for them, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, from the first and the last game, they managed to get 20 plus on elimination. It was a little bit slow, though, on that second game, and towards that third. I think it's because of the challenge they have on that game number 2, or the match number 2, thus they didn't get that much on the point. But I'm really looking forward to them to catapult themselves a little bit higher in this point right now, because they're very close against Baar United.
Yes, I'm about to say something that I might regret, but right now, I actually enjoy watching Gun Dynasty more than Buriram United Esports. I enjoy them so much. It's crazy. Like, I found a new love today.
What's making you enjoy it so much? Because remember, Buriram, even though you didn't get a chance to talk about them earlier, they did end up picking up that one booyah.
Yes, they did, but I think it's just about time for Gun Dynasty. I mean, you saw it on the 4th game. They were so amazing. And again, the courage that they have and the strength to back it up, it's just so amazing to see.
Yeah, I guess the difference between the gameplay of Gun Dynasty is in the beginning of the game, they show up. That's where more the hype is coming from. And compared to what we've seen in Baar United Esports, again, the signature is you're invisible in the first half, then into the second half, that's where you get all those eliminations. But at some point, they're surprised. I'm pretty sure they're counting how many opponents that they have in front of them towards the end. And with say 7 or 8 teams against you, you couldn't, or Baar United couldn't really bring that fire and catch up with the numbers. But it's a good thing that they did get that booyah.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at their squads that they need to wake up, especially when we're going to be going into the final 2 games of Group A. Keep in mind, for everybody watching at home, you're saying, wait, final 2 games? No, we still got 6 more from Group B coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something, because right now the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points. And that's not going to stop. That's just going to keep going because of the consistency Conchita, that we're currently seeing out of their squads. What can we see out of those bottom squads in the last two matches? Because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams play, but what I see from their performance today is that there's a gap of, capability that apparently they still have against the other team. And that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as possible, because obviously being on the bottom two is not so ideal. Looking at it, it's still quite a climb that they need to do. But yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
And then you have Aurora. Aurora is currently 40 points. I'm sorry I have to do it to you.
I won't mention their name anymore.
You can talk about them, but just don't mention their name.
Yeah.
From that squad, I mean, you were talking about having eliminations earlier on.
क्या हाल है guys? क्या हाल है? बोलो.
19 eliminations so far. We've seen squads being able to get almost that in just one match.
I think what Aurora game is finding right now is a balance of, because they failed in the first game. Yeah, I mean,
It's okay.
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games. But since they couldn't bring the elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so they're going back to the basic. Go for survivability, trying to balance it out, elimination and placement point.
क्या count कर रहे हैं? क्या count कर रहे हैं भाई?
Something different. Just go and try to catch up, or go for
भाई
catch
Apex
up on the
Gaming के
placement
players
point.
भाई,
Once they
let's
get the
go
groove
भाई.
of how to find the final
Focus लग रहे
circle,
round
then
ले.
they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every time they go into an altercation or try to take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's down to one player, then they're going to have to make that revive and try and do that. So I do believe that, yeah, if they can continue that survivability, because eliminations will come in the end, okay? As long as you can make your rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will come. So hopefully we can see that sort of progress into the next games, because they slightly started doing it in that final match, but the first couple of matches, every time I saw Aurora fight, it was them out, and it's not working for them. So they definitely need to adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted, but they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree, because individually they're great players, but somehow when it comes to the teamwork, something just isn't working. There is something that they not to change. I mean, it's like someone needs to step up.
एक दिन में 12 मैच है भाई, अभी सिर्फ 4 मैच हुए हैं, पता है? एक दिन में 12 मैच हैं.
I might step out.
I'm sorry, man.
कुछ ज़्यादा like hectic schedule नहीं होगा ये.
No need to do that.
PUBG मोबाइल को आराम से 2 हफ्ते दिए हैं. इस गेम को सिर्फ 4 दिन दिए हैं. PUBG मोबाइल को 12 दिन दिए हैं कम से कम.
Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming for
Schedule
Group B.
में.
He was saying they're slow starters. He was
8 या 10 दिन
expecting
दिए
them
हैं
to
कम से
do
कम.
better in the second day.
Yeah.
But you can't be mad. Honestly, Neptune, you cannot be mad at the way that this squad has now been able to put up those eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of elimination geared. Apex
It's the complete opposite, right?
Complete opposite of what we're going for earlier. Like placement point, they like no regards of placement point. All they have to do is early on the get-go, they want to get all those eliminations in, and at some point for teams, they're treating it as a 50-50. Like it's a double-edged sword. But for Team Apex Gaming, they want to bring down the sword against the opponent. Whether they lose, I think they can carry over those eliminations in the following round. The risk is they're losing the balance of finding the final circle. And again, there's still important.
सही बात कह रहा है भाई. एक बारी TG Apex लास्ट सर्कल तक पहुंच जाए तो कुछ हो सकता है. कमबैक टाइप.
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean, from what we see out of the 4th games that we have just watched, Apex really is trying to fix the mistake they have on the first game. And yeah, I think things are quite looking
they
up
are
for
fixing
them
their
right now.
mistakes. Oi, TG के supporters
right now here in the arena live from Paris. This is Free Fire at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the last 2 matches of Group A. Can those
Group A के last 2 matches, guys,
like we've been wanting to see, or is it just going to be too little, too late in this last 2 matches before we go into tomorrow? AJ, Tash Bunny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. Man, it has been
शायद से 2 ही मैच है, फिर बाकी कल हैं शायद से. बोला अभी है शायद. पता नहीं यार.
And 21 eliminations in that lobby. It was explosive end to end. But now we head on into Kalahari. We head on into the map where the snipers usually rule Let's see exactly which sniper stands tall by the end of this.
It's always very fun, right? I think we've already kind of pinpointed which
इस दो
players
ग्रुप
we
के
want to see.
हाँ दो ग्रुप के लास्ट दो मैच है वो मुझे पता है ग्रुप ए का भी आज ही मैच है ये नहीं पता मुझे
for this particular game. And now that this is actually our first color
वो tomorrow बोल रहा है
I'm wondering if it's going to be a slower start or will the momentum of that fast aggressive starts keep going all the way till the very end of this group A day.
Demon's Pride currently at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Not in the right spot, if you ask me. Taking the fight up early at Refinery against Loud. AGL Cypher being cheeky as well to check out exactly what's going on at Refinery. So that shows a potential intention of AGL wanting to rotate in towards this high platform later on. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, Tech. This is going to be a tad bit crowded. Command post only usually has one team commanding it. This time you've got 3 vying for that spot.
You know, looking at the most damage and also most elims as well, right? You're seeing a majority of the players coming in for, I think, most eliminations. I think on top of Rasha, you also have both Dew and Cypher as well, which actually sets a precedent on how aggressive and how much, I think, AGL prioritizes these eliminations.
Sahil Jat is in a tricky position here. He does have the flank, but he cannot back up the rest of his team members.
ओए अरे यार हेड मार दिया
And personal plus the electro therapy giving
रिकॉल हो जाएगा बट इजीली बस यहाँ बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए पता है बिना रिकॉल बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए टीएजी बाहर नहीं होनी चाहिए वरना दिक्कत हो जाएगा भाई लास्ट मैच में तो टॉप 4 बहुत मुश्किल है ओए अरे यार फिर से गया टीएजी का एक प्लेयर
only could get that knock off of that engagement, sending top 16 running away from the compound. Demon's Pride again starting off on the back foot here, but the recovery was solid through those revives.
TEC just now looks like they had the upper hand in that fight, and now DRS has decided to join in on this fight. And DRS has been scary today in terms of positioning and even fights here.
मार दे बुलविन
will be the first
नहीं
one
यार
to fall as the rest of TEC waits
एक प्लेयर बचा कहाँ है एक प्लेयर
picked off somewhere else.
क्या रिकॉल हो पाएगा
Also here joining in that fight. It is hectic over here at command post as well as Moshi finally finds a final nail to call
भाई
it
रिकॉल
to a
होना
member of
चाहिए
TEC.
यार
If command post wasn't already crowded, here comes Buriram jumping into the fray as well, looking to be the third party in the situation.
TEC को मार दिया आलू भाई ने
Gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC, one after the other, but Buriram, as mentioned, is still in here. Locked down by the thrill of battle now. Takuri, big advantage. But it looks like he's not going to be able to walk away from much. Pratik knocked down once again.
ओए हवा से कूद गया मरा नहीं
Be slow here from the side of DRS as they continuously are pressured by
ये क्या सीन है भाई
Jonah finds him with the VS
DRS प्लेयर को मार दिया
far away from the rest of the battle, but will Buriram be able to snuff him out? He's got the stealth bites, which is about to run out, and he gets away in the nick of time. And perhaps this is going to be the
gun मारा
final
उसने
here on the
hook
side
gun
of
क्या
DRS
हुआ
that brings them
What
right
is
back
hook
in,
gun?
He has to play this one slow because Loud is right in front of him.
And Barros as well. Oh no, he is the one to go down here somehow. Ben is just doing such a great job of being able to find him in the end. Top 16 will be found out finally by GD here. It's just such an unlucky situation as Shiro quickly brought back into the game in this situation. And I think that in so many of these fights as well, we see one team having the upper hand situation and then suddenly the rest of the collapse coming in from so many teams. We start to see a systematic way for most of these teams trying to bring themselves back into the game. And Cypher, nasty shot coming in. And he's just going to bleed out here.
Yeah, Benel is definitely one of the super flex players out there. He is the Swiss Army knife of the GD squad and Gun Dynasty. Just showing everyone that they're just not here to fill up a slot. They are here to rip away the championship. And if
Gun
they
Dynasty.
keep this up, they sure as hell are going to be able to do that. First of all, getting into the grand finals is looking like it's going to be an easy journey for Gun Dynasty. But it looks like at Bayfront, we've got a little bit more of a tense situation as two Southeast Asian squads take on each other in a battle. Falcons versus EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divide in this situation, you just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure.
Sorry, गलती से guys, गलती से.
Right now is the question.
Sorry.
Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now, you look at TEC, they've come back into the game. It started off really well for them in the early fights, but then the collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles. And for Falcons, they want to try and take this fight against TAG.
A crucial rotation here from Aim God, looking to bring the squad of EVOS back into play. If they get eliminated now, being overtaken by AGL and Loud is a no-brainer. The players on the side of Falcons, on the other hand, on their rotation, they spot out TAG, Team Apex Gaming, in a little bit of a trouble. Riptide Rhythm's going to be breaking down the defense. S8UL can't drive away. Wolven stuck. Time Turner is on his side, and he needs to hope and pray that Falcons make a mistake here, but the valiant dash of Opina is just going to put him in a little bit of a pickle, and now it's all up to KD God. He's got coins to revive the squad twice around, but can he get to a vending machine in time?
Where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go, EVOS back into the game as AimGod finds a way in here. As for the rest of the team, the reposition is going to be incredibly hard. They just take a lot of damage. Benel, oh my gosh, nasty shot coming in from multiple angles. Army knife for the team. Not only is he sharp, but also is he diligent. He revives and he kills as well.
But now you monster. But now in a 1v1 up against Rahat. Can you get the
कूद गया. अरे भाई मरता नहीं है क्या कूद के? भाई सोचा वो कूद जाए, राहत कूद जाए और मार दे ऐसा जंप करके. पॉसिबल है भाई.
Making the right move here to disengage from that situation. Rahat can deal with Baros, the player from the side of AGAL. Gun Dynasty in a little bit of a pickle, and Benel once again dropping back to see if he can save the squad, but the pickups are going to be solid here from Shiru. And with the stealth bites, Benel's going to get out of that sticky situation, keeping Gun Dynasty definitely in the driver's seat here for the day.
Oh yeah, KD got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. The Falcons are hungry and they really want these kills. Forced to reposition, drops down to the ground, but unfired.
TAG versus Falcons. Oh तेरी. ओए बॉल के थ्रू मार रहा है. मतलब बॉल के थ्रू लगती है गोली. मैंने अरे यार ये क्या हो गया? अरे यार नॉक हो गया TAG का प्लेयर.
The inhaler should keep him alive for some time. S8UL cannot do more than that. And the Falcons are looking to hunt down the last few players.
ओए भाग, अरे उड़ के भाग गया. ओए यार, अरे यार.
The escape plan failed, but he did
escape plan failed हो गया. ओए लॉन्च हो गया वो. कोई तो लॉन्च हुआ. शोटो यहीं पर है. शोटो भी पकड़ा जाएगा. और शोटो ने मार दिया. भाई क्या रिफ्लेक्स दिया था छोटो ने. भाई क्या रिफ्लेक्स दिया था. हेलो रुपिन कैसा है भाई? मैं बढ़िया. कैसे हो मास्टर किलर? अरे चैट क्यों डिलीट हो गया तुम्हारा? तुम्हारा चैट का डिलीट हो गया.
Nice position here, fairly safe away from the rest of the teams, but they have to rotate eventually as TEC, despite losing so many players early, they are also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knockdown, Raha does find Jonah in exchange, but Wasana wants to avenge his teammates.
And he'll be able to do that with a valiant dash. Phenomenally done.
TAG शोटो रिवाइव हो गए. चारों रिवाइव हो गए TAG के. लेट्स गो.
But Buriram
35 points है TAG
के. Once again, as usual, on the recovery plays, Moshi M82B looking for Nejad.
अरे यार मैं चैट ना देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ. एक मिनट.
He focuses towards the right instead as that is the saving grace for TEC.
TAG की तरफ आ रही है Falcon फिर से.
Pull in at least one revive to stay in play.
Yeah, Kutush gets knocked down somewhere in that process as well here. As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear to go into that until they hit Bayfront, because TAG is waiting there right now. And I have to say, TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked out, I think, twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there. So great in terms of decision making, as well as a little bit of luck on the side of the EWC 24 champs. And it's only Apex in their way as they will try to get into Bayfront in a little. Can the Indian squad punish the champions of EWC 24, or will they get punished instead? The battle between Buriram and AGL still continues as both squads need to get into the next zone. And Jonah on the revive with the Car 98 punishing Baros, which means the front liner out of the equation. A little bit of an extra advantage for the side of Buriram, and AGL does not want to stay and play. They use the launcher to get themselves out of that sticky situation far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well. You're taking up too much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really old position. They are the type of team that if they are prepared for it, they can take these fights and just completely dominate so many different areas. Now, Buriram United will follow suit here, coming into the safer zone as well. The southern side underneath the circle is looking scary. Loud is there, EVOS is there, TEC coming through, DP on the wings as well. And it's going to be really nasty. I love where Loud has put himself. Look at this sniper. Buriram United don't know.
The trigger discipline there, making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a prime one. He wants to maintain the bird's eye view, stay out of trouble, and then strike when it's truly needed. But for how long are you going to stay undetected up there? Loud definitely has a big advantage for this next circle. And Southeast Asia battling each other to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus AGAL.
Falcons versus AGL.
Is there Aurora versus Gun Dynasty?
वो handicap देखो उसका. वही TAG कहाँ है? TAG कहाँ है?
Looking for the recovery here. Will be the distraction as he gets clipped down by the thrill of battle as well. Nothing much that Aurora can do in this situation up against EVOS as well as Gun Dynasty.
Ezreal is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know that, so they want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as well. Aim got marking them, making sure they don't come close. Both teams are being so cautious of one another, but Loud decides to jump in here. Aurora might be crunched.
Close to 13 minutes, 11 squads still alive.
TAG versus अबे TAG वहाँ नीचे है. Loud push कर रही है.
On the battlefield, if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation has been able to keep themselves safe for the time being. Good glue walls pulled out, timely manner, not having to waste a lot of those med kits on unnecessary recoveries. EVOS, Loud, Aurora in a tight little spot, but they've got the advantage for the next circle. They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he even has an idea that someone is coming through as well. Gonna try and break it as the rest of the teams here. Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. If Aurora were to jump out, they're gonna fall straight into Loud's arms as well.
Nice.
A lot of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really
कितनी सारी टीम्स हैं छोटी सी जगह पे.
anything, anyone is out here for grabs. It's an FFA area, free for all, for the first person that pops out their head, and everyone
Free
very
for all
cautious.
FFA.
And over to our Bayfront
क्या
as
बात
well.
है?
The same thing is happening because TAG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight.
TAG survive कर रही है भाई center में.
You know them. You see
Almost
them fighting,
center में I guess.
Yeah, but still gate kept by Team Apex Gaming, and he's just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as
TAG
much as
is
possible.
good in zone I guess.
But will India take advantage of the situation? If they want to battle, they have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in. Team Apex Gaming holding their fort strong here. Trying to break down the defense.
Falcons आ गई. अरे shotgun मार दी यार.
A deadly shot, but the follow-up is slow. Team Apex Gaming again barricading all of those windows, trying to keep Pina out.
ये क्या डाल रहे हैं अंदर? बे क्या डाल दिया अंदर ये ब्लू? मुझे नहीं पता है. रिवाइव हो गया 4 बंदे TAG के भी. अरे यार पिंड है भाई, बिल्कुल पिंड है. मारा के मारा दूर से बड़ी फैल्कन वाले को. लेट्स गो. किल लो किल लो. किल दिया TAG ने, किल लिया. फ्रीज डाला. अच्छा फ्रीज डाला क्या?
Pick them off one by one in the middle of those rotations.
Gun Dynasty the biggest winner in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming, they survive the ambush by Falcons. Not somehow, that's how. Beautiful play of Gun Dynasty.
WTG भाई सरवाइव करके ओए GD आ गई गन डायनेस्टी आ गई अरे यार NT भाई NT यार कोई ना भाई कोई ना सर्वाइवल स्टेज से जाएंगे कोई सीन नहीं है एक गेम पड़ा है अभी भी
Now AGAL, because they're at the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally, the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out and just fighting. PDX as well in the same situation. Top 16, taken one already.
This is not a equal battle. Paradox can be outgunned here by Gun Dynasty. The only difference maker is going to be the ambush by AGAL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And Gun Dynasty, like the third-party equation that they pulled off, they get shut down. Aurora makes their way out of the lobby a little bit too early once again. Gun Dynasty looking for the recovery. But now then, David.
S8UL का अभी एक मैच और है इसका TSG का फिर S8UL और टोटल गेमिंग के मैच स्टार्ट होंगे दो ही ग्रुप है ना शायद अगर दो ही ग्रुप है तो फिर अराउंड तो समझ ले 6:30 के बाद से 6:30 से 9:30 S8UL के मैचेस या तो 6:30 से 9:30 या कल है मुझे इतना पता है इन दो में से एक है 6:30 भी हो सकता है या कल भी हो सकता है आइडिया मुझे कंफर्म नहीं है अभी भाई 16 एलिमिनेशन मार दिए AGL ने
Yeah, GD only one player alive, not for long, but now will go down next year. And AGL on fire, crushes through here, kept away by those blue walls. Moshi almost eclipsed, finally does, goes down to Baros, and he's not done quite yet. Cypher finding great angles and positions here as Jonah puts in the damage from far away. It's hectic, Wasana jumping, trying to find a way against Cypher, but cannot do more than that.
The record for eliminations is 18, set by AG Global, but no booyah for them on that match. Buriram on the other hand looking to set the record for the day, and now it's a 1v1.
Hey, Buriram 1v1. Oh, back to back booyah, bhai.
Deadly with the Mag 7. Buriram late to the party, but biggest on the numbers as they break the record.
कहाँ की टीम है बुरेराम कहाँ की टीम है माइकी भाई कहाँ की टीम है बुरेराम बैक टू बैक नहीं था क्या सेकंड बूया फैल्कन 1v1 हार गया यार फैल्कन वाला
on how the positions are going to go, how the movement is going to be, and somehow they managed to find that last crucial kill at the very, very last possible timing.
It was Buriram that set the record for the highest points at Purgatory, 15 eliminations plus the booyah. But they got matched up with that. Problem was at next time AGAL just
लास्ट मैच है ग्रुप का काश TSG बूया ले आया यार मजा आ जाएगा बूया चाहिए यार एक बूया चाहिए
and kept them from breaking the record of Buriram, and Buriram showing exactly why they are 3-time world champs. Phenomenal play.
3-time world champions bhai 3-time world champions hai Buriram.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about Buriram United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to just really double down in fights. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right? But this time around, you could feel like they're just starting to just get into the groove. They're starting to really feel themselves in this fight. Positioning-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control that high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all. And get high XL, man. This guy is one of the most lethal supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they
have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming
to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the
बुर्राम
game.
कहाँ की टीम है यार
It hasn't
पता
been
नहीं
a
मुझे
great day for TEC, managing to play a little bit of
कहाँ
recovery
किए
on
guys?
Kalahari was crucial for them, but you know it's just going to be enough to get them out of the danger zone, not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go. Having to choose your outfit for today? No problem. There is a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Qiddiya City? No problem. We got Qiddiya City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
And what an insane last match that was. I feel like that was probably the most chaotic end zone that we have had in these games today. I don't understand really what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand out to you?
Lace, what we just saw is actually a classic battle between Buriram United Esports and of course AGAL. We are practically seeing history repeat itself again and again and again. And it was so amazing to see Get High finally came out as the winner because boy, that was intense. I am so giddy inside. I'm so excited, and it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from the A group.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen obviously AGAL dominating at the time, but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on. And they're like, you know what? We kind of didn't do, you know, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, you know, we're in game 5 coming up now, but like, is it a little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did. I know I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if we talk about the Southeast Asian games teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating the points throughout the whole entire day, and it is so refreshing to see because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Next match start होने से पहले मैं कोई थोड़ा break लेके आता हूँ, ठीक है, washroom वगैरह होके आता हूँ. उसके बाद I guess 6 मैच और हैं. अभी group A का last match होगा, 7 मैच और हैं. Next match start होने से पहले आ जाऊँगा. Tune in कर लेना याद से, ठीक है? आ रहा हूँ बस, ठीक है? Alright, chat. We back. Are we back, chat? एक मिनट.
Game run here for Aurora.
Yes, तो अपना ग्रुप का लास्ट मैच चालू हो चुका है.
Thanks to the players here from South Asia, the Dinocular will scan out the Demon's Pride players. Aurora's definitely on the hunt as they rotate around into Twin Bridge, looking for Intellect Center. It's actually Demon's Pride being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scrambled from the very start. Holy mama! Rassia brought it to AGAL. That deadly shot.
He did it twice! Unmoved, undeterred, cool and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the #1 spot. Take the guys out of the #1 spot and move on into where they stand. But he was fine, obviously.
Drink water.
A few more points to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. And Demon's Pride again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Buriram United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got to stay alive, but this shot from Moshi, there's nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto's close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Buriram United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna
अरे यार एक तो बफरिंग होना भाई.
Go and prioritize the positionings instead. And
Damn, Moshi, you're good. The follow-up off of the Riptide Rhythm is too perfect. Timely. But now, Gun Dynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up, and Pina's there for the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit. And the Riptide Rhythm causing a lot of chaos out here in the lobby, just not from one team, multiple squads depending on that Skylar. And we saw the perfection out of Moshi. Limit showing us that he can murk magic off of that as well. Shiru, Benel too far away from the vending machine. Shiru's gonna be chased off of it as well. But Benel from afar with the strike of the VSK, finding the headshot. Deadly play from this guy. Knocks down Pina as well. And Benel single-handedly taking the fight up to Falcons. And that should be enough to contain the champions of EWC 24.
should be able to bring back his teammate into the game as well. He kill, he heal, and he also eliminates players in this game. TAG once again brought back the teammates into the game once more as well. GD gonna launch themselves forward. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Gonna be chased by EVOS here.
EVOS chase कर रही है भाई. Launcher लेके निकल गई.
Man, I mean, EVOS got into position at the perfect timing, but Benel survives, which means Gun Dynasty gets to survive a little bit longer because the Super Survivor, Super Reviver will be on to his mission once again. FGL shot out. I've not seen a single narrow play after the nerf. Tad bit unfortunate we don't get to see those clutches.
They're coming through here. Aim got jump shots forward here, puts in that damage. But it's Abax that gets caught out by Pina first in the end. Falcons now 9 eliminations already. AimGot will be found as well. EVOS may have bitten more than they can chew. Ray barely alive right now, feeling the pressure coming in from the players from the other side there. Does find Pina in the end, but I don't think they can do more than that.
Falcons looking to make this their game of the day. Definitely the best run they've had in here so far. EVOS, on the other hand, looking for that #1 spot as they took out the team on that #1 spot, AGAL themselves. But they're now on a recovery play. Abax on that revive. Falcons, on the other hand, this definitely officially is one of their better games. Earlier on, they got 12 eliminations off of Solara, but only 5 placement points. They have to be careful because they were heated up on the Solara map as well, but dwindled down quickly when that circle was closing in.
It just seems in this situation here, TAG stuck in the corner. Now looking at Falcons there, they really took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to GD, they David Vega also getting knocked down already. Benel just waiting for the right timing here. Just pop up his head, steal away those very nasty shots as he's been delivering toward this first side of the game, first part of the map, excuse me.
AGL top पे
fully
भाई,
recovered
109
already.
eliminate हो गई लेकिन।
Looking to take that number one
DRS
spot
बाहर
by
है,
the
DRS
very
खत्म,
end of the
ठीक
day
है।
for Group A. Can the reigning defending champions find that full recovery for themselves? TC on the other hand, quickly trying to play the reposition. Paradox, one of the teams that have been struggling, but definitely doing better than TEC at this point of time. Taking TEC out of the equation here. And give them a slight boost, and it's definitely a fair fight between the two, but Nezhan with the monster god name and going in for the finisher as well. Has got the electrotherapy connected to him, but can he get the job done?
Can't really get too
Slows the
close.
pace down a tad bit, and that does not give them that advantage they wanted.
Yeah, they're forced to reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a three-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TEC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC first. Blade coming in hot. Has an angle
भाई
to
TEC
work
अंदर
with,
घुस
but
रही है
finally
Paradox
blocked
पे।
out of the angle. You have the time timer online. Denrick trying to find a different angle into the area. The inhaler keeps him surviving for quite some time. Snipe goes down. Kutush, huge for that as well. Even Denrick is found in this situation. Blade also decides to end Denrick's life in the end. As TEC, the players are just getting dropped left, right, and center. As GD decides to join in the fight. Shiro here, found in the end, but TEC with the upper hand.
Big play there by a Blade. Phenomenal, and Benel is on it again. This guy is unstoppable on the revives. Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be holding on to, because you know your team's getting tortured out there, but they're also picking up some big points. TEC's out after that fantastic play. Shiru shut down by Moshi as he got revived, shot out of the air. And this is getting fairly dicey. Lightning Zone called out, and Aurora in a pickle out in the open.
Forced to reposition, rushes away with their lives. Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green for the time being, no. Has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them
TEG के
and
साहिल
the rest
बचा
of the
और
teams.
प्लेयर्स नहीं है TEG के लाइव
Mama.
60 टीम्स 22 प्लेयर्स TEG के 2 लाइव
So
वो
many
दिख रहे हैं
times
मेरे को अभी।
tortured, so many times losing their players. But the recovery as well as the dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable. They sure as hell are on fire, and even literally out there right now within the lobby. Can they pick up more for themselves? 15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
Here comes the wait. Jonah putting a bit of space between him and the rest of the team. Now gonna rush forward here. Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against Buram United. They're so aware that they're very close by. They're, I think, pressuring them with the nades. Ezreal, a lot of damage taken. Zeus is barely alive right now. The rush forward is good. Get high, does find Ezreal here somewhere. And Wasana, the jump shots are just nasty. Zones them away, chasing the rest of the team, but still not able to completely wipe them out of the map.
Yeah, big mistake there from the Malaysian squad. Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not gonna work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie.
EVOS बाहर हो गई
And the
भाई
heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot, Wasana and 590. Perfection, get high with a backup. And Wasana cleans up the house. Pulling away. 13 eliminations in totality, but now they're going to be pressured from the back. Gun Dynasty spotting them out. Loud's in the vicinity as well. And Demon's Pride surviving somehow and finding their way in here.
This is a really great round for them as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as Jonah just really get up close and personal and just clean up the area. Shiru will be the one to go down next year. Falcons still putting in that pressure. And the rotations are going to be very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with, but we are seeing GD come close.
It's Thailand versus LATAM. Who's going to get that #1 spot? Both Gun Dynasty and Buriram, full squad. But Gun Dynasty on that high ground, this can turn into a disadvantage. What is a massive advantage for them right now with a bird's eye view. Can turn it around instantly if someone gets the God nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon's Pride. A valiant run here for Demon's Pride. It's not going to be good enough
to break them out of the 12th spot just yet. As we're left with 4 squads in the final circle. Loud, still Loud out there looking for their 3rd booyah of the day.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu how they have been able to hold on to this top side of this compound once again? Now Biram United forced to just wait this out, taking a lot of damage from the players from the other side here. But Falcons want to go for this fight against GD. Can't do just that. So the most they can do right now is just wait out the utility, wait out the onslaught of bullets coming at them from different areas. Biram United going to cross by, taking a lot of damage from the other teams.
Yeah, big brain play, man. 3-time world champs for a good reason. Good call by Captain Jonah. The rotation is solid. They've got the compound cover and they will not get tagged up. And now they stand a good chance of walking away with the booyah here. It's all about positioning supremacy. And now the circle is going to be pressuring 2 teams. It's Falcons as well as Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty still on fire with the most number of eliminations in this lobby. Can they break the record set here by Buriram on Kalahari? 23 eliminations plus the booyah for 35 cracker points.
Yeah, they're forced out into the open where Falcons decide to take advantage of this situation. If you won't come to us, you will cross into our crosshairs. Falcons, clean up house. Gun Dynasty out of the game. We're down to only 3.
Falcons not even giving us a lot of time to think about what the answer for that question was going to be. They say, hell no, Mustachio. We take them out of the equation. Buriram, though, still alive and kicking. But Loud, can they withstand this ambush now? Buriram taking the fight straight up to them. Valindash still active on the side of Osana. M590 looking for the connection. Then he's also got the AWM. Takes the high ground advantage first. And Loud now left right behind them. What a rotation by Buriram.
Yeah, Biram United is just so aware of how exactly things are going to go. Now, they have a lot of space to work with. They're aware of where the players are going to be here. But Pina jumps through, lands the shot, not able to. And now they want to take the fight too Loud. They're stuck, trapped, very, very low HP. Jumped away. The damage is there on fire. Zane is just so good. Trapped, gone down already. And Quaka as well. What are you going to do when you crush from so many different angles?
Taken out of the equation. Falcons, that was the Moco gameplay right there, giving them all the information they needed. And now it's
भाई
gonna
क्या
be
चल
your
रहा है ये
global
क्या
finals
चल रहा है ये
taking on
क्या
the
चल रहा
EWC
है अरे
2024 champs. And
इतनी
Buriram,
बॉल भाई
shutting down Pina with the AWM up close and personal, looking for the final player. Karoro looking for that recovery, and they will be
Buriram
denied as Buriram
भाई
pulls away the
हैट्रिक
third
कर दी
booyah
भाई
of
हैट्रिक
the
मार
day
दी
to take the
बुरिराम
number 1
यूनाइटेड
spot on the
स्पोर्ट्स में
leaderboard.
It is
हैट्रिक मार दी
incredible
भाई
looking at Buriram United. Not only are they so
बूया हैट्रिक
confident
मार दी भाई
playing with that
3
play
बूया
play, they don't
6
have
में
to
से
really
3
worry about
मैच
anything. Positioning is key, and from that, the rest of the eliminations and the fights has
Nice
flowed
भाई,
to
nice,
them as
nice.
well. Patient as hell and okay
कोई
with
नहीं यार
giving
एपेक्स
away that
गेमिंग
space.
कोई नहीं है
I
भाई
didn't even look at
सर्वाइवल
the
स्टेज
YouTube
में
chat
जाएंगे
today,
वहाँ से
but I
आएंगे
am damn
बहुत
sure.
भाई
I am 300% sure everybody would have been saying, watch
पहली
out
बार
squad,
फ्री फायर
Buriram
से
can't do well, blah blah
3
blah. We've
इंडियन
heard
टीम्स
that
हुई
rhetoric so
एक
many
नहीं
times
3
because they
भाइयों
started off the day
और
with 13 points in
जाकर
game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara, but what a way to wrap up their 6 games.
They didn't play
broke
bad.
Their own record
They-
of 27 points
they
at
did
Kalahari.
12
The match that we
eliminations,
just
then
saw ended
they
on day
retaliated
5,
also.
and then here
They
at
didn't play
Nextera
bad
they
भाई.
cleaned up
They
house
gave their
as well
best.
for a
सर्वाइवल स्टेज है अभी
back-to-back
भाई
3
सपोर्ट है पूरा
booyah
लोगों
day to just show
इंडिया को
everyone
रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं
that
टीम इंडिया
this
भाई
time EWC,
Team India.
the championship is going their way. But it's not done just yet. It's just day 1. This is just a preview of the first stage.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because you do this well on day 1, you're gonna ride that high into day 2.
Yeah.
And most importantly, you are going to put a big gap between you and your team, which allows you a bit more space to make some mistakes.
And you have to also acknowledge the fact that this was the group that was dubbed the group of death. We have so many Titans in here. And to clean up a lobby full of Titans, I mean, mad respect to the 3-time world champs, man. 2 times they've been here already on the Esports World Cup stage. But maybe the previous time, the heat at Riyadh was just a tad bit too high. They did complain about the heat in Paris as well, but
They're
I'll have
3
to say,
times world
it's
champion
nothing
भाई
compared to the desert sands of Riyadh.
Yeah, for real. As we come into this game as well, I think what's really exciting to see about them is the fact that not only are they the type of team that really took their time in map number 1, but you can start to see really amp and get more comfortable as most of these maps come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space. And most importantly, there's a lot of support and trust with each other for them to really go all in on these fights.
Yeah, but I have to say, Falcons, man, what a game here on the final one at Nextera to pull away 22 eliminations. This was by far their best game of the day. I mean, prior to this match, the most number of points they pulled away was at Solara with 17 points, and their second best was just 13 points. But they just finished Nextera with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone that they're still alive and kicking. But I mean, am I sad for EVOS? Not really, right? Because at the end of the day, I think they still will be able to hold on to their top 4 spot. They didn't manage to wrap the day up with the Booyah. As a matter of fact, it's only the one that they pulled away at Solara that they looked the strongest on. Purgatory, I thought they were about to pull away a back-to-back, but you know, it just wasn't their day. We're gonna have a little interview here with the Buriram Esports player, so we'll throw you guys onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell and I'm happy to be here with this beautiful lady, Lacey. And we got Wasana from Buriram team here. Let's talk with him some very interesting things. Okay, so last year Buriram didn't perform as well as we expected, as the audience expected, and especially your own team at EWC 2025. How does this affect your team to come here this year?
ก็ใน EWC 2025 นะครับ performance ของทั้งของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยค่อนข้างออกไปในทางด้านของน่าผิดหวังนะฮะไม่ว่าในเรื่องของ performance แล้วก็ทั้งตัวผู้เล่นเองแล้วก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็ตามคิดว่ามันมีผลต่อ performance ของเราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้างไหมฮะขออีกรอบได้ไหมครับ performance ของเราในปี EWC 2025 ครับผมมันค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรกับในปีนี้บ้างไหมฮะผมว่าน่าจะตอนนั้นน่าจะแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆครับแบบเหมือนในปี EWC 2025 ครับผม performance ของทางน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ในตัวทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยฮะค่อนข้างไปทางหน้าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรบ้างกับปีนี้ครับผมสำหรับผมว่ามันก็แบบเหมือนตอนที่ช่วงที่เราพลาดก็มันให้ประสบการณ์กับเรามากกว่าครับก็มันทำให้แบบปีนี้เราโตขึ้นด้วยแบบมีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นว่าโอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้นะเล่นแบบนี้ไม่ได้ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง Yeah, I think in EWC 2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure we study through it and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it through EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Osana.
Well, I mean, you've turned things around now because let's forget about 2025 because we are here in 2006 and you guys have done such an incredible performance. Now, Wasana, I want you to talk us through match number 5 when your team was in a 1v1 against AGAL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่5นะครับในเกมที่5ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AGAL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับก็แบบว่ามันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3 แล้วก็มุมมันดีกว่าด้วยตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลังมากันทุกคนเลยใช่ครับYeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game, and it's like I think we have a better angle, so that's what lead to the final result.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have threatened you this today, because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for Buriram.
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็ท็อป 5 ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างผลออกมาค่อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าในท็อป 5 เนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของบุรีรัมย์ครับ
คือสำหรับผมทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมครับผมให้ทีมไทยเป็นเต็งหนึ่งทุกรายการเลยสำหรับผม
Yeah, in my opinion, every single Thai team in this tournament is like one of the scariest teams. So I would say like every Thai team.
ใช่
Only Thai?
เราด้วยครับ
Brazil! I knew it. Well, I mean, look, all these teams have had an exceptional day today, but of course, you know, Buriram United, and we are here with Wasana, and you have showcased absolute brilliance throughout this entire match, and I feel like other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this moment, you know, especially Loud. I know she's going to hate me after this one, but congratulations again on today's performance, and especially in that last match where you've just completely taken over, you know, the top of the leaderboard there. But I think, you know, we're going to get things off running. We're going to take a short little moment and, of course, be back with some more exciting free fire.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers. my favorite person in the world until now.
I just want to make sure that the first person who kisses you loves you. Okay? I love you, Jeremy.
I love you too. Thousand different reasons I believed in. You lined them up and tore them all to pieces. They say there ain't no rhyme without a reason. I put my heart into your soul and now I'm bleeding. I need some healing. Know it's been a long time, you still linger in my mind. No, I'm doing fine, more like once upon a time. Talking to me, would believe your reasons if you were just loyal to me. They say that time will heal, but it's just scarring for me. Every time I'm falling asleep, baby, I wonder why. Oh girl, I wonder why you still linger in my mind. And no, I'm doing fine, more like once upon a time. मुझसे करे मुझसे भी ज्यादा ये जुड़ा है तुझसे दिल ये सिफारिश है करता मुझे मुझसे भी ज्यादा ये जुड़ा है तुझसे ए दिलदारियां मैं फिर हारियां सितारे दिन दी क्यों तेरी यारियां बस एक you say, and lately I can hear you call, are you calling my name? Arms around me, I can listen to you talk, tell me what you say. Tell me what you say. I've been searching through the air, trying to figure out why I feel this way. And baby, I can comprehend it, maybe it's just better if I stay away.
be thinking about the things that I could say, and will they make you stay? And maybe you could fall in love tonight, now fade away. But I'm calling, 'cause I'm heartsick. Girl, I can't keep us alive. So you only call me when you're falling, but we can't keep living this love. No. Picture perfect that you innocent. Got me thinking that you haven't said it's alright, feels so high. Baby, you can put it on me one time. I know we said it all before, but it's hard to let you go. No, I can't get you out of my mind. I've been searching through the edge, trying to figure out why I feel this way. And baby, I can comprehend it. Maybe it's just better if I stay away. 'Cause lately I've been thinking about the things that I could say, and will they make you stay? And maybe you could fall in love tonight, now fade away. But I'm calling, 'cause I'm heartsick. Girl, I can't keep us alive. So you only call me when you're falling, but we can't keep living this love. Won't you come away with me? Slowly slip into your fantasy. Tell me what you wanna do, baby, it's alright. Picture perfect when we intertwine. Fireworks when we come alive. Ain't nobody know that you are all mine. Ooh, now you know that I can't come across to you. Calling, 'cause I'm heartsick. Girl, I can't keep us alive. So you only call me when you're falling, but we can't keep living this love. I'm calling, 'cause I'm heartsick. Girl, I can't keep us alive. You only call me when you're falling. I can't keep living this love. धूप में बैठी लिखती थी खत, करने को वो बयां, दिल की बातें, दिल की बातें। कि तू ही मेरी यादों का सहारा बन गया, तुझे चाहने का दिल का मेरे इरादा बन गया। तेरे इश्क में हर वक्त जीना गवारा ना रहा, कह दूं तुझे लफ्जों से जो नजरों से ना कहा। कर दूं बयां इस दिल की बातें तुझसे मिर्ज़ा, तेरी बाहों के साए में बन जाऊं साहिबा। कर दूं बयां इस दिल की बातें तुझसे मिर्ज़ा, तेरी बाहों के साए में बन जाऊं साहिबा। इस इश्क के समंदर में तू खोने की वजह, इस दिल में दे दे मुझे तू बस थोड़ी सी जगह। सुन ले मेरे लफ्जों से इस दिल की दास्तां, तू ही है दिल की आरज़ू और तू ही आसरा। कर दूं बयां इस दिल की बातें तुझसे मिर्ज़ा, तेरी बाहों
के साए में बन जाऊं साहिबा कर दूं बयां इस दिल की बातें तुझसे मिर्ज़ा तेरी बाहों के साए में बन जाऊं साहिबा धूप में बैठी लिखती थी खत करने को वो बयां दिल की बातें दिल की बातें
I was crying, lying within myself. I was praying you, not anyone else. I was dying, trying to get up and say those words.
Alright guys, we are back. Sorry इतने डिले के लिए sorry. थोड़ा एडिटर का काम आ गया था एंड रेस्ट भी लेना था क्योंकि भी आई गेस 6 मैचेस और हैं. एक सेकंड मैं स्क्रीन लगा दूं.
Thì không biết là cả bác gấu và cả Sarah cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả
अभी स्टार्ट हो रहा है ना, ग्रुप ए के मैच स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं शायद. ग्रुप बी के साथ.
Có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của Team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series EWC đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của EWC và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả các kênh sóng của Ghana DeFi Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn bác gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong hai trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau hai trận thi đấu thì
sorry,
em thấy cũng
मेरा
khá
face
là
cam
khắc
नहीं
nghiệt.
दिख रहा.
Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams. Latam, India, the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A. And well, this is the end. And I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team. And I do
Let's
hope
go.
you guys
We are
are
right
also
for the
like
favorite
that.
team,
Please
guys.
continue to support it.
Have you choose your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh.
But you didn't
Maybe
help,
I should
yeah.
get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon. What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me. Let's check this out. Let's go.
Welcome to EWC 26 Free Fire. I'm Yusel, and right next to me is PS1 from Team Secret, as known as your favorite team WEG in Vietnam. Lần này đến với giải đấu EWC 2026 này thì không biết là PS1 có cảm nghĩ như thế nào ta, khi mà mình vừa hoàn thành xong Free Fire World Series 2026 Spring thì có vẻ như là sẽ rất là căng thẳng như mình. Liệu rằng là mình có thể lặp lại cái chức vô địch đó một lần nữa ở đây không ta?
Dạ thì nói chung là bọn em cảm thấy rất là hào hứng khi mà chuẩn bị bước vào thi đấu. Tất nhiên là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành được chức vô địch lần này.
Alright, so we will try our best to get that championship once again, just like we did in Free Fire World Series C 2026 Spring. Alright, one more question. I remember in the Vietnam tournaments, you guys, especially for your coach, the Ghost, have said that we would love to say hello to the Fluxo. So, what do you think about them? Is your mentality okay when you have to face them or something like that? Because I heard that you guys were in the same bus on the way here as well. Thì ở giải đấu Vietnam League vừa rồi của chúng ta thì Yusun nhớ rằng là huấn luyện viên The Ghost có nói rằng là chúng mình gửi lời chào đến Fluxo. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với Fluxo đến đây luôn. Không biết là mọi người có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì, có thân thiện với nhau không ta?
Thì nói chung ở ngoài đời thì tụi em là bạn bè, nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù. Một mất một còn.
Một mất một còn. Vậy thì bây giờ một nghĩ như thế nào về Fluxo ở giải đấu hiện tại?
Em nghĩ Fluxo họ rất là mạnh về khoảng teamwork, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì có lẽ cũng sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose them. Well, thank you, PS1, a lot. And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching, and please continue your journey at EWC 26.
Sorry, guys.
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay,
you're
so
gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back, and it's so good to finally see RRQ back in action, because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be #1. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid and never the bride.
Oh.
That is kind of the case with RRQ, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing, because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. I love an underdog story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, you know what I mean? But Team Secret. Now, in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so you're like, Lace, why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025, where they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yep, I'm using that. And they hit about 14th place. And it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on, because although in earlier performances, not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board, which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
No
if that's going to be a jinx, or if it's a good call out and they'll be like, you know what, we really don't want to choke. One team that's going to be looking not to choke here on day one of Free Fire at EWC 26 is going to be Fluxo, because this is that one championship that they're currently missing, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like Buram, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh yeah, I mean, expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Right? We've seen the group of death from Group A. Group B right now is, I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RQ, Fluxo, especially after they they were stolen of that global finals championship by Baar United.
Stolen.
Everything was just going downhill. Well, not too much of downhill. They're just
ग्रुप ए का शुरू होने वाला गाइस अभी ग्रुप ए का जो स्ट्रीम पे नया लाइक कर दो सब्सक्राइब कर दो
turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now, and let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them, and we were talking about snipers. MT7 will be in there, so I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're going to be talking about players, once one player, whether he's from RQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough, and I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But
yes,
speaking of
number
players,
2 is never
I
enough.
really want to appreciate how Dutz is doing so well as the captain of RRQ, but also something that really caught my attention is actually what the Fatality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world, and they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do, and it's just so amazing what a small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced to Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters, and then they switched from Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters because they're just going against all the giants like Baar United, AJAL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta. And I don't know if someone will copy them. I know it's
वो देखो पीछे देखो भाई क्या चल रहा है
to counter them, but we know that Chris John Coach has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well and surprise us here like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari. And even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for Baar United, they once they get that knock, they already use the launch pod
क्या हमें
ready to go
Valorant
in for
खेलनी
that
चाहिए मुझे
shot,
बताओ
for
यार
that
मैं कंफ्यूज हूँ Valorant खेलूँ कि PUBG PC या Minecraft क्या खेला जाए पोल लगाएंगे पोल लगाते हैं
That's what we've seen from
लेकिन रात को पोल लगाऊंगा मैं
Team Vitality rather.
ठीक है
They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar, and the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So, yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Fatality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And it could turn out like a complete mess. But, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. I'm ready.
Oh my God, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before. And I am so moved
कौन सी टीम है
what
भाई
I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing the fans of Fluxos are?
भाई यहाँ बाहर के फैंस भाई मतलब crazy यार वो देखो किसी की तो शायद मॉम है वो she was also supporting her. I mean their energy is different level at esports events. मैं खुद जाके witness करके आया हूँ भाई. No, it's on my Instagram. I have uploaded clips. मैं last year गया था और एक रॉकेट लीग का मैच देख रहा था esports वर्ल्ड कप पे. रॉकेट लीग का फाइनल या फिर क्वालिफायर कोई राउंड था वो देख रहा था esports वर्ल्ड कप पे. लाइव तो भाई टीम फ्यूरिया करके थी नाम, और टीम फ्यूरिया के फैंस फीफा वर्ल्ड कप देख रहे हो अभी आप लोग, पूरा सॉन्ग चल रहा होता है, ऑडियंस गा रही होती है, हो कर रही होती है, वैसे कर रहे थे भाई वो। Esports World Cup, this is esports भाई, इंडिया में सब अभी नहीं होता है। आई एम वेटिंग कब ये सब होना शुरू होगा, ऑडियंस एक टीम की, एक सारे फैंस एक जगह पे हो कर रहे हैं भाई, शोर मचा रहे हैं, कुछ गा रहे हैं, कुछ एंथम वगैरह जो भी, पता नहीं भाई, साथ में जैसे इन्हीं को देख लो ऐसे ऐसे कर रहे थे।
99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez e tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né? Porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FFWS Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, né, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós tá muito orgulhoso do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui, vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway,
Brazil
by train, by
Brazil
walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at EWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Flux. So that's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
वही वो भी शुरू हो गई, अरे अरे ओले 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 ओले।
I swear,
Hey,
I
bhai.
have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dances.
just
I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my God, amazing. Girl
सही
crush.
बात है
I
भाई।
mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling
कौन
everywhere.
कौन है
I
भाई,
know,
चेक
right?
करो
Be
चैट,
like, oh, there goes.
कौन कौन है स्ट्रीम पे।
Disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh, yeah.
I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on, brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go RRQ.
RRQ भाई, RRQ आ
That's
रही
the
है।
spirit, girl. Love you.
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double given positivity.
Yeah, we double bless them.
We have a shrine out the
Hopefully,
back.
fingers crossed. Okay.
Well, before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RRQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but it's
Yes.
a new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that
Yeah.
come through that change everything. And then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
Yes,
not at
new
all.
dynasty, but
RRQ,
it is
baby.
something that we need to do though. We gotta keep them fresh.
Agreed.
We do. We definitely do. And you know what? I'm going to give you some more time because I think I have an idea who you might be picking, Conchita, in regards to the team
Bermuda,
that might end up getting
Solara,
3 booyahs.
Purgatory,
So Neptune, you got some
Nextera,
time.
Kalahari,
Let's see if you have been
Nextera.
swayed to the
Nextera
RRQ,
2 बार.
or maybe the fans
कितने मैप हो गए?
behind us
2,
with
3,
Fluxo
4,
are swaying
5
you, or
मैच
you're
हो
just
गए.
going to
5
surprise
मैप हो
us.
गए यार अलग-अलग.
Despite of Fluxo being behind us right now, I'm just going to numbers right here. But because
ये क्या
based
सीन है?
on
HTC
like the qualifiers
PS5
that they
भी
have,
sponsor
the
है भाई,
regionals
क्या
that they
बात
have,
है?
they're the ones that has the most booyahs, 14 if I'm not mistaken, and you won't be able to do that. They're not even. That's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to them to continue that here on because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Fluxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well because if you go to Brazil, you can see how crazy fans get, how loud it gets. Now. Not loud, but how Fluxo hype up. That was like, okay, which one you want to go with?
Okay, Conchita, you have plenty of time.
Okay, I do. Should I talk a little slower then?
Which team are you gonna go with?
Well, obviously, I have a special place for RQ in my heart. But if we're talking about distractions, I think one of the biggest distractions that they need to face and conquer this time is Secret WAG, because they are one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia, and I do think that they have a lot to prove at this EWC 2026. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
That's a crazy way, long way to say it.
I'm really sorry. I tried to be neutral.
That's a professional right there, my girl.
She took us on a roller coaster of emotions.
I was like, she's gonna change
oh my God, she's gonna change it. No, we're coming back. Okay, it's actually
but all I'm saying is that it's not without distractions, it's not without challenges, because I know that RRQ, it hurts me to say this, it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying that they have this choke that they haven't really found how to be rid of that yet.
Drink juice.
The stage fright, I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just, they need to break the curse right away.
It happens. Honestly, we've seen many teams in different battle royales. We've seen teams being able to do it here at Free Fire too, where you get to this kind of position, where you get to this kind of event, and the comfort of your home is no longer there. The comfort of having close relatives to kind of support you if you have a bad day is not there. Even though sometimes we do have family traveling with some of the players, it's just a completely different atmosphere, and sometimes players do tend to choke. Sometimes the pressure does get to them. What I want to know, Neptune, is if you are one of those players, let's say 3 games not really going your way, right? What can you do as a player to just snap yourself out of that mindset?
Again, one thing that pressures the team is because they're not enjoying the game. And that's basically like, that's a basic when it comes to playing the games. All you have to do is enjoy it because that's where everything gets clear. Whatever you practice would be coming back to you. There's no more pressure of the opponents, no more pressure of the crowd. Just enjoy yourself. Just go back to the basics. And then that's when you go with the checklist of how are you going to go with it? Are you going passive? Are you going aggressive? Will you be like, and I'm pretty sure these teams has plans from A to Z, or probably even more.
And if I was one of the players, I'd be like, but Neptune, booyahs are fun. Winning is fun. But
eliminations are fun.
Not really, no. Yeah, but then again, I have to agree with Neptune, because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sport. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's going to help you to perform better.
Yeah, and the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams, and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second to just actually send it. When they got nothing to lose.
Buffering.
Saying that when they got nothing to lose, that's when they're like, you know.
Sorry guys,
Went
sorry.
into this lobby late, especially in Group A. We saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's going to be the same? Because I'm thinking it's going to be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the chart.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GD, match number 1, where they hit 17 limbs. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, you know, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong. And, you know, we're talking about the teams, double snipers, double rushes, like just see if this works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong. Doesn't work, and adapt and make changes through there. But yeah, y'all need to like entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group, and I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. So they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality, and that's what we were expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, Gun Dynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board? Like, doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just the number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush, so you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is gonna be top heavy, or if we're gonna be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
Let's go, bhai. Let's go, EWC.
Our teams have now had a chance to compete right here on the Gadia City grid. And there's plenty more where that came from, Looting.
Yeah, of course, 40 ace players just waiting in
Total
the
Gaming
Esports
Esports IQ.
counting down the time, the moments
S8UL.
until they can finally get their hands on the game.
Oh, well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in a few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with Miyako!
ये कहाँ की टीम है? ओए, क्या बात है? ऑरा फार्मिंग भाई, ऑरा फार्मिंग, क्या बात है? कहाँ की टीम है? ये कहाँ की टीम है? सऊदी की टीम है, I guess. शायद से.
Total Gaming Esports.
Total Gaming, let's go, Team India भाई, let's go. क्या बात है, लॉन्डो? भाई इंडियन टीम फ्री फायर की स्टेज पे भाई, इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे भाई, क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है. लायन Esports, ओहो, ऑरा फार्मिंग, S8UL. Let's go, Londo, let's go. क्या बात है भाई, मजा आने वाला है इस ग्रुप में, मजा आने वाला है इस ग्रुप में, सही में मजा आने वाला है बेटा.
Team
Vitality भाई, सारी तगड़ी टीम्स हैं इस ग्रुप में, मतलब नाम वाली. मुझे आइडिया नहीं है खेलने का क्योंकि मैं फ्री फायर नहीं देखता हूँ, बट नाम से बहुत तगड़ी टीम्स है. RRQ, इसके तो बहुत फैंस है भाई, ये देखो, इसके तो बहुत फैंस है स्टेडियम में. क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. RRQ ऑल द वे.
Twisted Minds.
Boom Mom. Yes bro, Boom Mom. Twisted Minds आ गई ओए भाई सारी तगड़ी टीम्स हैं भाई इसमें भी Twisted Minds RRQ अरे यार बाप रे Twisted Minds RRQ टीम सीक्रेट इसके भी बहुत फैन हैं स्टेडियम में ओहो
And finally Fluxo W7L.
Fluxo वाइटैलिटी इंडिया में ऑपरेट करती थी पहले फ्री फायर बट गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छा ओए सचिन भाई इसको ये वाली एंट्रीज भी क्लिप कर लेना ठीक है इसकी भी एक रील चाहिए
This is where your journey begins. You decide
Let's
whether
go,
you
bhai.
dominate or whether you simply survive.
S8UL और
Yes,
Total
it's
Gaming को
Free
सबसे
Fire
स्टार्ट में
at
डाल देना
Esports World Cup.
फिर बाकी
Which team
टीम्स
will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
लेट्स गो भाई
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the group, Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ,
सबसे पहला वर्ल्ड कप ये जीती थी
forward to get
FFWS
themselves on the board and not choke.
फ्री फायर का गॉड प्लेयर मान सकते हो ओह अच्छा वही फिर ये तो ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ हुआ ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ हुआ ना ये तो ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ हुआ फिर सारी तगड़ी टीम्स है भाई इसमें सारी तगड़ी टीम्स हैं सब्सक्राइब कर दो सचिन भाई नहीं किया तो
in the battle royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ
भी आ गई
25 3 chances and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash
Total Gaming let's go
Global Final 24 they came in second again. So
पर नोब्रू नहीं खेलता अच्छा नोब्रू नहीं खेलता
ओह and I think this is a very good litmus test
नहीं
to
खेलता
find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what team
Indian caster है क्या Lucifer
just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26th season is something that they can be able to prove along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group. Here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Soul, we have Straw Hats. I think TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams, right? I am looking at both MIBR Lost and Lion, especially Lion, because this is a team that has members, has players from Rainbow 7 back in FFWS 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think Lion are a team to watch out for everybody else. The 12 lot, 11 lot. And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, S8UL Esports, they are the guns that are looking forward to prove on a global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number 1, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from S8UL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right? We have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this
this entire squad has been together for what, like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the Grand Finals, alongside teams like BRU and Falcons, surprisingly. And now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in 4th in their region. But I think, you know, a team like Fluxo is a team that is always full of surprises.
Yeah, the surprises and possibilities. I think this season in its entirety for Free Fire itself, teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SCA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove their decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's not technically not the first time we've seen, you know, teams from South Asia and India compete in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022, and it's been a long time coming, right? Like we sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on an international stage. So I think, you know, this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. But our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while. In Clash Squad, phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes about. They're very adaptable in their play style. And Maal, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. There were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Al Ali itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 10, you're out of the tournament tomorrow.
It's insane because you look at survival stage, there's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage.
कौन eyes close कर लेता है? कौन eyes close कर
लेता है? You skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the grand finals. If not, you go to another group of 10 games, and then we have an uncapped grand finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality, the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. KD goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage, where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and
you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and Evo's Divine. They were also the one that stopped RQ from winning everything in Game A. And, you know, they were the ones that really gave us that Game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris. And I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme of things.
And mattering for Bangladesh is going to be Straw Hats. I think when we ended up seeing Titan Esports Club, they couldn't step up. We hoped that Blade would maybe have a big day. We did see him try to fight it out, break down the glue walls, but it was just not enough. But on the other end, Straw Hats in the recent performance, even in, as I was mentioning about the Asia Invitational, well, Team Vitality won. Straw Hats put up a really good performance there. So I think this could be an opportunity for them as well, because we've been talking continuously that Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
Yeah. And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw in Group A, it's going to be the same for Group B. And I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good. Then we go Solara, we get Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams, especially because when you kind of trace back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general. But now Indonesia, who have such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about this. They're getting closer. I think that finish that they need, the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title, but they just missed. But this time maybe hook or crook, they make it happen.
Only thing that
समझ नहीं आ रही अरे समझ आ रही है लेकिन कुछ रिएक्ट करने को नहीं है यार अभी मैं सिर्फ गेम पे रिएक्ट करना चाहता हूँ बाकी चीजें देखने में लोगों को भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो फिर मैं क्या इंटरेस्ट
good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's
चली नहीं गई थी
if you just look at public opinion. But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right? At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade okay, maybe a bit too much. If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agreed. I think that works out. But when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right? You need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about India. USA.
Match start ही नहीं हो रहा सचिन भाई.
Esports World Cup 2026. We
समझ तो आ रही है English match ही start नहीं हो
out
रहा.
of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition is completely changed.
Yeah, actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well. Right? I wouldn't have dreamed of having the stakes in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that the what do you call it, the shield where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned, and it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point you get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writings is actually in Baar Indo because he did win last year. Neat little detail. I love it a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You would have seen on the stream itself as we are going to be starting off the Group B games. That is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B, compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And, ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for bad reason. That's Twisted Minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instant or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that changes this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the Esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Raid, and then they became Twisted Minds. But ever since that, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for our arena, for the stage that we are at for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. And it feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go the Fluxo way. They're enticing everybody sitting here to just root for Fluxo.
It's like, how could you not want to root for Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
In fact, even when they lifted up the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR Lows back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They are both in the same lobby again.
Welcome to stream Londo यार. B के मैचेस चालू ही नहीं हो रहे हैं यार. मतलब देख लो अभी सीनरी दिखा रहे हैं अच्छी. देखो नहीं देख.
Back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, "Dang it, they had us." I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner, which is nice, right? Like sometimes people think that, oh, this is planned out. I'm telling you, no one rigged anything, right? Yeah. It falls into place. Who could have expected Team Secret to win Spring? If you ask me, I would say no way.
No way.
I tuned in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they won. How did they win? 4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes, I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect from RRQ when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it because they made a similar comeback like that, back-to-back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, but we actually seen it many times. Even from a team that's actually not here, Team Onyx Esports, back in Spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Rush when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that they were actually in a group hug before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group B. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026 in
Let's
Paris.
go भाई. Finally match start हो गया भाई. Finally. Total Gaming S8UL प्लेन से निकल चुकी है. Let's go भाई. भाई मस्त गेम प्ले दिखा दे यार. एक बारी मजा आ जाएगा, पता है.
Very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drops come in still pretty much what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. Vitality going to Observatory, RQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes Peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG deciding to go for Peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that gears towards Sentosa. Miyako
टाइटल चेंज कर रहा हूं अपनी लाइव स्ट्रीम का. 1 मिनट दीजिए.
Spreading out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between Miyako, but most of the teams seems to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and RLE Esports. A little bit of a quick battle, first elimination picked up by Exposy, and that's going to be C4, who's already down, and that's going to be Al-Hali already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up.
They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up. They expend their ability to get a revive.
And I think, you know, in the early game, it is still very much understandable, right? You really don't lose too much. Worst case scenario, you go back to square one. I think for Ali, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this. So now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player. And you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off. And early, I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here. And it could become even more difficult because the resources in the early game will not be that great. And the challenge is still happening. Twisted Minds have a glue all right in front. Oscar's radiant dash doesn't work over there. But still, Exposy tries to bring it back and exchange on an elimination.
And it's Total Gaming that is the one that caused disaster for both squads. I think getting that elimination early on onto the
Total Gaming ने मारा.
It's going to stop every altercation that has happened to this
वो
point.
Total Gaming की 3 एलिमिनेशंस हो गए. अबे मैं टाइटल का चेंज कर देंगे. Total Gaming की 3 एलिमिनेशंस कर दिए. 3 एलिमिनेशंस कर दिए भाई. Let's go. Twisted Minds है यहाँ पे. Twisted Minds है.
Total Gaming Esports, Aiku. They wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in Water. It seems like it's working out, and there it is. He finds one, but quickly traded off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be wary. And Mafia looks like he's
Mafia. Oh boy, क्या बात है?
There is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start.
6 अबे 6 बंदे मार दिए. Let's go भाई.
Took off on a sprint in a marathon and off to a great start. 6 eliminations.
मिल पिछले 8 साल से क्या बात है भाई?
Doesn't really have much resources in his bank, so even a revive would be an
WW
as of now.
6 eliminations.
Not much resources.
भाई Twisted Minds का last player बचा है बस. S8UL Lion के पास. S8UL Lion. Jack को डैमेज पड़ा थोड़ा.
Shift our focus over to Lion. Them against Soul, Vitality as well.
Ilaka, not Ladka.
Being forced out by the Riptide Rhythm. A couple of shots now from Lion. It's gonna be Joker that finds that, but stolen away.
S8UL Esports.
समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि TG का इलाका है. अच्छा इलाका है. ओ अरे यार S8UL का डाउन हो गया.
Bunny, he couldn't do much. The glue wall in front of him, Riptide Rhythm being used. Now he's going for the jump shot.
अरे नहीं यार.
That's not going to work out. Once more, Lion picking up another elimination on S8UL. So the start not great. Troll also down. It's all up to Jack, and he's making a quick run away from this fight entirely.
Yeah, you tempt the Lion, you better be ready. And in this case, Lion were fully prepared to receive that hit. Especially when you're dealing with people like Joker, like Games Kings that we talked about, the young prodigy of Latam, Hacks as well. Sometimes forgotten in the wayside as Jack gets found, jump blast him in the back, and that's another point gone. Twisted Minds secures the second, and they get a full revive. So the boss gets
W Rianti भाई W और लौंडे बुलाओ स्ट्रीम पे. W इंडिया भाई आज फोड़ेगी भाई. टोटल गेमिंग S8UL फोड़ेगी, मैं बता रहा हूँ. मैं आज बता रहा हूँ गाइस, टोटल गेमिंग फोड़ने वाली है. मैं बता रहा हूँ.
What just went on earlier, they were not prepared against Total Gaming. Now they did find an elimination that they're happy about. But the happiest so
Twisted Minds से सारे रिकॉल हो गए.
Energy, not even a single beat being dropped. That's going to be for the Fluxo fans. But Straw Hats finally, who had an early difficulty, now picking up pace. They pick a player from Al Ahly, and that's going to be Remind.
And even then, we still have 45 players in the lobby, right?
Total Gaming rotate कर रही है क्या? हाँ, rotate कर रही है.
Bit of a casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even when you look at the radar, TG moving towards the center very soon. Launchpad being taken by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. One of the players does lag behind a little bit, but you do have the Reconnaissance squad ahead, and they might end up running into Simox from Al Ahly. They spot him, taking the launch pad out. So Observatory now
S8UL का एक elimination है. Total Gaming के 8. Sorry 6.
Is around the edge, right? We saw Al Ahly want to get this.
RRQ.
But right now with a lightning bolt, make a call.
ओए क्या हो रहा है ये? अरे कैसे उड़ रहा है ये? ओए अबे नॉक हो गया, उड़ गया. वो नॉक होने के बाद उड़ा है. एक और नॉक पड़ा है यहाँ. वो रिवाइव दे देगा अपने टीममेट को. हो गया अबे इतनी जल्दी. अरे इतनी जल्दी रिवाइव हो गया. क्या बात है? रोटेट नहीं कर रहा, वहाँ से निकल गए. अब प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा है, वहाँ से निकल गए, अब स्काउट करेंगे 2 बंदे प्लेयर्स को और चटकाएंगे। अच्छा सचिन भाई तुम तो देखते हो यार फ्री फायर, हम तो नहीं देखते, हमारे लिए वो रोटेशन ही होता है हमारे लिए वो रोटेशन ही होता है भाई। डीजे वालों के लिए इट्स कॉल्ड रोटेशन, जो तुम बोले हो।
They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIB loss have no idea about it because they just pushed an opponent out of that compound. They chased out RRQ, but look at this, slowly trailing in that same direction is even Total Gaming. There's going to be an helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We got to see where this circle takes us, right?
Yeah.
High chance Clock Tower is going to be in the next circle, but where it kind of pivots towards going to decide where Total Gaming goes, and smack dab in the center, we are getting a very, very nice algorithm for game 1.
Yeah.
Starting it slow and tame.
देखा आ गए ना मारने क्लॉक टावर हैं।
All it started, multiple teams having
कहाँ है?
difficulties, but still all the 12 teams that
ये TG
are
Aztec,
still surviving.
शैंकी, एस्टेक, वोटा और 5 चौथा कौन है? वे क्लॉक टावर मारने आ गए भाई। ओए फ्री फायर बढ़िया गेम है, ट्राई कर ही जाए, क्या मजा आ रहा है भाई देखने में, पता है ऐसा फुल मारम मारी गेम है, मारते रहो ढूंढ के मारते रहो, बट गायरो नहीं है, बस ये दिक्कत है। जिस दिन गायरो आ जाएगा मैं फ्री फायर स्पोर्ट प्लेयर बनूंगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ जिस दिन फ्री फायर में गायरो आएगा मैं फ्री फायर स्पोर्ट प्लेयर बनूंगा, मैं बता दिया, मैं ये ऐलान करता हूँ।
Not all hope is lost. Exposé finds the 3rd point.
अबे ये तो रहे, हाँ दिख गए भाई, दिख गए।
Was able to get back on their feet. Decent economy and even having a very decked out arsenal should this game go late. I think they just cleared out Graveyard, so there is going to be a very good trajectory for them to move on forward. Even better with Lion just leaving where they were.
On the other end, silence still at Clock Tower. I think people can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how we are seeing MIB a loss, Total Gaming and Vitality together, and joining that lot is
Total Gaming Vitality. Total Gaming versus Vitality हो रहा है क्या?
We want to look for an opportunity. This is going to be Yago, who spots through the window on the player of Straw Hats, the newest entry team who've made it to Clock Tower. But hey, being at the center, meaning the fight is not going to yet break out. It is only when the circle shifts away from you and you have to make a move is when we see the fight. I think other than that, they'll be just trying to chip away each other's HP. Other than that, nothing else for now.
Yeah, especially in this case, for them, they are going to spread out their manpower, right? You want to control as much area as possible. You do run the risk of getting picked off. We've seen that happen multiple times. If you're up against more experienced team, that's what they're looking at. Some of the weaker chains of the anchor, Diamond.
Twisted Minds. अबे ड्रोन क्या करता है सचिन भाई, ये बताओ ना, ड्रोन क्या करता है सचिन भाई?
Down for round 2, back at Observatory where they dropped in the early game, but more equipped to take on a fight.
Twisted Minds, I really like that they managed to recover, but they're not just completely clocked in. They need to figure out, and same goes for Lion. A quick jump coming in from Gamesh King. He will get still in another different direction, but not yet towards the circle. He's just moving further away.
Yeah, I mean, one team that has been pretty silent the entire game is Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect them to come out swinging, get a couple of eliminations before they go off the radar. But so far, this Team Secret right now feels like Fluxo from 2024, where they play an incredibly slow game, and at that point of time, playing slow is sort of how you lose out in the late game. And in this case, Team Secret, they are taking
TG
no
TG
chances. As you did mention earlier on, Lucifer, Lion, not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on.
S8UL तो है जोन में अभी, TG नहीं दिख रही। कहाँ है TG? TG हो रही शायद से, ये रही TG शायद से, ये रही दिखी पिंक कलर। Vitality है यहाँ पे, loss है।
More teams wanting to take control of that arena is not going to be easy. Now is when it all breaks loose, because right at the edge when the zone closes in, we are for sure knowing that the clock tower will not be inside the circle anymore after it shifts.
I mean, the last we checked the radar, Team Secret were at Factory, and they were completely alone, right?
Yeah.
Completely uncontested. Maybe Fluxo comes in from the eastern side, but even then, it's a high chance that they will not cross paths. But we did say Clock Tower has a lot of areas that you can play around. High ground, low ground, building, outside, inside. In this case, even the underground tunnel.
Yep.
As our Ali members basically nested there. MIBLOs continues to make sure that they control the perimeter, and Haone instantly finds the pop on the Koja.
That was an opening, but I think they should be able to bring the player back up, because this is happening within the compounds. Nobody has clear sight of their enemy, so taking them down is not going to be quick and easy.
But as you can see, it's just the waiting game right as of now. 11 teams surviving. If not for Mahal going down, I think we would have 12 teams.
देखा टीजी नहीं जा रही वहाँ.
Group B game number 1. I did not expect to see all
देखा
these teams still surviving.
टीजी नहीं जा रही, वही है, मारेगी या मरेगी. हाँ, मारेगी भाई, मारेगी यार, मरेगी क्यों? मारेगी मारेगी भाई.
We're getting the ladder. We're getting the teams that are gonna start blowing some smoke. Maybe 30 minutes into the game when the whole lobby is still up. In this case, barring RRQ, who have been eliminated. But aside from that, it's gonna get messy. And that also means this is an incredibly volatile late game.
It is. Especially because we already spoke, right? Group A, we know teams are very familiar with the circuit itself. We saw a lot of Southeast Asian teams already taking control of it. The Brazilian squad of Loud also taking control of it. But here, everybody is unsure about the other team. They want to read them, and that is the reason they're taking so much time. But finally, Bazin, he finds an opening on Mia Corp.
Free Fire खेलेगा, Free Fire.
Going down next, Joshua have to
प्रबल भाई, तू तो चला ही जाता है यार स्ट्रीम से, तू रहता ही नहीं है स्ट्रीम पे भाई. घंटे का मोड है तू, घंटे का मोड समझा.
Leon will have to make a decision right now. The circle is going to start hurting them. They are going to be rested in this corner. But if they don't show themselves outside of the building, Meowcrop has a very good idea of where they might be. Dinoculus could also solve that problem. The bigger winner now is definitely the team from the States, as Leon will have to huddle together and figure out a solution very, very quickly in the next half a minute. Fluxo making a big rotation and now running the team secret. And Exposy starts things off by taking out Josper. So Meowcorp, they have another team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They are on top of the roof. But right now, having an upper hand might be Fluxo. They want to take down Team Secret because they were the ones who made a jump right in front of them. And they're trying their best, but Team Secret quickly with the chrono, the glue walls are trying to keep it going. But PLS1 is down. TQ, he also gets taken down and now
Team Secret बाहर भाई. S8UL सामने, Fluxo के सामने S8UL.
The Brazilian Titans 6 eliminations onto Butchers in. And MT7 stepping up to the occasion as well.
अच्छा Fluxo के फैंस हैं जो फुल हल्ला मचा रहे हैं. भाई यार तुम्हारे चैट में सब अच्छे बंदे आते हैं तो मॉड भी क्या ही करे. अरे तो तुम स्ट्रीम पे तो रहो भाई, स्ट्रीम तो देखो. उतनी के कौन मार रहा है?
As we lose Straw Hats off screen, Lion is also out, and now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke about Clock Tower. It's already in a very difficult spot. The vending machine is there, but so are many other teams.
Fluxo बहुत खतरनाक था अपने टाइम का हैं. लग रहा है भाई फैंस देख के लग रहा है कितनी खतरनाक थी. मस्त तगड़ी.
They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there. They made their entrance. They're holding the control. On the other end of our screen, even Meowcorp gets taken down. But wait, Troll, he picks off Dix. He's bringing this down to individual battles, and now Sipang has to deliver. He's trying to put up glue walls. Troll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the last man. His position gets compromised. They quickly jump in, and Team Vitality eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Ali gets themselves another point.
वो टीजी ने मार दी 7 किलो की. टीजी पे ध्यान दो, नॉक होते ही रिवाइव हो जा रही. फुल स्ट्रेटेजी. हाँ बे टीजी फुल स्ट्रेटेजी लगा रही है बे. फ्लक्सो मार रही है. अरे क्या हो रहा है यहाँ? इतने ग्लू वॉल क्यों है भाई? हेलो ओए अबे एयर ड्रॉप भी है इसमें. ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स बाहर. फ्लक्सो ने मार दिया भाई. फ्लक्सो के 15 एलिमिनेशन हो गए. 4 टीम के बीच में टोटल गेमिंग. 4 टीम के बीच में S8UL बाहर हो गई भाई. 5th आई S8UL. गुड भाई 5th आई. ये टीजी लॉस के साथ है. लॉस ओए नहीं नॉक हो गया. अरे नॉक हो गया. एलिमिनेट हो गई. नहीं लॉस ने मार दिया. एंटी यार एंटी टोटल भाई. पहला मैच टोटल गेमिंग भाई अच्छा ट्राई था भाई. एंटी भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ टोटल गेमिंग फोड़ेगे भाई. एंटी क्लिप कर लो सचिन भाई. क्लिप कर लो इसको. क्लिप कर लो. टोटल गेमिंग फर्स्ट मैच. लीड कोड भी करना रहता है ना लाला, इसके लिए स्ट्रीम पे नहीं देते. अरे तुम जाओ भाई लीड कोड करो. पढ़ाई करो भाई. जाओ पढ़ाकू लोग जाओ. अरे वो कमांड नहीं लगाया हूँ, स्क्रीन रिकॉर्ड करनी पड़ेगी सचिन भाई.
4 टीम थी जोन में बॉट। अरे अभी कहाँ से ऐड करूंगा, लाइव पे कहाँ से ऐड करूंगा। लॉस भाई देखा वो वहाँ वाली टीम लेगी चिकन, जहाँ टोटल गेमिंग थी वहाँ वाली टीम लेगी चिकन। चिकन कह रहा हूँ, बूया बूया ले गई बूया। अरे यार बूया ले गई, लॉस। बॉट नहीं है, रिकॉर्ड करना पड़ेगा, सीन रिकॉर्ड करना पड़ेगा।
Of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR Lords was even in the conversation. But there's nothing to be disappointed about. Los, they got the booyah. Luxo still finished second. The fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, but if this is the very
भाई
first
टोटल
game
गेमिंग
and
क्या
we
फायदा
end up
मेरा
seeing
स्ट्रीम
fight
देखने का
like
लॉल।
that,
अरे
which is, as
तुमको
you said,
बोल तो रहा हूँ
completely
आज कर लो सीन रिकॉर्ड, कल से लगा दूंगा क्लिप यार।
opportunity or the better position
हद
because
है।
we spoke about it. Hey, this team has a compound. Hey, that team is in a good position at the edge of the circle.
तुम मैच देखने के लिए स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहे भाई हैं?
Who did not
साले।
even seem on our screens a lot. They ended up closing it out, and it ended up being a fight between the Brazilians.
कहाँ की टीम है ये लॉस?
I mean, you called it out, right? You said that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR Lost. They got there first, they caught dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because MIBR were ahead of that play. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower, and that is the reason they were able to take down Total Gaming and put them down in an instant. And I think all the fights that we've seen MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay. Quick hits coming in from Yago on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other
भाई
hand,
पबजी की वॉच पार्टी करना यार, हम देखेंगे। डन सीन है, कर देंगे। लिंकेड के ऐड के लिए स्टोरी लिखनी है, 20 की डेडलाइन है। यहाँ मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ, देखो देखो भाई देखो, चलता रहा, डेडलाइंस वगैरह चलती रहती है। डेड तो भाई दिल भी है ना यार, लेकिन फिर डेड तो दिल भी है, क्या करें। डेडलाइंस वगैरह तो यार दिल की भी होती हैं जो तोड़ी जाती हैं। क्या डेडलाइन भाई, क्या डेडलाइन। स्ट्रीम देखो यार, फ्री फायर देखो भाई, फ्री फायर खेलेगा खेलेगा फ्री फायर। तुम खेलेगा फ्री फायर, खेलेगा तुम फ्री फायर खेलेगा। नेट भी डेड है भाई तुम्हारा, स्ट्रीम रुक जा रही है। अबे भाई कुछ भी मतलब 0% फ्रेम ड्रॉप है, 0% फ्रेम ड्रॉप है, और तुम कह रहे हो 10,000 के बिट रेट पे स्ट्रीम हो रही है और ड्रॉप फ्रेम 0% है। तुम कह रहे हो नेट खराब है। तुमको व्हाट्सएप पे स्क्रीनशॉट भेज रहे हैं, देख लो।
MT7, I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you
27 को पीछे लूंगा, फिर खेलेंगे पीसी गेम्स।
Do you really think you are a goat?
फिर खेलेंगे पीसी गेम्स, बीजीए भाई EWC टीम रुक जाएगी तुम्हारे में। अरे तो वो तो क्या ही करें, वो बफरिंग होती रहती थोड़ी बहुत, थोड़ी बहुत बफरिंग तो होती है। स्नैक्स की भी होती है भाई, जाके देख लो स्नैक्स की स्ट्रीम, उसकी भी होगी।
Trabalhei muito hoje, eu me considero GOAT aí do Free Fire, né? E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar o suporte, derrubar o primeiro, o segundo,
अरे 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 क्या बोल रहा है, क्या बोल रहा है, क्या बोल रहा है।
E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a GOAT because I have worked really hard through all these years, and of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win EWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a
चलो यार ये मैच
sniper.
हुआ, 5 मैच और हैं अभी।
And I'm gonna see you during the match at EWC 2026. High five.
Bye.
And we are back here, and right now I'm with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so last year you guys were really close to the title.
RRQ के इंट्रो, S8UL for the win। हाँ S8UL for the win, क्या बात है।
The title. You finished in the second on standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Chance apa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sampai sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini?
Yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin.
we must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1 2 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana? Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1 2 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ. Yeah, we trust in this season. It seems like last season Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
नहीं यार, बोर कहाँ हो रहा हूँ भाई?
केवल
भाई, मैं बोर नहीं हो रहा प्रबल भाई.
Good luck during the matches, and I will see you there.
बिल्कुल बोर नहीं हो रहा प्रबल भाई.
Thank you so much, guys.
ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे हो प्रबल भाई?
For RRQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a caster curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there and just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2.
समझ गए यार, अब क्या कहना चाहते हो? लग रहा हो अरे भाई तुम समझ गए, लेकिन तुम फिर भी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं रोकोगे, मुझे पता है, मुझे बहुत अच्छे से पता है. समझ गए तुम?
Just are aiming for those squad wipes. So MIBR lost is some team that we didn't expect to get that booyah as well. So they were just stalking, waiting in the shadows until that final pounce.
One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that we have seen up to this point, especially this early on, right?
India,
out of the squads from India. But moving on from some of the other squads, one surprise
Let's
squad,
go, bhai.
especially at the start, Twisted Minds.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they're going back to the aggressive way. This is one thing that I was looking forward to every time I see Twisted Mind, is them to go aggressive. And even though they falter in the first view, and you did mention about Total Gaming, because Total Gaming is one who...
भैया लैपटॉप पे टैब खोल के रख दे, स्ट्रीम चलती रहेगी. अरे वो तो मैं तो मेरे एक फोन पे तो चल ही रही है. तू भी नहीं देखेगा तो फिर फायदा क्या भाई? तू भी नहीं देखेगा तो फायदा क्या मेरे भाई?
That's 12 points behind MIBR. Lost though, but it's still a lot when it comes to this group.
It is a lot, and one thing that I know you're going to be happy, especially talking about Twisted Minds, is those eliminations that they were able to get right now. They ended up getting 14 points, like you mentioned, and 9 of those points were coming from eliminations. You're big on them, but I mean, we got to go back to
Walaikum assalam bhai, walaikum assalam.
Don't end up getting the booyah. They do end up with 18 ilms. Can they maybe bounce back and go after that booyah? Remember, we have some squads earlier on get 3 booyahs in one series.
Well, I do understand the mindset of Flexo at this point, because from what we've seen in that game, like, it is a slow pace. Not so much of chasing that is happening. And I think they felt that they're not hearing all those gunfights, so they're capitalizing on, I don't know, some of the teams just slowly warming up. And then once they see a squad, that's when they use exactly the strength they have, like MT7 as sniper, to get information or get elimination.
I mean, squads that you were looking at earlier too, Leon, I know, was one of them. I know a lot of people currently watching at home is hoping that S8UL Esports does end up doing good. That squad ended up getting a total of 2
कॉलेज जाके भी भाई जरूर होगी, क्यों नहीं होगी भाई? जरूर होगी भाई.
Tell him that, Tim.
क्यों नहीं होगी ये बताओ, क्यों नहीं
Yeah,
होगी?
we want more. Bring us
वो अलग बात है,
more.
कॉलेज कुछ
Because, I mean,
इधर उधर का
I know
चूचा
this is
करे,
the first day jitters
इंटरनेट
for
घटिया हो,
EWC, like second
तो
half.
जुगाड़ लगाएंगे, लेकिन
Talking
जरूर
about
होगी.
that on studio, wherein they've seen the gameplay for other teams. So this time, instead of just waiting for them to like using that tactics, they were a little bit shattered for the moment, but I think they can get back.
I mean, coming into the second match, I really want to see RRQ bounce back. And it's based on what Conchita was saying earlier on too. We don't want to see them get into those jitters. We don't want to see them get into that choking mentality that some of these people are expecting.
करना मजा आएगा
They might be able to turn
मैं
around.
फ्री फायर का
But I
गेम
know
एनालिसिस
everybody
करूं
here
भाई,
is
पहली बार
getting
देख रहा हूं
ready
भाई.
to
मैं
see
क्या
who's
बात
gonna
कर
be
रहा थी,
winning
क्या बात
game
कर रहा है
2
प्रबल?
of
व्हाट
Group
आर यू
B.
सेइंग? What are you saying, bro?
Thank you very much to 7
हर गेम
and
जो
Neptune.
गेम मैंने आज
Yes,
तक
I
खेला
mean,
नहीं उसके में हर
Gogeta
गेम
is
गेम
right,
मैनेज
right?
करूँ
We gotta see if
बीजी में मैं कर
RRQ
लूँगा
can get out
PUBG
of
मोबाइल पे कर
that
लूँगा भाई
underperforming, that choking zone, right? Something that is it's a very hard C word right now for them because he has been playing them for very, very long, Lucifer. But when we look at Solara, I unfortunately have to put RQ aside just for a bit because I want to talk about team vitality. This is a map that they excel on.
This should be an opportunity that they should close on. Solara, the smallest of all
Let's
the
go
games,
match
the
number
quickest of
2
all the
Discord में
games.
बैठ के
When
करो
we compared Bermuda, right? There was a little bit of a silence
दो
in the
तीन
mix.
लोग
Now
को
going and
साथ
jumping
बिठा
down to
के
Solara,
मत पढ़ने
there's an
लगा बाकी तुम
opportunity and
देखो
everybody will
अरे
be forced
किसको
together,
बिठाऊं
take
यार
that fight
भाई
head
तुम
on,
बताओ
and we
तुम
might
आओगे
end
तो
up
बोलो
seeing it work out for
तुम
Vitality,
आओगे
as
तो
you
बोलो
mentioned.
भाई तुम आओगे तो बोलो
Pretty
ये
important
प्रबल
as well,
जैसे जो
for Team Vitality, they didn't get
गाली
off
भी
to
नहीं दे
the
सकता जो
best
बैठे
start,
हैं
9 points,
ये भाई
single
स्क्रीन पर नहीं
digit,
आते
but then
डिस्कॉर्ड आएंगे
again, it was also a pretty top-heavy
तुम आओगे तो बोलो
game,
4 लौंडे और लाओ
Brazilian
कोई
teams
दिक्कत
coming
नहीं है
out
मुझे
swinging. Let's see if
मैं
they
तो
keep
बोल
the
ही रहा हूँ मुझे
momentum,
लौंडे
right? A lot
चाहिए
of times,
माइनक्राफ्ट खेलने के लिए
teams,
चाहिए
they come out in game
PUBG
1,
पीसी
game 2,
खेलने के लिए
guns blazing,
चाहिए
they hit like a 30 bomb and then they gas out, and that's not really how
और
you
चीज़ों
want.
के लिए
You
भी
want to be able to
चाहिए
maintain
बुलाओ
and make sure that you don't overheat.
फ्री
And in
फायर
this
भी
case,
खेल
we're
लेंगे
looking at both
लेकिन अभी
Epic
नहीं बाद
Diablos
में
and Fluxo.
And in that
अभी
case,
तो फिलहाल तो अगला मैच चालू हो
mainly, I
गया
look forward to RRQ pulling off their best games. Because the first game in general games of all the performances I've seen coming in from RRQ, the very first game doesn't work in their favor. Every other game, they just pull off with a spree of eliminations. And something that also starts off for early compared to the previous game is finding the very first elimination by C4.
Let's go
And for Miyakorp, instantly looking for the disengage.
भाई मैं तो आ जाता अभी लेकिन तूने गाली देने की बात कर दी भाई भाई के लिए चल वे झूठे इंसान आ जाता अभी ये सब मेरे सामने मत कर आ जाता अभी
Or if not, you're going to go into the contingency plan of just splitting up and cutting your losses.
Miyakorp, in the last game, we ended up seeing being at the edge of the circle. They tried to play it out, it did not work out, and this waiting game troubles them. And there it is.
TG कहाँ है यार? TG कहाँ है? Where is TG? अभी सर्वर पे आ.
Literally say that Kapas needs to be the one that anchors down the field. But unfortunately, I think with him gone, Miyakorp is going to be at least put in shambles for now about cutting your losses. Team Secret make an early rotation. In fact, they actually caught water, so that is a confirmed
Discord
elimination
there. तभी die hard audience.
Looking for the remainders of Total Gaming, who actually had a great start in game 1.
तभी die hard audience आएगी बाकी मर्जी तुम्हारी. हाँ यार समझता हूँ पता है मुझे पता है ये चीज़ मुझे पता है. Discord का मुझे कुछ करना है I know that.
And Team Secret are now picking up eliminations. They only had 1 point at the end of game number 1. Now they have already 3 added on. And Total Gaming, thankfully, they'll be happy that one of their players were at least able to run away from studio rather than getting in the crosshairs of Team Secret again. And RRQ on the other end, they will be able to hold themselves off, get to elimination, and MIB are lost in still trouble. And moving up, Rawan, I think he, yes, has the max 7, but can he find the knock? He's trying his best, but it's not going to work out. Players are surrounding him, still be able to
What no way?
knock.
What no way?
Will not be able to confirm for the time
क्या हो गया? क्या हुआ? वो S8UL और चारों यहीं पे हैं. चारों यहीं पे हैं. वो मार दिया. ओह! Troll.
An instant disengage there.
Oh भाई.
To the Brazilians as Troll backtracks. MT7 calls to get out of there.
भाई ट्रोल ने क्या मारा भाई उसको भाई.
He's a very crucial player.
क्या मारा ट्रोल ने
and
यार.
always delivers, and this is one of the moments for him to highlight himself. But on the other end, Twisted Minds and Straw Hats as well did not have a great game. Twisted Minds at least recovered, but for the time being on the deficit with Exposy going down, they have to figure out how they.
प्रबल भाई आप डिस्कॉर्ड पे नहीं मिले मुझे by the way.
Numbers, they need eliminations.
भाई क्या मारा ट्रोल ने भाई. सचिन भाई क्लिप कर लो.
And made worse by losing Exposy to RRQ, who popped him from afar, and that means the Straw has actually have a numbers advantage. Shocked is gonna shock Diamond with that one. Twisted Minds down to 2. And Straw has now have a very good chance of taking over. But with RRQ taking out Exposy early on, they're gonna come in as an intervention as Jump is already out of there. So now RRQ is Straw has problems.
And it is happening already. RRQ with confirming eliminations, they're taking down players from Straw Hats, and Straw Hats are in trouble. How do they recover from this? He is questioning who just challenged them. And it's not going to be an easy challenge. Delivery coming in on the Mac 10 from a bear. He puts the player down, and who will look forward to a revive.
6 eliminations कर दी भाई RRQ.
And the rest of Straw Hats are already poking it out of there. Very easy way to navigate from this area.
Anji bhai,
just
क्या हाल है?
Straw hats should be fine.
Hello.
A couple of Arsenal nearby.
बोलो भाई कुछ बोलो.
Revival point, the vending machine down the road.
हाँ भाई.
On the other end.
Screen भी share करूँगा.
Mia Corp again.
लो भाई screen भी share कर देते हैं. लो.
USA team, but so far the blue walls have been nice. Team Vitality receiving some resistance from Mia Corp, and it's Biblic that takes out Joe.
Not the best.
Screen share कर रहा हूँ bro, ठीक है.
Even the game one start, they were caught out in a 3v1 and they lost to Troll, ending up at a 1v1, and Ali took their last elimination.
Hello,
so
कुछ
not
बोलेगा?
sure of how they play this out. When you already mentioned, we spoke about this. This should be their map, their match. They should try to get back points, get to the top of the charts. But looking at how the play of this game is continuing, I don't see it happening anytime soon for Team Vitality.
Which is the craziest thing, because statistically they're technically not the best on this map, but whenever we get to that map and we look at the stats without Team Vitality, they step up. It's kind of a sick joke in a way.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu having a captain kept alive by a bye, but someone still needs to go retrieve him. And there it is, back up on his feet. Narq with 6 eliminations under their belt. Could cross paths with Vitality. Maybe even Straw Hats again.
I can say to Neptune and everybody else on our expert panel, pish posh, there's no curse, you don't have to worry about it. It's just the RRQ play. The very first game doesn't work in their favor, and then they manage to recover. Team Vitality would want to do the same thing as well. Straw Hats on the other end at Casavista, they managed to recover. They did pick up those early fights, they did win it out against Twisted Minds, but they would have wanted to eliminate the whole squad. Thankfully, Jump made an opportunity to run away, but he still not revived his entire squad. This is what happens when you run away from a very early on fight. You do not have enough coins or reinforcements to push ahead or even go to the vending machine and try to get your player back up. And I think that's what's affecting Jump right now.
Quite an interesting development as well. As we look at the edge of the circle, plenty of teams are duking it out. You know, you have RRQ and MIBR lost, the eastern side at Delta Isle, Team Secret, and Lion on the western side as well. But I think Lion are looking for a disengage. They've already sent one of the players out to a vending machine to get those revives going. Soon as they start dropping bodies, and I think Games King is going to be trapped in quite the predicament. Team Vitality out in the middle in Archway, and actually getting a pretty good area to hold on to.
The circle shifts a little sudden, and there's an opportunity where again Total Gaming end up being at the very center. Straw Hats, who managed to also make their recovery, are heading in that direction at Bloomtown. And right above them, we already spoke about Miyakov. And Miyakov, just like the previous game, they don't go out all brash at right the beginning. They wait for their opportunity, which they did pick up a couple in the early game, but it's not going to continue. But right as now, RRQ, the ones who are continuing, the team who just got the Booyah trying and denying them, that's going to be a big spray coming in and picking the players off, converting eliminations, and that's how we ended up seeing them getting their 6 eliminations in total.
A way better spot than what we have seen in game 1. I mean, anything that is not last right now is better for RRQ. Isolated jump right out on the edge. And unfortunately, the same predicament as RRQ from game 1, no vending machine in sight. And no
coins.
No coins. There is one on the radar, but like you said, no resources to bring his teammates back. He actually just picked up a pile of it.
Yeah.
And that could be the game changer if MIBR don't spot him.
Fluxo on the other end, they have an opportunity to spot a player from Lion. Sneakily hiding in the time being here at the studio, and there could be an opportunity that they start off a fight that Lion are not prepared for. But I think Hax has an idea. He knows he's caught out between enemy land. He's not sure if he should head out and put his head there for a fight, and that is the reason he's just holding off until the players move out. But moving in for Team Vitality are going to be as well as
छोड़ कल ना अच्छे सेटअप करेंगे ये चीज अभी कुछ सेटअप वगैरह नहीं है कल अच्छे से सेटअप करेंगे फिर करेंगे ये चीज अभी मुझे नहीं आइडिया स्ट्रीम पे कुछ सेटिंग वगैरह ना चेंज हो दिक्कत हो जाएगी
in that exchange, but again, compound pretty much secured for now. So Team Vitality
should
be able
to
recover and sort of readjust to the fight that's being put up by this Indian squad. And I think Total Gaming, there's also an opening where they could decide to go straight for the compound with Team Vitality if push comes to shove.
But again, just going back to the previous game, if they try to hold out the compound for far too long, we've known teams who manage to surround them, and that is how even after almost having a great start, they ended up losing the battle, and MIBR lost, ended up pulling up of a booyah itself. So small instances, these small minute things that you let go of becomes a bigger viral thing for the other teams.
And Diamond taken out. Team Secret joins the feed again.
He just came back.
He just came back. I think we found a theme for Group B so far, Lucifer. Full squad, 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Second time it has happened. I think this is what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, which is an exciting thing because it keeps it volatile. Ali even getting a small respite there. Circle now really shrinking down towards the middle. Man, 12 teams. Too less space for this density of population. Team Secret from the north. MIBR lost about to cross paths with them at Archway.
S8UL
Team Secret
6th पे, TG 5th पे.
by the binoculars. So I think that should be MIBR loss who have an idea, or RRQ on the edge.
Oh sorry, वो match standings थी.
Miyakop,
Overall
they end up
standing
picking
नहीं
up
थी.
runs, but Mahal answers back, takes Nicks down. But those are just knocks for the time being. There's no confirmation. Mahal
actually
in turn
मैं TG
gets
5th पे,
faded
S8UL
out.
6th
And
पे.
now Al Ahly jumps to trouble Miyakop. This is just happening back and forth. These teams are just dropping players, but not confirming any of them. Oh! All of a sudden, runs and dots together. They put out Miyakop.
And breaks
Mia
the
Caught
game
बाहर
wide
हो गई.
open just
पता
as
नहीं
we
कैसे but हो
thought
गई.
that the drought will continue for a while longer. And RRQ springing to life and putting themselves on the board
घोड़ा.
for now, and they continue to take on the challenge against Al Ali. The glue wall is getting
उतरी
blasted and weakened by Al Ali. Simox right in the front of Duz, and he is out. The captain once more removed by the Mina squad.
ओए मार दिया
Al Ali putting up better resistance, and RRQ forced away.
How did this happen? RRQ, they were looking good, and Mahal now the
S8UL #4 आएगी ये मैच प्रेडिक्शन है मेरी. डन सी ने देखते हैं भाई, देखते हैं चल.
And a vending machine right in front, so he will be able to bring the players back. But Twisted Minds, they had an opportunity to break again RRQ. But I think they have their target right in front. Al Ali, who made trouble. Jump is down on the other end. They wanted to sandwich. I think that did not work out. And Al Ali have an upper hand because they have all their three players looking forward to this after converting a fight. And they're running across back into the circle, leaving Twisted Minds in trouble.
And Al Ali able to sneak past Twisted Minds as well. They poke for it. RRQ, they get the full revive, but the pass was laying in wait. Duz, he just came back and he is removed from the equation again. So RRQ playing from behind, and everything is on the shoulders of Ma'ao. He needs one more on the diamond. The AWM, just enough to put him down so Abai can finish him off.
S8UL ने मारा. Troll ने मारा.
But the boss is sin, and Twisted Minds continues to put on the pedal.
RRQ getting trouble back and forth. They're trying their best to recover. It's not working out in their favor. It was Al Ahly first and now Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds in this game especially are able to hold themselves off. Team Secret on the other end have been just watching this action, teams moving around. Now they have their own opportunity. Mahal, he needs to run back, but he only has 400 coins. That is not going to be a full recovery for him. He wants to look forward to a knock or an elimination, but he doesn't have enough time. And with Mahal going out, the zone doing the damage, RRQ are done for here in Solara.
Standings isn't pretty in terms of placement points, but at least
eliminations.
At least they ran away with 13, and that's going to fill out that booyah for a little bit in equivalence. As we're now tracking on Straw Hats against Fluxo W7M, pushes in right through the window, has the therapy with him. The Cassie by his side along the Oscar, a classic combo.
हर जगह तो भाई वो, अरे वही तो भाई हर जगह तो वॉल है भाई, कुछ पता ही नहीं चलता है कभी कभी तो. लगता ही नहीं कौन मर रहा है कौन मार रहा है. हर जगह वॉल होती है.
S8UL and Fluxo W7M are going to
S8UL,
be undoing. Straw has
वो S8UL मार रही है.
That was an opening for Fluxo, and they're going to be happy. They put Straw Hats completely out of the game. S8UL Esports ended up becoming a wonder of a blessing for them. That is added on eliminations. Yes, one of the players got one elimination on Straw Hats, but the other three were all taken away. Now Team Secret want to do the same thing. They have a total of 11 eliminations right at the edge of the circle. The same position even goes for Twisted Minds. And that is the reason we can see the inclination coming in from Team Secret to take out Twisted Minds as soon as possible.
S8UL मार रही है. हाँ, S8UL मार 6 एलिमिनेशन हो गए S8UL के. TG के 3 हैं अभी. W भाई, S8UL और TG भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, ये दोनों ग्रैंड फाइनल्स जाएंगी.
But the eliminations hasn't been reflected just yet. We're still looking at 5 for now, but with
8 teams remaining in this lobby. There's a very good opportunity for some of these teams to rack up a couple more takedowns. And S8UL is one of them. But Troll getting pinned down by PLS1.
Troll को पकड़ लिया, Troll को पकड़ लिया. EG का माफिया भी गया. बनी भी गया, नूर भी गया है. दो प्लेयर्स गए S8UL. अबे S8UL बाहर हो गई. Twisted Minds भाई.
He wants to trouble Team Secret while they did pick up eliminations. They're looking good.
NT S8UL, NT यार NT.
Toll Gaming on the other end, they are going down to their knees. The fight against Vitality not working in their favor, but Sibang and Dix are also down. So Team Vitality, they have another challenge. That's going to be Lion on one end and Fluxo on the other. And Lion are
TG भी बाहर.
oh भाई. Teams of Vitality and Total Gaming and finally put an end to the
international lobby भाई.
He's going aggressive. He finds MT7
Indian
over
teams
there.
पीछे हैं but
Yet because he had to step out of the zone.
It's going to be crunch time right now. Hong Out actually takes out Jakos right before that glue wall comes out. And Team Secret might have just broken open Lion's defenses. They get the pickup still, but it means resources have been spent. And Team Secret in a very strong position to make it further. Joe now needs to
Double भाई आप prediction मत दो. हमारे prediction इनको सही हुआ है. जल्दी बात है. अरे क्या मार रहा है? क्या मार? अरे 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 अरे. अरे उई उई. अरे उसको कोई लगी नहीं थी. अरे भाई ये क्या? उई. ये क्या हुआ?
Puts the side of Fluxo out.
Cascading damages. Fluxo walked into a landmine and Lion comes in with a grenade launcher.
नहीं क्या चल रहा है भाई?
And they are the ones that get to voucher off and reap the rewards of what has been sold by their opponents. But right now, out into the open is Twisted Minds and Team Secret waiting for the easy pickings, and they are done. Now Twisted Minds up against Team Secret, a 4v3 in favor of the Vietnamese.
Team Secret, we're expecting
Twisted का chicken dinner. अबे chicken dinner नहीं बूया कहते हैं उसको. बूया कहते हैं बूया.
From every team, and now with 16 total eliminations, all their 4 players standing, they're looking forward to a booyah. What they did in the SCA Grand Final Spring, they want to start off just like how we ended up seeing Evo's Divine. It seems like Team Secret have found the secret recipe.
And this is the identity that has been missing, same as Twisted Minds, who are still looking for who they were back in their prime. But Team Secret roaring to life, led by some of the brightest stars. T-Quay out in front, Ngan by his side, right the corner, dropped it onto the pass to narrow down the battlefield, exposing next to the list. And Diamond will be dispatched.
वो जंप कर जा रहे, गोली मार जा रहे, पल्ले ही नहीं पड़ रहा कुछ.
Team Secret with 19 eliminations and a booyah.
Twisted Mind. Team Secret, sorry. Team Secret.
Especially for Vietnam itself, to see their squad after just putting.
अरे क्रॉन्टन भाई बैठे हैं वहाँ. क्रॉन्टन भाई बैठे दिख गए.
Here in Paris.
Hashtag Cronton spotted in EWC Free Fire. Cronton भैया Free Fire खिला दो ना. Cronton भैया मैं बता रहा हूँ. Cronton भैया बैठे हैं. Cronton भाई बैठे हैं TAG के लिए. But TAG के तो मैचेस हो गए.
Of the most gifted players since T-Quay joined the squad, they have been not the same. They have been different, but in a positive way. And in this case, even our side reporter, our colleague Yunsu, is going to be very happy with the turnout. Last time a Vietnamese team was in EWC, it was back in 2024 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That was PE Sports, but they had a subpar performance. They missed out 25. Team Secret, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they're starting it off good.
They are indeed. I think the game itself, compared to game number 1 to game number 2, quickly changes. And you could see no desperation. It was just the holding off, the consistency, the commanding play that they had, right? We spoke about them. They were already at the edge of the wall. They could have taken a fight if they wanted it, and they could have jumped the wall, gone towards Twisted Minds. They could have moved towards either the fight between MIB Loss or Fluxo happening. They did not. They held their fort. They knew where the circle was shifting, and they gave that time. They knew when they strike for a booyah.
An eye for opportunity indeed, and that is perhaps the secret recipe. That's what's going to carry Team Secret all the way. But we also have fans from S8UL Esports right here in Paris, in the arena. There's still a lot more to give, of course. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a fantastic and adventurous journey for our teams in Group B. But I think in this case, we have MIB Loss, Brazil starting off strong in Game 1. We have Vietnam on the board in Game 2. Now we're looking for the Indonesians and the Thais to make a splash in the upcoming games.
While you're looking at the SEA, I want to look at the South Asian team, Straw Hats. I did have high expectations. They should have started off really well, but it looks like they find initial fights, eliminations to convert, but then instantly when they get a challenge or forced to take a fight against somebody
थोड़ी नाच देंगे इंडियन टीम मारे मैं अभी नाचूंगा
Same goes for S8UL as well. Individually, we saw Troll, the magic coming in on the sniper. He is just too sharp so far. But as a whole squad, they're just not in the position that they want to feel comfortable in.
And I think it's just about getting that polish right and making sure that all the cogs turn in the same direction. I gotta give a special shout out to Al Ali Esports.
Oh, yes.
They had some great moments off screen. We might not see them on full display, but they were the ones that brought forth the downfall of Fluxo W7M in Game 2. Of course, that was instantly converted by Lion right after that, thanks to that RGS from the side of the Latam representatives. But Al Ali, this is a team. The banner might be new, but the players have been here for quite a while. Reminds you folks, they've had a couple of attempts, so I can't wait to see what they have left to show us. But for now, we're gonna get a room of breather, and we'll be right back with more Free Fire action.
और 3 घंटे
And we are back here on
नहीं 3 मैच ही तो बचे हैं 1 घंटे में हो जाएगा
खत्म
20 मिनट से कम का होता है एक मैच 1 घंटा 20 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा
And we are here with Yago, the sniper for Team Lows. Maybe our Lows, right, Barney?
That's right. Let's do this. Carol's gonna kick things off and ask us some very interesting questions. It's gonna be good.
Of course. Okay, Yago. So recent form hasn't been great. So how good does it feel to kick off at EWC with a Buia? Ok, a primeira partida, a gente sabe que vocês não performaram tão bem quanto vocês gostariam nos últimos jogos, nas últimas partidas, apesar da final do Free Fire ter sido muito boa para vocês, né? Mas ainda assim não conseguiram levar o título. Como é que é para vocês chegarem aqui e já começarem com um Buia aqui no EWC?
É muito bom.
Sorry.
É muito bom, é claro que todo mundo fica muito ansioso para jogar, então é muito importante a gente chegar com um buia já, que já tira aquele peso, tira aquela ansiedade toda, e a gente consegue jogar bem melhor e ficar mais de boa, tirar a ansiedade do corpo.
Okay, so for sure, start with a Buia, give us such a feeling of relax, and we can get more secure about our game, and we have also a good chemistry all together. So we start with a Buia at AWC, for sure. It's the best thing that we could have done today.
I mean, the synergy looks great, Yago. You guys look like performing really well. Let's stay on map
December
1,
में
okay,
दिल्ली आ रहा हूँ आमिर बिग पंखा can we meet up
You guys went up against Fluxo in that final showdown against your regional rivals. How did it feel after that map, realizing that you went up against them and you beat them? That must have been a nice confidence boost.
Basicamente, vocês chegaram no endgame junto com o Fluxo, então nós gostaríamos de saber qual que é o sentimento de chegar no endgame contra um time brasileiro também, ainda sendo o Fluxo, que é um dos seus maiores rivais na Liga Brasileira, né? Então, qual que é o sentimento de conseguir um buia em cima deles?
Bom, primeiramente é muito bom, por conta que eles estão no final, é muito bom pra gente também, pra os dois conseguir a classificação pra final. E também é muito bom, né, ter aquela rivalidadezinha, tipo, do BR. E continuar aqui também vai ser muito bom e, se Deus quiser, disputar também com eles também.
For sure, it's really nice to have a Buia over Fluxo, but most because it's really nice to have Fluxo in the end game with us, because we are, in the end of the day, both of the teams are Brazilians, and we do get good points together, but also we have this rivalry back in Brazil, and beat them here at the EWC is very nice. Okay, Yago, for us to finish, you are known in Brazil as Thanos because of all the championship rings that you have won. Would it add a AWC title, take your legacy to another level? Você tá ligado que você é conhecido como Thanos no Brasil, né? Então, você acha que você garantir mais um título, especialmente do EWC aqui, ajudaria o seu legado a ficar cada vez maior?
Com certeza, meu legado já com certeza é muito forte. Ganhando a EWC em si fica inexplicável. Para mim já é muito inexplicável, mas é um grande sonho meu também, sonho do meu time em conquistar a EWC.
Okay, so win EWC definitely would add it up at my legacy. In my legacy, of course, it will make me stronger in Brazil. I will have a stronger image in Brazil and in any another region that plays Free Fire, but this is my dream.
I want to win a WC. That's definitely my dream, and I will help my team win a WC.
Well, after that first map, that dream can definitely come true. And with that being said, we are going to head over to a very, very quick... Well, we're just going to head over somewhere. We're going to come back very, very soon. Thank you so much for checking us out. Thank you so much, Yaga, for joining us in this interview. We'll be back right after this.
गाइस आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में, ठीक है?
It's the E cap, the EWC cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run. They soar! The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no. They finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Two matches are done for Group B. We started off hot with Brazil, but in this second one, it was none other than Team Secret, Conchita.
Yes, finally. This is the Team Secret that I've seen grabbed that title of the World Series Spring, and I think the organization that they have, the way of playing is what gets them here and what gets them the booyah. It's about time, actually, because I was really waiting for them to perform really well, and they did not disappoint at all. I mean, look at that.
They definitely didn't disappoint. 7 eliminations there for Hong Am, and one team that I know you were keeping a close eye on, Lace, is none other than Twister Minds.
I mean, this team, I guess if we take you back sort of to the online, didn't look too great. Okay, not looking too hot, but... You know, they had a roster change, bringing in Diamond and Exposy, and this was like almost caused a 180 for this team, and they are now in contention to sit in that sort of top spot. And I know me and Neptune were kind of like fighting on this before, like, I want to talk about Twisted Minds. If you saw that match 2 that they had to go through on the eastern side, I mean, they had an early altercation with MIBR. They had to retreat and regather on the eastern side.
But that was kind of only thanks to RRQ, who came in and like, oh, I'm just going to be a little bit of distraction. They were able to sort of get away. And not just get away. Did you see that zone pull once in that final circle? I mean, they were sitting pretty. I was bound to see sort of a win there, but look, they did only have 3 players out of the 4, whilst, you know, they're going up against Team Secret with, you know, their whole entire squad. But the ability to adapt and change from Twisted Minds, don't leave them out of the conversation, guys, because they came to play, even in match 1 with like their 14 elims. They are. Neptune wants to talk, guys. I'll pass it over. He's just as excited as I am.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one reason why I'm excited to talk about Twisted Mind. It's because they are different this time. Back then, it was just all aggression. They want to go for elimination, and now they're playing with survivability. And even with that, like Jump was just, as you mentioned, just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, like Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first 2 games. Right now, they are still kind of scattered at the 7th position overall with only 8 elimination points. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad. But one team that did have a great performance there in that last match was Al Ali, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't really expect that kind of performance, though. We're not aiming for the Booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was we're seeing a similar pattern here. For those who are taking the top of the board, just stay silent, make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. Go for those elimination out of the snipers. Just capitalize on that. I mean, Solar is one of that map, though you can move fast because it's slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got 2 snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, Neptune, they started off hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad wipe. I would say it was still a slow lobby. I would say for the first 2 or 3 phase, but you've seen how well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken or needs to be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless at that point, and that has been the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the giants, the titans, I would say that's part of Group A. Group B, they are just wrecking it.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that strong start from teams, right? Come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. 15 eliminations, I believe, in match 1, giving them that incredible strong start and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, we talked about the mentality of players, right?
Yep.
How could you not be hyped having this whole entire crowd just like playing drums and singing your song? Like, it's absolutely incredible, and it's working for them. Like, can I have a crew that follows me around with drums and slice when I'm napping, like wake me up and stuff? Can I get a production? Can I get that organized? Thank you.
They were absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's when they're kind of calm because they're being able to relax a little bit. But going back, we saw RQ there trolling with just 13 points. I know this is one team that you are very high on, Conchita. How are you with their performance so far? You didn't want them to start off slow. They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to reconsider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show, because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RRQ now. Like, what the hell? From now on, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, itself, 9th position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean, in Southeast Asia, they were dubbed the masterminds.
Yeah, the bomb.
That's a possible reason where she's coming from, the studying their opponents and probably bring something in. But one thing that I want to see is, we've seen that in game number 2. Mal was left alone, even a sniper. He couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have the weapon. But on Clash Squad, where it's a different mode, he was practicing those CQCs. So if we can bring that to Battle Royale, and that's one thing that they can do, just to make sure that they can survive and not be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EFOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ, because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're going to throw up that first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day 1 of Free Fire at EWC 26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction, because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group 8. I'm going to be looking. We just talked about them. Team RQ, Team Vitality, and Lucifer. I know you're currently looking at S8UL Esports. You gotta wake them up, Lucifer.
Indeed, I agree, Seven, that S8UL Esports have to pick it up, because Troll individually is done big, but I think the entire name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who were very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start, but on the other end, Fluxo. So far, this entire lobby of Group B Husky hasn't seemed wayward running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's not like after game 2, we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7 and 8 spot, there's a pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. 3rd time could be the charm.
Could be.
It could be the charm. Vitality, though, that still looking for that magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality, because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But in this case, it was completely extinguished in the mid-game, and now it begs the question of where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart that engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's going to be towards Purgatory. Whereas heaven or hell, it's time for teams to show up. And maybe, as Seven mentioned, S8UL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but if I remember correctly, memory serves, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case, they have company in the form of Mia Corp.
Now, Mia Corp have not had a great start so far. They're looking at around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only 2 teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned, and the fight already breaking out between these 2. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening.
That's the very first elimination, but a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination, but it's not working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa also goes down. More players from Miyakov dropping one by one in the hunt for just to pick one elimination against Twisted Minds. But finally in the opening, Diamond is down, and Nyx answering back towards the sides of Twisted Minds.
This is going to be a tough one, but Jump actually gets eliminated. But the AK-47 of Nyx, and he comes. Of Nyx, and he comes.
Him into his crosshair, and they find the knock. Confirmation to follow as well. And Troll Gaming this time going a rather aggressive.
अरे फिर हो गई यार.
Aggressive approach at the very start, finding the next knock as well, and that's going to be Aztec.
Sets it up for water.
वो Aztec kill ले रहा है TG. अरे यार.
One himself as well. Total Gaming up to 2. Hacks the third one to get chased down by this Mafia with the Car 98. So make it 3 for the Indian team. But the job is not done just yet. They might have weathered the storm and sent Lion packing temporarily. But RRQ has just shown up in the compound, attracted by the gunfire, the noise of bullets flying in the air. And let's see if Total Gaming can hold a candle to the Kings of Kings.
It is going to be tough. Of how we ended up seeing RRQ without getting any point, going down in game number 1 and instantly in game number 2, 13 total eliminations. If they had placement points, they'd have looked at the top 5. And now they have an opportunity. But Total Gaming, they took an aggressive foot forward. Can they continue that is something that we have to wait and approach for. But ultimately, this team from the very beginning have been surprising every squad and now challenging Fluxo, taking the player but sent down. And Fluxo in trouble. MT7's also spotted. Hawk will try to take him down with his crosses. Sneaking through. Can he find the hit on the Car 98? But no, so far. And somehow Fluxo will be able to make a run.
And RQ has done some significant damage to Total Gaming. 2 of them go down.
Oui.
But Mafia.
Mafia.
Oh. And gives himself the third RRQ, shattered in an instant.
भाई RRQ भाई
Everybody watches
माफिया क्या मारा भाई जम करके.
They know what Mafia is capable of. If he is informed, the entire squad will rally with him. And it seems like in game number 3, they've decided. And Maal, again the last man. Neptune spoke about this. Being a sniper, the last man is not at all the best way to play it. If that Suzy passive works out, he has a lot of coins. He does it at this point, but that's only 1300. Not a full squad revive, but he'll still manage to do something because it's the early game.
Yep, and he's forced to backtrack as well because you have Bunny from S8UL Gaming on that low ground. No vending machines inside Ma'ao. With the weight of the entire team on his shoulders, just like the previous game. He's done it once, but there's only a limit to how much revives he can bring back before the weight crushes him. Check back with RQ in just a little bit. Straw has now shown up the compound of Miyakov, who are just vacating that spot, but you gotta look back at this moment when Ma'ao gets the setup to his team.
Taken that knife and driven through RRQ and out of this game.
Yeah, by his deathbed.
S8UL का player recall हुआ. अरे भाई.
They'll be flying up. They'll be flying up, but almost Shanky got him, and he would have taken that knife and driven through RRQ.
I'm saying this, Lucifer, when we came into today, and I thought that EVOS is going to be the team that struggles the most out of the 3 Indonesians, but that was not the case, right? EVOS, even though we've only won Booyah, did finish top 4 in Group A. And right now, it's Team Vitality who are struggling the most.
I think we were having this discussion, right, when we were talking about maybe they also themselves were telling us that maybe it was just an experimental phase down in Spring, and it actually looks they are able to deliver results here on the EWC stage.
A part of me actually didn't want to believe it. I thought that they were.
We did.
I thought it was an excuse.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
but no excuses for Twisted Minds. They almost had control of it, and this time they're taking an approach to a couple of the isolated players from Straw Hats who went all the way to Moathouse. Not an approach that we've seen in the recent times of Free Fire, that anybody heads in that direction. An isolated, desolated land of Moathouse, but Straw Hats, they think that's the safe haven because they are losing players. As you can see, Twisted Minds clear their position at the edge of the shore, and Straw Hats had to go for another revive, get the player back up. And the circle, thankfully for Twisted Minds, move north.
Yeah, actually a blessing in disguise. PLS1, they're gonna drop the remind there, so Al-Ali will have to halt their rotation for now. And Team Secret, they're not gonna wait, riding off the momentum of Game 2, where they had a fantastic sequences of events that led to the Booyah. Let's see if they can feed off of that energy. As Al-Ali, they've shown us that they can fight, and they will fight back.
They will. They've been at the top of the charts, but so do Team Secret want to get in that direction. This time trying to try and find an opening. So far they've not found. Rather they've found and received damage. They've been forced to back off.
Oh.
And there is it. TQ has been taken down. Now on 7, he's also been spotted. Oh no! He doesn't get anything to say. Had the launcher in the hand and will be launched back into the lobby. Nothing else. Now on 7, he's also spotted. Went to the vending machine and he turns it around with the help of PLS1 and Team Secret. They bring it back.
PLS1 with the build out in the last second to cut down the ranks of Al-Ali, who seemingly had an advantage, but falls in the hands of PLS1 as he locks in an ace for his team. The 6th point in this game and the first team to wipe out Al-Ali in this lobby.
That was not thought of. I was Al-Ali almost looking in control, but anything can happen is what Group B is the game of.
I can't believe it. PLS1 left to his own devices and was able to work magic.
Exactly.
3 consecutive shots to take down 3 individual rushes, running at his teammate. That is the kind of support that we need. That is what defined this current meta, where snipers are everything. They mold the world and they shape the results. And Team Secret now in a powerful spot.
And so is Lion. Rawan with that Winchester, picking up a couple in his name. Drop the player, quick on the confirmation as well. Team Secret, after finding a full-on wipe, they have another challenge right in front of them. That's going to be Fluxo, the roaring fans right here in Paris. And now they have a challenge in front to try and push out Team Secret. It's not been easy. From game number 2, the pacing, and especially after what PLS1 did. And look at his position. I don't think they have an idea about it. And if he starts hitting, and he does, M80 to B, he puts Bobs down, and trouble already striking for Fluxo. And they cannot get closer. Bobs wants to get closer to his teammate Butson, but that's not going to happen because there's the Bolt Maker also called. Could be trouble here for Fluxo, but there might be a disguise of blessing by Twisted Minds if they decide to take a fight with Team Secret.
Potential 3-way fight here. Team Secret having a bit of a compound to work with, and on top of that, a vending machine right at their doorstep. So any emergency supplies or revives can be achieved. And Fluxo now going to step on the gas. PLS1 out of there with the launch pad to reconvene with the rest of his team and complete the rendezvous. So dodging a bullet, but putting themselves in the vicinity of Twisted Minds. But fighting one team is better than 2. Fluxo could take this opportunity to get a couple of free points.
That was one of the smart moves coming in from Fluxo to make sure that they go behind the sniper and not give him position. And now Twisted Minds have the advantage of it because all the players from Team Secret have been crunched. They've been forced to be together, and Twisted Minds like this. Diamond on the flank. He spots the players, but no. Fluxo, KO. He puts Diamond down from afar. This is the problem. When you let another team take control of a position, especially in the circle, they feel a lot more confident. And now Fluxo, that's what they're feeling. Now they're chasing the players. Bobs, the man who was knocked by Team Secret, is now wanting to revenge for that action.
Yeah, Fluxo really pushing forward right now. They had control of the safe zone. They could play a gatekeeping, but they wanted more. And in this case, thankfully for Team Secret, nothing of value was lost. Even the vehicle wasn't completely wrecked, so they could rotate up to the high ground. And in fact, right now, because the circle doesn't hurt as much just yet, Team Secret could set up shop on this high ground and actually scout out the area before making a future rotation. There's also a zip line that they could utilize in times of emergency, but the decision will be made to cross past the northern side of the map and get around both Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
This fight has been going back and forth. Twisted Minds trying to kind of itch towards Team Secret and Team Secret as well. It happened in the previous game, but right now it has to conclude. Because if Twisted Minds do not get taken down, then it's going to be Team Secret. Flash freeze being used, the dash coming out from the bars, but he couldn't find an opening, and there PLS1, he turns it around. He puts the player diamond down and he's in trouble. Jump the bars as well as Exposy. Need to do something, but it's only Exposy who finds PLS1, but maybe it's a little too late.
A bit of a consolation prize right there for Exposy, but still the rest of Twisted Minds have already been eliminated, and Exposy joins them in the grave. And Team Secret finds another wipeout here. First starting with Ali and now following it up with Twisted Minds. They should have no problem bringing their teammate back. There's a vending machine right in front.
Yep.
And right in the safe zone as well. And they can get there on time. Seems like everything is laid out for Team Secret to potentially make it to the final stage again.
Could be a back-to-back. Not something that we've not seen. We've already seen in Group A that happened. Maybe Team Secret try to replicate the same for their own. And there is the revive. But on the other hand, Fluxo, it seems like they found players from S8UL and they're troubling them. And on top of it, RRQ find Mia Corp. And that's going to be an end for Mia Corp. They've not been having a great start at all here in Group B. They've been at the bottom of the charts. They need to pick up pace, but Fluxo, they've been picking it up. They're at already the top of the charts. The only thing that they're missing is the Booyah. Game number 1, they're very close. Game number 2, they couldn't. They got taken down. But now, if they fight Team Secret and put them down, the challenges for Booyah will be swept out.
And this is round 2. They put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable spot, but Team Secret conquered that hurdle and now are back for revenge. Gio with the push on forward, Gluon goes down, but instantly from Captain Bobs at the setup, and Fluxo have cut Team Secret down to just PLS1.
भाई TG के 11 eliminations हैं.
But can
भाई TG मार
PLS1
रही है.
get the build out again?
But
Doesn't seem like it is going to be a reality this time. Fluxo coming out on top.
PLS1 again quickly running away. He was the saving grace. Yes, an ace was found, but now no challenge for him to take the player down. He had to go out of the zone. An extra effort that he has to put and win it out. But on the other end, the team who's putting a lot of efforts after getting their very first Booyah here in Group B. That's going to be MIB a loss. They did lose out a player, but they already have 8 eliminations. Playing inside the circle, but Koja with the dually puts the last player of S8UL Esports down. It's not working for them yet. They've not found their winning ways. These young guns are missing their player, their captain Prince, and they are not able to yet adapt in such a highly competitive pace.
And a different story for Team Vitality this time, racking up double digits in terms of elimination as Yago cleaned up the remnants of Team Secret. No more back-to-back this time. 5 teams remain. Fluxo looking incredibly healthy, same as Vitality, as both teams have gone on a tear. But there's a very good chance that we see RQ run up the causeway and into Total Gaming, who are controlling both areas. MT7 finding a sneaky one from behind. Abai right into the fire. And of course,
भाई TG ने RR को eliminate कर दी.
That was a very quick save coming in, and that's the reason I was talking about how crucial Mafia is.
Bro, TG का बूया है ये. TG का बूया है. Let's go. मैं बता रहा हूँ ना TG का बूया है
for this final four standoff. TG का बूया है. Team who have a 3-man playoff that they have to go against the 4-lot of all the survivors we have.
4v4 3v4 भाई. TG का बूया है. मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Dreams can come true, and we're taking a step at a time.
Total Gaming
has to face off against MIB.
Booyah
is the one that gets the
coming,
upper hand.
bro.
The Winchester, Zabank up against Fluxo.
एक down है TG का.
VSS doing a magic there, but Shanky has been brought back up. The nades now come true. Riptide Rhythm,
abilities use हो रही
in danger, but still putting up a bit of a resistance to pin down
Ball.
the members of Total Gaming, but they're in the face
TG का
of
अरे
MIB
यार
loss.
knock हो गया एक.
General takes out water.
Shanky
The
है.
members of TG cut down to just 3.
General bringing it down to a 3v3, troubling Total Gaming, and now Total Gaming with the zone closing in. They are forced out of space. MIB at loss are able to hold their own. Aztec gets taken down by Yago with the sniper information coming through. Shanky a little too late to just find a knock there. And MIB at loss for India, who wanted to see if there could be Booyah. They put those dreams to rest for now. And MIB at loss are not stopping there. Yoya again once more picks up on Godzin. That's going to be on Fluxo. And MIB at loss might be looking forward to another Booyah, and Yago already at 7 total eliminations.
And Koja speeds up that process. The nade takes out Pops. And unfortunately, Diggs is now going to be in the crosshairs of MIB lost Haone with the rush as well. Team Vitality, they actually have more members. Diggs with the rush through. Getting tagged but not down just yet. Jago with the confirmation. Someone needs to stop this guy. He has won a world championship in this.
अरे क्या हो गया नेट को यार
Banner and the team Vitality is standing in Russell's.
Vitality.
Jago again. Championship in this banner and the team Vitality is standing in Russell's. Jago again.
भाई क्या वाइटैलिटी का बुया है
With Fim on the sub-bank, looking for a conversion. General
Loss.
leads the charge. Team Vitality. With Fim on the sub-bank, looking for a conversion. General leads the charge. Team Vitality getting picked apart.
लो भाई वाइटैलिटी आ रही चलो यार
And
आज के
everything
लिए
set up by Yago. MIBR loss with the second booyah.
It looks like Brazil is here in EWC for the title, taking it away from SEA, taking it from any other region
guys,
because they've been
आज
looking
के
for
लिए
it.
इतना ही
They
रखेंगे।
have conquered the
ठीक है।
world stage once, but EWC is something that they've been missing for a long time. And what a game coming in from MIBR loss, especially Yago. A man to hold his own on the sniper when players are rushing. 8 total eliminations on his own.
Insane performance. Last year, when Los was on the cups of victory, they were the only team from Brazil that had a chance to win Champion Rush. They were denied. But that time, Yago wasn't with them yet. And he could be the missing piece. He was one Magic squad that FFWS Global Finals in 2023. He was the one that showed that Skylar still has
I was crying, lying within myself. I was praying you not hand.
I don't wanna look like this. Fuck. Devil in a red dress.